So Jai Jagannath and welcome to day 2 of 3rd National Mining Ministers Conference being organized by the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. In this beautiful eco-retreat, Konark in India's best kept secret, Odisha. I hope you all had a wonderful cultural evening. You enjoyed it yesterday. Can I hear a yes? That's a very dull yes for a morning session. So I would need some more energy from all of you gentlemen. Did you enjoy the cultural evening yesterday? See, Secretary Sir has the best energy. Can we give a big round of applause for him? Because I heard the loudest yes from there. But I believe that means all of you had a good time. And we had, of course, a very impactful first day. But we are ready to move forward with more presentations and discussions. And as Secretary Sir had said yesterday, today is going to be more interactive because we are also looking forward to presentations from different states on their best practices. So definitely going to be an eventful day for all of us. And before we start with the presentations, I will be requesting Secretary Ministry of Mines, Shri V.L. Kantharao ji, to set the context for the day ahead. But before I request him to do so, can I please ask everybody to settle down? Please take your seats. The mandatory request, as you all know, please keep your mobile phones in silent mode before we begin. And I'll request everybody to take their seats. माननीय मंत्री जी भी हमारे साथ बहुत जल्दी आके पहुंचेंगे. इनफैक्ट उनके नेतृत्व में माइनिंग सेक्टर को एक नई दिशा मिल रही है और जैसा कि उन्होंने कल भी कहा और पहले भी कहा है, उन्होंने हमेशा ये आश्वासन दिया है कि जो भी रिफॉर्म्स की आवश्यकता है माइनिंग सेक्टर में, उसके लिए केंद्रीय सरकार जो है वो तैयार है. और इसी सकारात्मक सोच के साथ हम आज का ये कार्यक्रम जो है शुरू करेंगे. So you would need a hand. Want a hand mic? Can we have a hand mic, please, for sir? All right, sir, over to you for setting the context for the day ahead. Thank you.
Sir, आइए sir. Sir, we'll start, sir. We'll start, sir. आइए sir. Sir, कॉल का presentation होने वाला है. यहाँ से भी दिख रहा है sir.
We extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Shri G. Kitchen Reddy. Can we give a big round of applause as we invite him onto the stage? We also have additional Secretary Ministry of Mines, Shri Sanjay Lohia ji, has also joined us on stage. A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries. And now over to Secretary Sir to set the context for the day.
Good morning to everyone. With the permission of Honorable Minister, I would like to just recap as to what we did yesterday and also discuss about what we are going to do today. So yesterday we saw a lot of initiatives, thanks to the minister pushing them, a lot of initiatives being unveiled, announced and started from yesterday. One of the most important ones being the 5th tranche of critical mineral auction. And yesterday we also heard many comments, many suggestions, many demands from the honorable ministers who came from 13 states. And during the discussions yesterday, we also heard some of the states give a few suggestions. There are a lot of presentations made by the Ministry of Mines yesterday. to all the states, highlighting some of the immediate action points that states should note down and work upon. And we have also circulated all those presentations to the state ministers, state secretaries, and the DMGs who have come. Today is going to be the day for states to speak, and also key Government of India regulatory ministries to speak and tell you about what kind of facilitation is being done by the Government of India ministries for the mining sector, be it whether it is regulatory or any schemes or any clarifications. So today is going to be a very, very useful session, both for this side of the table and for that side of the table, and it's going to be very interactive. Today, Honorable Minister, who is also Minister for Coal, has said that a presentation should be made by the Ministry of Coal to talk about what are the initiatives of Coal Ministry and how states should participate more and more in the coal sector. There are a lot of issues relating to the coal sector where a bit of attention, a bit of push, a bit of time is required from the mining departments in the states to understand and push the various reforms and schemes that the coal ministry has brought about in the last 2-3 years. So today, from the schedule that you have, there is a slight change, and we will just bring coal up before the presentation is made on the state best practices. So over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context. And now we know what we are expecting during the day. We'll be starting with the presentation that would be by the Ministry of Coal. We have with us the Joint Secretary, Shri Kasiji, from the Ministry of Coal. I'll request him to please join on stage for the presentation. With a round of applause from all of you. He's there. Yes, sir. You can take that podium.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning to Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, G. Krishnadai, sir, and Kanta Rao, sir, Secretary Mines. Sir, before I start, I want to say in the hall that the electricity that we get in this hall is almost 72% from coal. So that is the importance of coal. And while we do mining, we have three major issues in coal mining. That's land, law and order, and evacuation issues. So whatever support that we seek is mostly in these areas only, sir. Most of the time we on this part require the support of the states. Sir, our presentation on the coal ministry side is divided into three parts, sir. Come to the next slide, please. Sir, we are dividing into three parts. First is the coal sector outlook, then the key enablers that we require. So the second part is the key enablers and the assistance that we require from the states. And the enablers we have broken down into four components. That is the 1.5 BT and the 2 BT target. And for that we require extensive railway networks, the first mile connectivity, sir. And of course, since there will be a lot of RE that will be coming up in the coming years, so the coal business has to diversify. So we have also put an agenda for diversification in this component. And we want to do a sustainable mining along with the safety. So we have also listed in this presentation, as safety is on priority for us and sustainability is a priority for us, so we have also divided this into safety and mine closure, and the last portion will be the assistance from the states required. The first part of it, so the vision of the Ministry of Coal is to secure the availability of coal to meet demands of various sectors of the economy in an eco-friendly, sustainable, and cost-effective manner. So that is what our vision is for the coal side to meet the energy needs of the country. This is where we stand in the world, sir. Our position in the world is we are second largest producer of coal in the world, and our energy mix percentage in the country from coal is 55%. And in the power, it is almost 72% plus. And we have largest mine in the country, which is Gevra at SECL, which is second largest mine in the world. We can see Australia position at number 5, USA as 4, and China is number 1 at almost production of 4.7 billion tons, sir. They have a coal share in the entire energy mix of around 72%. This is the slide that we want to show about the reserves that we have. We have a huge amount of non-coking coal reserves, and coking coal is of course less, and the total reserve that we have in the country is around 389 BT as per the survey made. So the proved and measured reserves are around 212 billion tons, which is almost 54%, and indicated is 148 BT, inferred is 28.5. And we, as I told in the previous slide, we are 5th largest coal reserves in the world and second producer. Sir, we have extractable reserve which is generally less than the reserves we have, which is around the range of some say 20%. So extractable reserves as of now assessed is 107 billion tons, sir. And till now we have extracted almost 18 BT. And as per the present consumption, we have enough of resources, and this will survive for at least more than 50 years. This is the significance, economic significance of the coal sector business. So we contribute around 0.6% of the GDP. And yesterday, as I heard, the mining and put together around 2%. Coal production growth that we have witnessed is around 18%. And the value of coal production, we heard yesterday also, it 1.86 lakh crore, that is almost 22.4 billion US dollars. So as I said, we contribute to around 72% of power produced in the country. The direct employment we give is also very huge. It's almost 4.78 lakhs. And not only that we provide revenue to the state governments, we also have a major share of revenue that is provided to the railway by way of freight. Railway has a total revenue of almost freight revenues around 1,60,000 crores. Out of that, 50% comes from coal movement only. So we are helping the economy and the railway as well, sir. Sir, sir, हाँ sir, थोड़ा सा, sir, ठीक है sir. This is a surface miner.
अलग अलग नए 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 मशीन्स है.
Yes, sir.
प्रेजेंटेशन में कैसा रहना चाहिए?
We will put a new one, sir.
तो 50 साल का पुराने व्हीकल है वो.
Yes, sir. We will take care, sir. Sir, this is the share of coal that is mined across the states. Odisha has the highest share, that is almost 240 million tons, and Chhattisgarh 207 million tons. We also have lignite, sir, which is mostly found in the state of Tamil Nadu, then Gujarat and Rajasthan. The total coal that we produced last year was 997 million tons, and lignite was 43 million tons. This is just a graphic representation in the pie chart of that data that I showed in the previous slide. Lignite, as we saw in the numbers, last slide was Tamil Nadu, this is almost 22.5%. And Odisha, the coal I can see here is 239. So it's just a repetition of the earlier data in the graphic format. This is the growth of coal that we produced over the years. So 2013 onwards, the growth has been phenomenal. 565 million ton coal was produced in the year 13-14, which grew to 18-19 to a value of 728 million tons, and now We are, in last year we produced 997 million tons. And the next year is even higher. The supply trend is almost matching. Whatever we produce, we supply. Only small amount of coal remains in the mines for any kind of uncertainty that may come across in the regular mining, so that we can feed the supply from the existing stocks at the mine. So supply is generally same, and the same trajectory can be seen here. We produced 997 million ton last year, and we supplied 973 million tons. So this is the pattern of coal that is consumed by various sectors. The power consumes a major share. I can see on the slide, power consumed last year 859 million tons. This includes the captive mining, captive power plants also. It's not just the grid. The grid consumes almost 810 million tons, and the remaining is consumed by the captive power plants. The other sectors include the cements, washery, and all those things. And we also import coal to a certain extent on the account that the coking coal production is not actually matching to the consumption. We produce 60 million tons of coal of coking nature, and the similar amount is almost imported. And the remaining is imported for other sectors. So that is the trend in the imported coal. And the total consumption last year was around 1,267 million tons. And lignite also we imported to some extent. Sir, as we produce coal, I said we just not share the revenue with the railways. We share a good amount of revenue with the states. And it is for this purpose I want to show this slide. It is almost in the similar proportion of the coal that we produce. Odisha has the highest revenue share. So these numbers actually represent the amount of royalty that is collected, the DMF that is collected, and also the state GST. So these numbers also include the state GST that goes to the state's account. So it's a very huge number. So these are the key enablers for the mission that we have to have a sustainable energy scenario. We are in the process of, in fact, we have finalized the 1.5 BT and the 2 BT action plan. For that, we require certain enablers. This is the plan I wanted to show in the 2024. This is the capacity. Now there are two distinct terms that we are coming across. One is the production, real production, and the readiness to produce, that is production capacity. So in 2024, the production capacity is around 1,600. That is based on the environment clearances that we have, and the machines we have, and the manpower we have. Similarly, based on this kind of estimates, 2030, the production capacity would be 2 billion tons. So whatever is required to produce, we will be in a position to, it's like a production on demand basis, but capacity will be certainly there with us, so that we can produce immediately. And we have mapped all the subsidiaries in this slide, Eastern Coalfield, Bharat Coking Coal, Central Coking Coal, Northern, all those, and our captive side, the Singareni side. So we can see FY24, we expect a production, this thing we have already done, 997. FY25, the targets are 1,080 million tons. Then 26, we have a target of even higher, that is 1,193 million tons, so on and so forth. So that is how the trajectory is, and we will be in position to have capacity to produce these amounts of coal. This is the numbers of mines that we have in operation. See, in Coal India, we have almost at the moment operational mines, 313 mines, with the EC capacity of 1,143 million tons. I want to show on this slide that the EC capacities are more than what we are actually producing, because it's a progressive process. We acquire, as we acquire the lands through forest clearances, we start mining, and mining takes off. And Singareni, we have 39 mine in operation with the EC capacity of 100 million ton.
नए नए मिनिस्टर्स रहते हैं, कभी भी EC बोले तो क्या मालूम है, नए मिनिस्टर
Sir, this is
कभी भी आप लोग सीनियर ऑफिसर्स है,
Sir.
नए लोग ऑफिसर्स भी रहते हैं, नए नए ट्रांसफर होके आते हैं, थोड़ा टेक्निकल पॉइंट्स भी बताना चाहिए।
सर,
आपका बहुत एक्सपीरियंस होगा, हमारे ये लोगों को नया है, EC बोले तो कुछ भी नहीं मालूम। खाली सुन के बैठते हैं,
Sir.
फायदा नहीं है.
Sir, when I use the term EC, is basically the environment clearance for any business, whether it is coal mining or industrialization. Environment clearance has to be taken from the MOFC department so that there is a balance in the environment. So otherwise, industrialization would destroy all the forest and the balance will be disturbed. So environment clearance is taken after environmental impact assessment, then environment management plan, all those things are done. There is hearing done by the state's government, and then we get a final EC certificate, and then we also acquire a forest clearance, then a consent to operate and consent to establish is given by the authorities. Then only any business progresses, including our mining, coal mining. That is EC exactly. And for the captive mines, sir, I was referring to other numbers. We have at the moment 61 mines that are operational. Last year we produced 997. These are numbers are repeated. Just a breakup of what Coal India produced was 773 million tons, and Singareni 70. Like if you see, the EC was 100, but they produce 70. But that, because that depends on the forest land available later on. EC is the bigger thing, sir, and the real production will be depending on the land that we acquire after forest clearances. Captive mines, last year we had done 154 million tons. The total, this thing will be higher, and the targets next year are shown here. That is 1080 million tons for FY25. Coal India would be doing a major share. Always they have been doing, because this is a pan-India presence in 7 subsidiaries, and they will be doing 838 million tons in this financial year. And Singareni is around 72, is almost, they are maintaining 70 for, sir. So the target, I was just reiterating, is 1.5 BT. So as I said at the beginning, we require land, law and order, and evacuation. This is the part of the evacuation network, because evacuation is to be done by the first mile connectivity, sir. That is from the mine and to the nearest point of transport and the main railway network. Sir, we launched the coal logistics plan and policy. This had main objectives of availability of the FMC infrastructure, that integrating the multimodal transport system, including road, shipping, RSR, and all together, and it has really more efficient, because unless it is efficient, the rake movement will be more, it will require more time. That is, we'll reduce turnaround time by having more efficiency. As I give an example of silo loading, it takes almost 1 minute for one wagon to load, so 1 hour we complete the entire rake. While manual loading, it takes almost 1.5 to 2 hours. So that is the efficient part of it. Then optimization, when we have all these things in place, the whole process gets optimized. Of course, the second thing is use of all the AI things and the drones that will modernize the whole process. And the milestones we have in front of us, the coal supply target, a mechanized coal evacuation structure. By 2030, the targets will be, we'll have 90% mechanization, sir, so that things are more efficient. And railways, I have a lot of projects in pipeline. 38 projects are there in pipeline. 12 are sanctioned, and we will complete a lot of things by 2030. And also, sir, the RSR, the rail sea route, the Mahanadi Coal Limited company has coal near to the Paradip port, sir. So what we do, we take coal for the nearest port and then transport to sea, and then finally to the second leg of the transportation. So that is also going to increase. And there is a smart dashboard we are building. So we will have all the components available for decision making on this dashboard that will be completed. So we are also making use of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. It was launched earlier, and we have also onboarded this portal, and we have mapped more than 100 data layers for us, so that the decision making is quite fast. So we are making use of this portal also, and all the critical railway projects are being closely monitored by mapping all the infrastructure. And these are available to anybody, sir, so that they can also take good decisions. So first mile connectivity, these are just the details. Sir, as the advantage is seen is, it eliminates the road transportation. We use conveyors, we use belts, all those things. And mechanized loading through the CHP is the coal handling plant, sir. Silo is the silo. As you can see, this silo is there. Where it is gone? It has gone one slide ahead. Can you do some computer? can you operate from the laptop, please? Previous slide, previous slide, previous slide, previous. Yeah, that's all. So this is just the statistics of the plan that we have. We have planned, sir, all the mine data in excess of the 2 million ton capacity will have the first mile connectivity projects, for that efficient loading is there. We have a pipeline of 102 projects totaling to around 1040 million tons to be commissioned by 2028. And 39 projects have already been commissioned in Coal India, which is almost utilized at the level of 52%. And we expect 10 projects to be commissioned by FY25 this year only. So these are the railway projects because we require good amount of evacuation facilities. We have internal rail transport system around the mines. We have identified many projects. 5 of them are commissioned, that is MCRL in the Odisha area, CRL in these SECL area, Tori, Shupur, CCL, and all those projects are there. And these projects are actually set to increase our transportation capacity, evacuation capacities. And they will finally connect to the main lines of the railways. These are all internal transportations. Diversification is important for coal because RE capacity is going to be there. We will have to maintain coal to a certain base load kind of arrangement, and all capacity, coal may not grow in this space in the coming time, so we will diversify also. We are diversifying by way of putting solar plants. We also diversify way of having other businesses, and we want to become net zero. Our coal, each coal company, Naval Lignite, Coal India or Singareni have each net zero target. Coal NLCIL has already achieved, sir. On the right side we can see a table where NLCIL has already achieved, and Coal India will achieve net zero by 2026. Singareni will also achieve this year. So this is how the plan is for renewable energy by our coal companies. And for diversification, we are also going into power business. So that the Honorable Prime Minister has said that all the power plants should be in the pit head area. It should be close proximity to the mine, so that the coal transportation is less required, and also it is reducing burden on rail transportation and inner railways. So we have planned a project joint venture along with the state of MP, that is MP Power Generation Corporation, for a capacity of around 660 megawatt at Chachai, Madhya Pradesh. And also we are planning a project of 1600 megawatt pit head power plant close to the mines of Mahanadi, and that is all in progress, and that is also going to see light of day in coming time. We are also going into joining hands for the critical mission. We have a value chain, and our Coal India has got a mine in graphite in Madhya Pradesh, and there are a lot of formalities that are still pending. And in fact, from the state of Madhya Pradesh, we are seeking assistance for issuance of LOI and all those other formalities. This is our request here in this presentation, in this forum. We are also going into pump storage, because when we have lot of renewable energy, sir, it will only available for solar hours or the wind time hours. So we cannot curtail the energy. We will store that energy into pump storage projects. So we have identified around 25 projects across the subsidiaries in the lands which are like abandoned mines or de-coaled mines. And we have finalized 2 sites at WCL. We have finalized 1 site at Northern Coalfield and 2 SECL, NLCL also done 1. So total 6 we have finalized out of the 25 that are being identified. This is also part of diversification, because this is a
पंप स्टोरेज में
sir.
और कितना हो सकता है, प्राइवेट वालों को देंगे, कैसा देंगे वो स्टोरेज, वो भी बताना चाहिए। और अगर देश भर में कितना हो सकता है आइडेंटिफाई किया, खाली आइडेंटिफाई 8 कुछ है आपका 25
सर, अभी आइडेंटिफाइड इतना ही है सर अभी। सर, दिस इज डिपेंडिंग ऑन द पिट्स, दैट इज माइन पिट्स अवेलेबल, बिकॉज इट रिक्वायर्स वाटर टू बी स्टोर्ड इनसाइड द अर्थ, एंड देन
ये कमर्शियल कोल माइंस में भी देखिए, खाली अपना
सर ये अपना माइन है सर, अभी अपना है।
कमर्शियल और वो भी देखना चाहिए
सर। कमर्शियल वाला जब इनका माइन स्पेंट हो जाएगा,
कैप्टिव माइंस जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का है,
yes,
उसमें भी स्टडी करके लगाना
सर। विल डू इट सर, विल डू इट सर।
गवर्नमेंट का, प्रधानमंत्री जी का इच्छा है ज़्यादा इसमें पंप स्टोरेज का होना चाहिए, इसमें ध्यान देना चाहिए।
यस सर। So commercial mines ka, as they decoal the mine, they will develop the pits and we'll use those pits for the pump storage projects.
इसमें आइडेंटिफाई कौन करे, कोई एजेंसी करे, आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
सर इसको तो पहले माइन डिक्लेयर करेगा पिट अवेलेबल है कि नहीं है, देन द एमएनआरई कैन असेस दैट साइट सर, एमएनआरई सर.
थोड़ा प्लान करें.
What minister is saying is
Sir.
that even though it is a part of the business of the commercial coal mine, since you have the experience of being the first mover,
जी सर.
आप पहले इस काम को शुरू किए हैं pump storage in coal mines, तो you can give some kind of an advice to commercial coal mines.
Some hand holding can be done, sir.
Yeah, you
Yes,
can do a conference or a workshop and tell them some of all these 25 projects, you can tell them how you have planned. So they'll also get ideas. Maybe when they reach that stage, most of those mines are new. When they
Yes,
reach
yes.
that stage, they will plan for this.
Yes, sir. It will be helpful, sir. Then coal gasification is also part of diversification because, sir, when we produce coal, we produce more carbon dioxide, and when we burn gas, it produces almost 40% less carbon dioxide. It is considered to be a greener fuel. So gasification of the coal leads to a fuel, which is gas, which can be used for many other products like ammonium nitrate and the gas itself. Fertilizer also, so ammonium nitrate, sir. Nitrate is a component fertilizer, sir. So that is added advantage, sir. So this is just a target that we set for ourselves, sir. In CAP 26, India set ambitious target of net zero emission by 2070. And coal gasification is one of the interventions among the RE installations also. Coal just adds to the achieving the target. Sir, Honorable PM has also said in his independence speech of 75th that we will have to pledge to become energy independent before 100 years of independence 2047. And with the environment concerns, we know coal gasification is essentially required. We have a target to gasify around 100 million tons of coal by 2030. And a lot of projects are being undertaken. Bidding has already taken place. There are a lot of interest shown by the players. And we have also administrative setup in the form of task force expert committees for this purpose. Sir, we
coal gasification थोड़ा technically समझाइए because
yes, sir.
a lot of secretaries
Yes, sir.
who are here, they are also secretaries for industry.
Yes, sir.
Coal
Sir,
gasification is an industry project
Yes.
more than a coal mine project.
it's more than yes.
समझाइए.
Sir, see what happens when we fire coal as such, it is a complete combustion of coal. So it releases all of its energy in the form of heat, and we use heat for steam generation or whatever purpose we want. But when we want to gasify coal, it's a kind of partial combustion. We burn the coal in a reduced environment with less amount of oxygen given to it, and it doesn't convert to the full CO2. It converts to some combustible gases, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, all those gases come out. So it's a mixture of gases which can be combusted later and can produce heat. So that way it's considered to be green. So this is a part of process of gasification. It's a partial combustion of the coal to produce the gas which are combustible in nature and which are actually considered to be green because they produce less amount of carbon dioxide. That is what the exact process is. And this can be used for fertilizer, it can be used for direct running of gas turbines. These things are, that is the process, sir.
The domestic technology बहुत कम है,
Yes, sir.
except BHL is planning.
BHL is planning.
But
sir.
we are depending on other countries to bring technology, equipment. वो बड़ा हमारा सामने challenge है.
Yes,
उसके लिए प्रयास करे भारत सरकार.
Yes, sir. Sir, in fact, I remember BHL had done a very small 5.2 megawatt capacity long back. That was yet to be proven. Then EIL also did a pilot project that is still not matured. And we are looking for all those avenues, even importing technology from other countries in this direction.
In this coal gasification scheme that you have brought out, you write separately to the state mining secretaries and state industry secretaries that they can make use of the subsidy available. You know, you don't have to do anything. आपको coal mine की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. कोई भी इंडस्ट्री वाला किसी भी इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में एक मशीन लगाएगा जो गैसीफाई करता है, वो कहीं से भी कोल खरीद के ले आएगा, उस मशीन में वो कोल डालेगा तो he can produce those gases which can go into making fertilizers. So यदि वो fertilizer का factory और ये gasification का unit साथ साथ लगाएगा, it is good business and fertilizer sells heavily in India. So this is, and for this project to come up, since there are technology gaps and there is a viability gap that is required, the cabinet has approved 8,500 crores for giving those
Gap funding, sir.
gap funding, and they are doing tenders in which some of your industry people can participate and seek that fund. So इसको थोड़ा सा state governments के through भी popularize कराइए.
हो जाएगा सर. Sir, and because there will be some confusion, the one is underground coal gasification, this is surface gasification. This is after we extract the coal. Other is gasification, that is called underground. That is we are not doing at the moment, sir. Sir, we want to do mine in a safe and a sustainable manner. We have elaborate mine closure plans, and safety is also practiced elaborately in the mines. We have a structure in the mines for the safety, so that we have a safe mining practices. We have a standing committee constituted in the year 1982 on the safety in coal mines under the chairmanship of the minister. And we have other level, high expert level committee on safety that was formed in 2021. The whole objective is to actually improve the safety standards in the coal mines, recommending the short-term and long-term goals for the safety. We also have a national coal mine safety portal for monitoring of these safety issues of even fire and rescue. And mines safety audit launched on this 17/12/2024. We have taken a lot of measures. We have safety audit reports for this purpose. We also take care of disciplinary actions through mechanisms. We also have safety talks in the mine area. We conduct the awareness programs. So things are there, sir. As we take a lot of practices in the mining process, we can see the data on the screen. Though the coal production has substantially increased over a year, but these graphs actually indicate that accidents have come down. They are not in proportion with the coal that we have produced. Otherwise, one can say as we increase the amount of coal production, accidents may have gone up. They have actually come down with all our good practices on the safety of the mines. Sir, scientific
On
mine
safety,
इस साल CAL का 50 ईयर्स है ना.
Yes, sir.
CAL का 50 ईयर्स के संदर्भ में जो सेलिब्रेशंस शुरू किया है, CAL ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है जो कोल माइंस में काम करते हैं परमानेंट वर्कर्स, उनके लिए लगभग 1 करोड़ इंश्योरेंस का पॉलिसी बना रहे.
Yes, sir.
इसके साथ साथ जो कैजुअल वर्कर्स है, आउटसोर्सिंग वर्कर्स है, उनके लिए भी 30-40 लाख का इंश्योरेंस स्कीम बना रहे. मैं जो जितने भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का कैप्टिव माइंस है, कमर्शियल माइंस है, सभी लोग भी इसी जो पॉलिसी इंश्योरेंस स्कीम कोल इंडिया कर रहा है, ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का नहीं है, कोल इंडिया कर रहा है, खुद कर रहा है, कोई इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं, उनका 50 साल है. वो लोग भी यही करना चाहिए. कोल सेक्टर में जैसा बॉर्डर में सेना लड़ते हैं, ये अंडरग्राउंड में कोल माइन में भी ऐसी जान लगाकर काम करते हैं. इसलिए भारत सरकार जो कोल इंडिया है, उनका 1 करोड़ का इंश्योरेंस ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंट होने वाला है 1-2 दिन में.
Yes, sir.
इसमें स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से पब्लिसिटी ज़्यादा ना देते हुए, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से जितने भी कैप्टिव माइंस है, सभी जगह एक फ्लैट सिस्टम है होना चाहिए. ऑलरेडी तेलंगाना में सिंगरेनी कॉलेज ऑलरेडी इसका इम्प्लीमेंट शुरू किया है. कोल इंडिया भी 1-2 महीने के अंदर वो भी शुरू करने वाला है. ये पूरा प्रॉपर सभी कोल माइंस में काम करने वाले परमानेंट वर्कर्स का 1 लाख 1 करोड़ और जो कैजुअल वर्कर्स है उनका लगभग 40 लाख से 50 लाख तक जो इंश्योरेंस स्कीम है पूरा इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए. जितने भी कैप्टिव माइंस है, कमर्शियल माइंस है, सबसे बातचीत करके जरूर करवाना चाहिए, बैंक से बात करके.
We will interact with the captive mines also, sir. 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 Thank you, sir.
see what minister has said is that ये सिंगरेनी के MD CMD है क्या?
Yes, Simran is
You
there.
want to explain जो आपने क्या किया सिंगरेनी में? जो इंश्योरेंस कराया ना बैंक अकाउंट्स, बेसिकली व्हाट्स most all the coal companies have done is that they have linked insurance for all the workers with their bank accounts. उन्होंने बैंकों से बात करके और बैंक को बोला कि जो बैंक whatever insurance that they may have otherwise, but the bank account related insurance is an over and above insurance available for them for their, in case there is any accident or any fatality. So that is an initiative minister has brought in the coal sector, And now every other sector like our PSUs, Hindustan Copper and Nalco, everyone is now following what Minister has started in Singareni and in Coal India.
And sir, I remember this was done by negotiating with the banks on the premise that we maintain a lot of funds in their banks. So they have offered a complementary kind of insurance without charging any premiums.
See, on safety, one more thing is DGMS here? Sir, we have another presentation by DG Mine Safety. But on safety, one issue that the states need to take care of is actually what is beyond this slide. This slide only talks about legal mines, accidents in legal mines. The recent accident that happened in Assam is something that states have to be careful about, wary of, and instruct district collectors that there is a lot of danger that is linked to the illegal mining. That is one. And two, even in legal mines, the last accident that we had in a Coal India mine is something which is an ancillary activity, a related activity. Someone who was carrying some material in a truck. The truck burst and then some 3-4 people died in Calcutta.
That was the West Bengal mine, sir.
Western coalfields in West Bengal a few months back. That is also not a mine related, but it was outside the mine, an ancillary activity. So not only the safety inside the mine, but also in ancillary activities, but also vigil on the illegal activities or illegal coal mining, rat hole mining. These are important topics for the states to look at from the safety point of view.
Show the slide, please. So this was, we are discussing on the safety. You can see the data is already discussed extensively. So we are doing a scientific mining and safe mining. We have issued guidelines for the mine closure for the discontinued mines issued in this year, and we have it targets for my closing of the mines nationalization, that's 1973 onwards. And the objective is to restore the mine in the original shape. Like yesterday Mantriji said, we should leave, because other people are also going to live in this world after we are moving out, that we have to restore to the pre-condition, like what exactly it was in initial stage. So restoring mined out land to the pre-condition mining and repurposing of land for the national benefit, because forest may not come in that proportion, but it can be repurposed for other national benefit. Like we had seen the earlier slide, pump storage projects can be there. It can be eco-mine tourism, whatever. Then benefit to the local communities affected by the mining processes. Then prevent illegal mining. Sometimes if we don't close the mine, they are prone for illegal mining. People enter through and they don't follow any kind of DGMS practices, and some accident may take place. So that is to stop that kind of illegal mining and accident that may occur. And we have the objective of restoring the ecological balance in the mined out areas. Coal companies are mandated to prepare temporary and fine closure mines, sir. As of now, we have almost abandoned mines, discontinued mines, 341. Pre-2009 are 179, post-2009, 162. Final closure has taken place in 3 mines, the details are there. And we have identified mines for closure, 22 for temporary closure, 127 for final closure. And we have also launched a mine closure portal last year. So now, after this...
One second. On the mine closure, you have heard Minister speak yesterday that it is a topic very close to his heart. He feels that we have to do something for the next generation after we do mining. So we have to do closure in such a way that the land can be utilized later for many years. So one issue which he keeps, in fact, coal में बहुत काम मंत्री जी ने कराया है और अभी भी काम चल रहा है. लगभग 4,000 करोड़ का माइन क्लोजर में पैसा खर्च किया गया इन कोल इन डीकोल्ड माइंस, और अभी भी काम चल रहा है. एंड मिनिस्टर इज इंसिस्टेड दैट वेन एवर यू डू क्लोजर you have to make use of the money spent as an economic activity. आपने यदि पेड़ पौधे लगा दिया तो आप एक लोकल सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को बना के वो आम का बगीचा उनको इंचार्ज बना दीजिए। ये पॉन्ड बनाए तो उनको एक छोटा सा ग्रुप बना के उस पॉन्ड में मछली पालन का काम उनको दीजिए। या कोई आपने टूरिज़्म एक्टिविटी का कुछ काम किया तो उसमें कोई लोकल ग्रुप को वहाँ पर एक्टिविटी सो दैट there is an economic benefit coming out of the coal mine closure money. We spend a lot of money in mine closure. There is an economic benefit coming out of it for the local community, and only then it will be sustained, and only then they will feel कि हाँ हमारे यहाँ mining होने के बाद भी जब mining बंद हुआ तो हमारे लिए फ़ायदा हुआ है. So this is a very important matter, and a little bit of review at the level of secretary will really help. आप कलेक्टर से जो भी रिव्यू करते हैं उसमें आप ये भी रिव्यू करेंगे कि ये जो 150 कोल माइंस जहाँ पर क्लोजर चल रहा है उसका लिस्ट वी विल सर्कुलेट टू यू. इफ़ यू टॉक टू द कलेक्टर देयर एंड से दैट कि यू नो सो मच ऑफ क्लोजर इज हैपनिंग एंड यू प्लीज़ इन्वॉल्व योर लोकल तहसीलदार और SDM एंड सो ऑन सो फोर्थ एंड प्लान प्रॉपरली, तो कलेक्टर्स का थोड़ा टाइम मिल जाए और आपका थोड़ा रिव्यू टाइम मिल जाए. द क्वालिटी ऑफ माइन क्लोजर वर्क कैन रियली इम्प्रूव.
Okay. Display the slide, please. So after I have all this content on the slides, now this is the slide coming for assistance that we require from the states for our mining process. Sir, in fact, we require a huge amount of clearances. Around we require 19 clearances for mine to start. So all this assistance on that clearances only. The total clearances, I just said, we require is almost 19. I am not listing all 19, but what we are requiring support of the states is on. Ministry actually monitors all this with the state government, MOFCC. We require support on the ECs, environment clearances that I explained, forest clearances, wildlife clearances, land acquisition possession, because land is the major input for us for mining, and possession, timely possession helps us to mine in an effective manner. Rehabilitation and resettlement of affected families, because unless the state provides us support for a rapid assessment, we cannot disperse the monies. Then consent to operate, it should be in time, consent to establish, and whatever NOCs that we require for mining process, they have to follow in time. These are exactly what things are going on. We are pursuing the states at many forums. The first one I have put here is the refund of royalty, DMF and MET in the grid slippage. What happens exactly when the gold that is dispatched, the grade may be changing. So the consumer has already paid a higher amount of revenue and they should get back that. So we have already written letters to the state in the year 23 and one more in 24 is the kind of order. But states have not actually onboarded. We want support on that. Also, in view of the recent accident that took place, Secretary Sir mentioned, it's known to everyone here in Assam. We have to have support from your sides so that the unauthorized mining, even in the abandoned mine or any kind of isolated pocket, doesn't happen. Then the SPCB, State Pollution Control Board, sometimes do impose a restriction and they don't issue the consent to operate or establish unless we comply the fly ash notification of 2021, that is using backfilling of the ash in the pits, the abandoned pits. So that should not be linked here. In fact, it's an independent activity of MOEF or maybe Power Ministry's notification. It should not be linked. Then granting of prospective license come mining lease without mandating prior forest clearances or NOC for drilling, because even for prospecting, we require a forest clearance, sir. We cannot do any kind of drilling before these are available. We want to have support on this, although this has been taken of the states at many forums. Allocation of land for critical infrastructure, because sir, we are going for the pithead power plants, solar projects, pump storage. Pump storage, I require support because there is a lot of power evacuation corridors. The pooling stations are required for pumping out this power out of the coal mining area, because just putting the PSPs or solar projects is not making any sense to us. We can only use the power generated to the extent of captive purpose, that is for mining power requirement. The excess power has to go to the grid. So all those require a state government support in the form of having agreement with the state local grids and all those things. We require support in obtaining timely physical possession of the land. So mostly these are in the land law or the clearances. Then for having the environmental clearances with us, sir, the state governments have been requested. I request here also to timely please conduct the hearing, public hearings, so that things are in a fast track mode. And we require support in expediting the identification, certification and notification of compensatory afforestation land for forest clearances. In fact, in this, Government of India has launched a green credit program for state government has to offer land so that it converts to GCP land bank. And this online processing of CTE or CTO should be there. The support is required in this area also. Land bank, I already referred, the creation of land bank for compulsory forestation is a need of the hour, because that will actually fast track the land positions and forest clearances. And there is an urgent need of reducing multiple approval for tree felling. Even after the EC is available, we require a lot of permission. In fact, the permissions are given on a year basis, sir. We want them to be given on a 5-year basis so that we don't have to run to the state government every year. This can be given a tranche of 5 years. And by the time 5-year period is over, the second one should come even 1 year ahead of that. So that is the support we require for tree felling and forest land position, sir. I think that's it. Thank you, sir. That's all I want to have support from states. Yeah, ma'am. माइक्रोफोन्स ले सकते हैं थोड़ा सा.
Sir, I have two questions. One is that in the coal mines over the years, there is a lot of overburden.
Yeah.
If that is auctioned, I understand it will be royalty for the state. But how do we go about auctioning? Because I understand the state is not given access onto the coal mine area, while the overburden would belong to the state. So that is one question.
Okay,
we want to auction, how to do it. Second question is, sir, that how we see it from the state's point of view. With coal mines operating in our areas, the royalty is just transferred to us and we do not get any figures about production or grade. And whenever we try to get information, if at all it is shared, it is with a lot of time lag. And then it is very difficult for us, even after years, we do not have data to match the royalty that has been transferred to the state. So what is our role? Are we just supposed to keep that royalty, whatever we get, leaving it to the CIL that it would have done the right job? Or if we have a monitoring role, how do we go about doing it, sir?
See, for the royalty part, I will answer here only. When the royalty is actually sent to the state, it's through the invoice. And in the whatever coal is dispatched to the state mechanism, they put challans on the state government portals. Jharkhand has a SINS portal, Odisha has a portal. So each mine has a state government challan mechanism. So the quantity that is dispatched is known to the state government already. And the grade, that is already known to the state because that is invoiced in the Coal India billing mechanism. And there may be grade slippage because the CCO does the grade regrading each year. So that is leading to the grade slippage. So the question that you raised, our state is not aware of the amount of coal that is known to you in the form of the invoices.
Do you have such a system in UP like they have in Orissa or Jharkhand?
Sir, Jharkhand is already there, Odisha is already there, other states also.
She is from UP.
Okay. So, my microphone, please.
We spoke to Coal India several times. They told us that we could check the information they've submitted to the ministry. So we then go to the ministry's site. But that normally happens at the end of the financial year. So for us, monitoring, we're literally like just staying out of it and just keeping whatever comes our way.
No,
So we'll do one thing.
Sir.
We'll have Coal India officer go to UP and handhold UP, maybe help them set up their system, so that they can track the way Orissa or Jharkhand tracks. Because there is a lot of royalty adjustment that needs to be done after the grade is either
Changed.
downgraded or upgraded.
Upgrade, yes, sir.
Right? There's a time lag.
It's a
And
time
they
lag,
should
yeah.
know that something is upgraded and they are getting more royalty or there's some royalty adjustment and all that. So Coal India ka kon aaya
Sir,
hai?
Northern Coalfield is operating in your state, Uttar Pradesh. So I will ask NCL to get in touch with you.
Yeah, this week, some director from NCL
Yeah,
will meet secretary.
Sure.
What
it
is
will
the
be done.
second issue she raised?
Sir, she was raising how we can do the auction of overburden. That we'll look and tell you. Sir, overburden auction, sir. Because the overburden that we keep after mining is in the state government land only. And madam wants to auction that overburden for their purposes. So that we'll check and tell you. I will not answer here. Sir, overburden, sir. They want to auction overburden.
Lohia, you want to answer? No, okay, sir. Lohia? Is there any relaxation that that new rule that we are getting, Will it help them in auction of overburden?
Overburden auction, sir. Sir, they have a lot of overburden in the state where the mining was done. After the mining of minerals or coal, whatever, they want to auction.
लेके जाते हो ना, लेने दो,
सर देख के
अपने
बताएंगे।
क्लियर होता ना।
ये अपना क्लियर हो जाएगा लैंड अवेलेबल सर।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल इसमें छुट्टी देना चाहिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अगर लेना चाहे तो कोई प्राइवेट वाला लेना, ओवरबर्डन लेने के लिए बोलना चाहिए।
ये सर मैं बताता हूँ, कुछ करीब 2 साल पहले यूपी गवर्नमेंट का एक लाइमस्टोन माइन में ओवरबर्डन था, तो वो चाहते थे उसको यूज़ करने के लिए, तो हमने सर रीजनल कंट्रोलर से उसका परमिशन दिलवा दिया, उन्होंने उसको भेज दिया। अभी कोल माइंस का है, इनका ओवरबर्डन वैसे भी लीज बाउंड्री के बाहर रखा हुआ है,
बाहर रखा और बहुत ह्यूज अमाउंट में है वो।
और आपका उसमें कोई, यू डोंट वांट अ क्लेम ऑन दैट,
No.
then let the state government auction, you write a letter to
Only few places we are converting to M sand. We are converting OB to sand. Some places only, not much.
No, we'll have to make some kind of a procedure, a standard procedure for every, not only you, every other state would be interested. So I am sure, sir.
इसमें कोई अदर मिनरल्स नहीं है, काली ओवरबर्डन है। बिल्कुल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, प्राइवेट लो, बिल्कुल देना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर कोई मिनरल है और कोई एक्सप्लोरेशन करने वाला है, उसलिए थोड़ा रोके तो ठीक है, अदरवाइज यू शुड गिव इट।
सर आपने हमारी बात कह दी सर। See, sometimes this overburden can have critical minerals. So what Lohia said about IBM doing a study and then allowing, that is important. So coal controller should be asked to do some kind of a study on what minerals are available in that overburden and then give permission. You want to add something?
हाँ सर।
Singareni?
सर ये ओवरबर्डन में 4-5 इशू होते हैं सर, जैसे कि ओवरबर्डन 4-5 काम के लिए आ रहे हैं सर, कि हमें जो एंड जैसे कि नेशनल हाईवे के लिए, कहीं स्कूल के लिए, कोई लो लाइंग एरिया के लिए, नाउ वी आर फेसिंग डिफिकल्ट सर।
तेलंगाना में रूल्स बने हैं क्या ओवरबर्डन के लिए?
अभी नहीं बने सर।
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll also do a survey of states and see if any state has come up with some policy, and then we'll help you in that. जो आपका
एग्जामिन
नॉर्थन
करेंगे
कोल फील्ड वालों को
उनसे
बोलिए
बात करेंगे। एंड फॉर द रॉयल्टी पर्पस द एनसीएल विल कांटेक्ट यू।
इसमें 2-3 विषय है
जी सर।
नंबर 1, उसमें कुछ मिनरल्स है क्या,
वो उस पे रिस्क है
नंबर 1।
यस सर।
नंबर 2, माइन क्लोजर में ओवरबर्डन यूज कर सकते क्या,
यस
नंबर 2।
पॉसिबिलिटी है सर।
नंबर 3, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स है उसमें कोई नेशनल हाईवेज के लिए यूज कर सकते क्या, नंबर 3। नंबर 4, अगर इसमें 3 होने के बाद बिल्कुल ओवरबर्डन जो भी ले जाना चाहते हैं बिल्कुल देना चाहिए। पहला फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी अपना 3 सेक्टर में होना चाहिए, ध्यान देना चाहिए, उसके बाद दे सकते हैं।
After it is free from our requirement, we can give, and this critical mineral may not be there. It should not be there inside, sir.
इस टॉपिक में छत्तीसगढ़ का कोई सजेशन है? इसी टॉपिक में ओवरबर्डन।
Hello. Sir, coal mines either granted through MMDR or CB Act. तो दोनों ही पोजीशन पे मिनरल कंसेशन रूल 1960 का रहता है। देयर इज एक्सप्रेस प्रोविजन रिगार्डिंग डिस्पोजल ऑफ ओवरबर्डन्स। तो ये सेम चीज़ें जो हम लोग लाइमस्टोन के बारे में बात किए, द सेम कैन बी अप्लाइड विद द कोल ब्लॉक्स आल्सो। बट एक चीज़ उसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगा सर, जो माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने जरूर ऐड किया कि कोल माइंस में
In Rajasthan, we have a good amount of lignite resources.
Yeah.
So for gasification, we signed our company, a state company, RSMML, we signed an MOU with IIT Madras. They have a technology for coal gasification. So accordingly, we applied for a block allocation. So department said, you come in auction.
Oh, that is
so
there.
even for just for experiment, it's not that we'll be doing some commercial thing. So at least for these experiments or MOUs for knowledge exchange or just to check, at least there must be some provision for allocation. So this is what I
How much area?
request.
इनका रिसर्च के लिए दियो ना, मद्रास में
Research
क्या
दे
होता है,
देंगे सर, रिसर्च के लिए दे देंगे सर।
रिसर्च के लिए दे सकते हैं,
दे
करिए।
सकते हैं।
See, we
So
will
again,
give-
we'll send a proposal.
राइट्स नहीं देंगे, रिसर्च के लिए देंगे।
रिसर्च के लिए।
ब्लॉक्स नहीं देंगे आपको, क्वांटिटी कोयला दे देंगे, रिसर्च कर लेंगे उस पे सर। हाँ,
कौन टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए करने दो।
यस।
So we'll send an amended proposal.
तो ब्लॉक्स विल नॉट बी गिवन फॉर सच सर। आई सेड कोयला दे देंगे, रिसर्च कर, लिग्नाइट दे देंगे आपको।
Koila in some block.
लिग्नाइट।
Lignite. Wherever it is, actually they did some research. So koila in some block which
See.
we want. We don't want block, but permission to.
रिसर्च
use
के लिए
that,
जो
research.
भी करना है सब
दे
कुछ
देंगे,
दीजिए,
सर।
कोई चिंता नहीं।
Sir, I think he has a question of underground lignite gasification.
Underground, yeah.
So underground he require a block, but if he does on the surface, he doesn't require a block.
आपके
Sir.
पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, क्यों डर रहे हो?
दे देंगे, सर।
टेक्नोलॉजी लाए तो बिल्कुल देना है।
दे देंगे।
और टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए, करना है तो करने दो।
कर देंगे।
So I'll discuss with you and send
please,
an amended
yeah,
proposal.
please make a proposal to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, if it's not a large area, it can be given.
It can be given, sir.
सिर्फ रिसर्च ही है वो।
हाँ सर, दे देंगे सर।
दूसरा विषय है जो स्टेट्स से मैं अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, जो भी मिनरल्स है उसको एक्सप्लोरेशन में सिर्फ जीएसआई का, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, वो करना है, वैसा छोड़ देते हैं। विद एग्जांपल लिथियम है जम्मू कश्मीर में, जम्मू कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट कोई रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं लेते, जीएसआई भी अलग अलग उनके सिस्टम में आराम से करते हैं। इसलिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है अपना अपने स्टेट्स में जो भी मिनरल्स होगा, कोल होगा, इसमें जीएसआई हो, अदर जो एक्सप्लोरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो, उस पर दबाव डालकर स्पेशल उसको रिसर्च एक्सप्लोरेशन करके उसका क्लैरिटी लेना चाहिए, देना चाहिए। इस पर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस पर ध्यान देकर प्रयास करना चाहिए। जीएसआई का देश भर में करते हैं, अलग अलग स्टेट में उनका टाइम टेकन वो टेकन रहते हैं, इसलिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी उस पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। उस पर अगर कोई, मैं छत्तीसगढ़ का बात किया हूँ, छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत जो पोलोवर में सबमर्जेंसी होने वाला है, उस एरिया में मिनरल्स है। छत्तीसगढ़ गवर्नमेंट रेस्पॉन्सिबल लेना, जीएसआई से बातचीत करना, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से बातचीत करना, कोल माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री से बातचीत करके बिल्कुल उस पर स्पेशल टारगेट करके एक्सप्लोरेशन शुरुआत करना, उसका रिजल्ट भी लेना चाहिए। ये कोल सेक्टर में भी हो, माइन सेक्टर में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स इसका रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेना चाहिए, डे टू डे मॉनिटरिंग करना चाहिए। एक्सप्लोरेशन कितने महीने में करते हैं? हमारा एक्सप्लोरेशन शुरू करते हो 5 साल 10 साल, ये ऑफिसर चला जाता है, दूसरा आता है, तीसरा आता है, ये चीफ मिनिस्टर चला जाता है, दूसरा चीफ मिनिस्टर आता है, उसमें कोई रिजल्ट नहीं होता। टारगेट डे टू डे मॉनिटरिंग करके इस पर एक्सप्लोरेशन दृष्टिकोण से बिल्कुल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स उनका टेबल के ऊपर डाटा लगाकर डेली मॉनिटरिंग होना चाहिए, इस पर बिल्कुल ध्यान देना चाहिए। नहीं तो वी कैनॉट मीट दी जो डिमांड देश में जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए जो डिमांड है, डिमांड मीट नहीं हो सकता है। इसलिए एक्सप्लोरेशन विषय पर पूरा ध्यान देना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत स्टाफ बहुत है जीएसआई में, हजारों लोग हैं, मगर उनके पूरा प्रॉपर चैनलाइज करना उनका पावर को, उनका शक्ति को, उनका रिसर्च को, उसमें पूरा डिपार्टमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के पूरा ध्यान देकर काम करना चाहिए।
Thank you, sir. I will request Chhattisgarh, whenever you present, you respond to what Minister has said just now on Polavaram submergence. What Minister has said, I want to reiterate it for the state secretaries, that you have a committee, State Planning Board, State Geological Planning Board, where you can plan for the exploration activity that you want to take up in the state, in which the GSI, IBM and every other agency is there. So मंत्री जी का ये रिक्वेस्ट है स्टेट से कि आप भी थोड़ा इनिशिएटिव लीजिए कि क्या ज़्यादा और क्या एक्सप्लोरेशन आप क्या हो सकता है। कल भी कई मंत्रियों ने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ ज़्यादा एक्सप्लोरेशन करिए। इट इज़ इन योर हैंड्स, यू कैन कॉल अ मीटिंग, GSI विल कम, वॉट एवर यू से they will give you the data, and if there is any scope for finding minerals, they will take up a new project. Day before yesterday, we approved 1,000 projects to be taken up by GSI in the coming year, and they can add more projects to that. And also, they can also involve private exploration agencies. आपको लगता है GSI वालों के पास ज़्यादा काम हो गया, ज़्यादा busy हो गया? There are 28 private exploration agencies, जिनमें से 2-3 लोगों ने कल प्रेजेंट किया। आप उनमें से किसी को बुला सकते हैं, वो लोग किसी भी एरिया को आइडेंटिफाई करके, if they give us a proposal, we will fund it from our National Mineral Exploration Trust. One more point which has not come in the presentation about coal blocks is that there is a lot of coal bearing areas, land which has been taken by the coal companies over the last 30-40 years, which is to be demarcated, which is to be mutated, and which is to be the 1.5 लाख एकड़ का ऐसा ज़मीन है जो कोल इंडिया का प्रॉपर्टी है टेकन अंडर द कोल बेरिंग एरियाज एक्ट, और उस ज़मीन का नामांतरण और ज़मीन का जो डिमार्केशन एट्सेट्रा is to be done by you. I will request you to take up this matter with collectors whenever you review mining issues with collector, and I will request coal ministry to circulate all the state related issues. आपने जितने presentation में आपने जनरल चीज़ बोला, आपको जहाँ पर कोल गैसिफिकेशन का प्रोजेक्ट्स हो रहा है या माइन क्लोजर का प्रोजेक्ट्स हो रहा है या जहाँ पर लैंड रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं, उसका पूरा लिस्ट बना के सेक्रेटरीज को दीजिए. अभी आप व्हाट्सएप में भेजिए, आप प्रिंट कर सकते तो प्रिंट करिए, सो दैट दे विल कैरी इट व्हेन दे गो बैक टू द स्टेट, दे विल रिव्यू विद द स्टेट एजेंसीज.
राइट सर.
Sir, can I say, sir?
जी.
Namaskar, sir. Actually, Coal India produces about 2,000 million cubic meters of OB every year, sir. So in Mahanadi, Maharashtra, the WCL, already state government has given some guidelines for disposal of OB for construction of roads and all. That's being done. But lot of OB is lying, sir. And the other thing is that already while drilling the boreholes, that complete lithology right from surface to coal seam, that is already some guideline is given. CMPDL is doing that, sir, so that we can know the presence of critical minerals and other whatever useful minerals.
तो ये जो एक दो एक्सपेरिमेंट महाराष्ट्र या ऐसे स्टेट्स ने किया है, उसको लेके आप यूपी एंड अदर स्टेट्स विच आर डिमांडिंग उनको सर्कुलेट करिए. यू डू फ्रॉम कोल इंडिया, यू डू अ वीसी विथ दीज स्टेट्स, जो कोल प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट्स, एंड हैंड होल्ड देम इन using or finding more minerals in the OB, because OB is their property. We should teach them how to make the best out of that OB.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, आगे बढ़िए.
Sir, my presentation is complete, sir, already.
Thank you. जी.
ये क्वेश्चन रह गया, प्लीज. अच्छा, सजेशन है.
सर, पहले तो सर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, और सर मेरे एक दो छोटे सुझाव हैं. हमारे पास विश्व की 5 बड़ी खदानों में से 2 हमारे पास हैं. एक आपने 2 नंबर पे गेवरा है, कुसमुंडा नंबर 4 पे है सर.
अब 4 तो ये पीछे आ गया, वो 5 पे आ गया.
5 में जी. तो हमारी ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है कि हम सब मिलके उसको वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड को, और क्योंकि गेवरा सर 9 किलोमीटर स्ट्राइक में है और वो अभी भी पूरी स्ट्राइक में ऑपरेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं सर. वो गेवरा, दीपका और कुसमुंडा नेबरिंग माइंस हैं, और वहाँ पे आज की डेट में करीब 185 मिलियन टन की कैपेसिटी अप्रूव्ड है, और वो करीब मुझे लगता है सर 250 मिलियन तक जा सकते हैं. तो उसमें 2 चीज़ें सर, एक ज़मीन और दूसरा हम फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी से रेल से कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आउट बाय एंड में जो लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी है सर, उस पर भी उतनी तेज़ी से अगर काम होगा तो
नहीं, वो सब प्लानिंग में है. CRL है, CWRL है.
आप पहले कोल मिनिस्ट्री में काम किए हो क्या? बैठ जाओ.
इसीलिए.
चलो जी, नेक्स्ट.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Shri Sanjeev Kasi ji, for that presentation. I think this is what we have already set the context. This is what we want the rest of the day to be, as interactive as possible. And moving on that note, our next presentation aims to identify, analyze, and evaluate diverse best practices implemented by state government to foster sustainable growth in the mining sector. I would like to invite Shri Abhijit Kulkarni, Senior Partner, Metals and Mining India Leader, EY LLP, who also comes with rich experience from his previous roles at McKinsey & Company and Larsen & Toubro Limited, to deliver the presentation. Let's welcome him on stage with a round of applause.
Jai Jagannath and Namaskaram. On behalf of FIMI and EY, I am here to talk about the synopsis of the report that was released yesterday by the Honorable Minister and other esteemed guests. आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, आई होप you people got some time to at least read some parts of the report that
You pick up a copy and show to them. Either. So that remember.
this is the one. This is the report I think that was released yesterday. As you would have seen, a lot of operational type of initiatives have been taken by a number of states. I want to compliment them for that. But I think today I want to talk about more the strategic aspects and very specific high impact initiatives which will reinvigorate mining. Strategic aspect kya hai? For our Vikasit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat, the mineral security of our country will be the backbone of this, particularly the minerals of the future. If we are not able to make progress, we will not be able to get to the Vikasit Bharat that we are talking about. Mining forms the base of all of this. Having said that, I think if you see the geological continuum across Africa, India, Australia, it is a similar geological continuum. And if you see Australia, if you see Africa, the reserves to resources ratio is much higher. In India, we are mineral rich, number of resources, but the resources to reserves ratio is low. And that's the first point to note. A lot of reserves and resources we have, we are not utilizing them enough. What are the typical challenges? I think one, we all know our mining contribution to GDP is small. It is actually stagnant, similar. This needs to pick up. I think as states, you put your KPIs, please put this as an important KPI as you look at whether your initiatives are yielding success or not. Reserve augmentation is low. This is the lag in exploration data. The exploration spend is 17 rupees per square kilometer. Globally, the standard is $60 per square kilometer. The Sajjan before talked about these delays of land acquisition and rehabilitation, permit delays, and then of course there is also environmental default by the industry. And these are the challenges we need to solve for. As you look at initiatives, think about how each of you are solving these challenges which are there. Just to make this point, as I said, the Australia-India continuum is similar geologically. But if you see, almost 90% of Australia is sort of explored through the aeromagnetic. We are only at 18% as India. I think that is worrying. If we have to get there, exploration will be the backbone. Also, why? I mean, this, all of us know this, but I wanted to still sort of emphasize why mining. It's not all bad. Huh? First, I think 6 to 7 million jobs, and this is almost 15% of the non-farm jobs that we need to create. Even in this age of AI, mining over the next 5 to 10 years will create these additional jobs. Very, very important. I spoke about mineral security for the country. If we keep importing, geopolitically, it creates pressures on us, and therefore important to become Atmanirbhar in this. Also reduce CAD, important for us economically, and also additional GDP of $30 to $40 billion over the next 7 to 8 years. This can add additional government revenue of 10 to 15 billion US dollars. Therefore, very, 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 very important. I think the role of the state governments is critical, because while the center will and needs to do a lot more, but will do what has to be done, the implementation happens at the states. And think about the big picture as you think about what operational initiatives you are taking. Am I contributing to that big picture? I think coming to the, I want to take 2 minutes. We are in Odisha. I wanted to take example of Angul and say how the MCL, the Talcher coal field, how has that impacted the lives of the people? We talked about economic numbers, but mining actually upgrades the standards of the people and reduces the poverty levels. This is an example of Angul district. On back of Mahanadi coalfields, Talcher, number of other industries have come in. What has that resulted in? 2 numbers I will ask you to look at. GDP per capita and the proportion of the poor segment. If you see what is expected in 2025, 1,000 rupees of GDP per capita, Angol is 220, Odisha overall is 66. Almost 4 times economic activity just because of the coal bearing area which has come in. Similarly, proportion of poor segment, if you look at just 2025, Odisha is about 15 to 20% poor. In Angol, it's only 3 to 5%. And a lot of this is because that coal bearing area and all the industries that came around it. That's why mining is important. I'll not spend a lot of time, but go through the report on best practices. Australia, what they have done, primarily faster approvals and permits. 12% contribution, mining contribution to GDP. Of course, one has to see that people are not taking wrong advantage, industry and private people are not taking wrong advantage, but we need to be faster with approvals and permits. Canada emphasized on sustainable mining. I don't see Canada as a great example, particularly in the last 4 to 5 years. Before that, they were really good. South Africa looks at holistic development, and South America, which is something we need to learn from, is on automating processes. A lot of that we are doing in India also now, started to do. I think in this report, we have looked at 8 key themes on what states need to do. These are the 8 key themes. What you see in green is where a lot of work states are doing. In blue, what you see, little bit work is being done. I think on the 7 and 8, a lot more needs to be done. I'll take a few examples of what some of the states are doing and call out the states here, particularly on, let's say, on administration. If you look at post-auction facilitation cell, online permits, and Rajasthan, Odisha have done well. I think here we will need to move from saying, हमने कितने auction कर दिए as KPI. I think it was a good metric to look at for the past 4 or 5 years. We need to move from there and say, out of the auctioned blocks, how many have got operationalized? I think this will be one key change that as states you need to start monitoring. KPI is not कितने auction कर दिए, 100 auction कर दिए, ठीक है, very good. ये हो रहा था. अब उसमें से actual operationalize कितने हुए and who will take responsibility for making sure that those are getting operationalized. I think if we move on to the next theme, exploration and development. Again here I think Gujarat, Odisha particularly, the establishment of the State Exploration Trust. I think here there are 2 points I'd like to make. One is of saying, let's get baseline data common. Please make sure that try and get as much baseline data you can to a common ground. And secondly, can you incentivize juniors, the private small players, to come in and do exploration in addition to GSI? That will be the enabler. If only GSI keeps doing, we are not going to get, we'll keep getting the linear growth rate. For the step jump, you need to bring in new players. I think the third theme was around technology and R&D. A lot is being done here. The mine surveillance system of Chhattisgarh, drone surveys of Maharashtra, Kerala, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh. I think a lot is being done here, but that is being done with objective of checking, to your point. ये ठीक कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं. That's good, but not good enough. Technology needs to be used to say, how can I enable exploration? How can I enable increase of production? How can I enable my private players to do better, more efficient, more scientific mining? I think that's the push I'll say on the third one. Social projects as well, I think people like Haryana are trying to bring in those water conservation, small projects which are being done. A lot more needs to be done there. I know the secretary spoke about my R&R, closures, but we would love for states, as you make the presentations, to think about this more. Sustainability as well. Sustainability will remain the key going forward. A lot of these actual initiatives need to be taken, but while keeping sustainability in account. One push for all of you here is, please try to find afforestation lands for companies, both state-owned and private. And the biggest problem that industry talks about is delayed FCs. and delayed FCs a lot to do with afforestation, the compensatory afforestation. How can you as states facilitate giving those lands for afforestation to the miners? Mine closure and reclamation we will speak about. I think skill building is the other thing that the states need to start looking at. In the next 5 to 10 years, mining will face a skill gap. Think about this. And finally, again, Odisha, we are in Odisha, so I'll talk about Odisha. Forward integration is something you people have looked at. Other states should start thinking, if you have mines, how do you have forward integration in front of you? I think about this as less of rating of states, but frankly looking at who is doing what momentum. There are a bunch of states in the first, all the way from Odisha to, let's say, Tamil Nadu, where some initiatives have started and some results are also seen. There are a bunch of states in the middle where initiatives have happened, but the outcomes are not yet seen, and there are a third bunch of states where even a lot of initiatives need to happen. Think about which category of the three do you fall in, and what can you do to move from bottom to top. I'll share 2 success stories. I think this Rajasthan Mineral State Exploration Trust, catch hold of the Rajasthan people here, understand from them and see if you can replicate this in your states. I think a great initiative. This dedicated body is making sure that the right set of baseline data is there, how to get more data, how can you auction the blocks well. They're also looking at pre-embedded mining lease with all the clearances in place. That will be a big enabler. Similarly, if I can look at the second success story, I think this is on exploration again, but looking at technology to fast track getting the right data. Odisha is doing this. Ask your friends from Odisha on how you can replicate it in your states. Finally, the report has talked about detailed recommendations in 5 key themes. I don't want to touch on this presentation on 5. I will talk of 3 key initiatives. If from this presentation you are taking nothing else, these 3 things, if we are able to make some progress in all of our states, it will go a long way. First is exploration. Get the standard reporting framework, either JORC or NI 43. All sorts of data in all sorts of different styles is put in. Please try to get this data done properly and empower juniors, particularly for the critical minerals. I think it's important. For blocks which are explored, please, if I can request, go back and see what can be done to operationalize them. For critical minerals particularly, please see what can be done more for exploration. Point number 1. Point number 2 is ease of doing business. I think one will have to be an enabler. Let me be a little bit bold if you don't mind, please don't mind. But if you talk to anyone, all of you here are more from the government side, talk to industry, or both in India and outside. They will always say, mining India mein karna hai, hum to nahi aayenge from outside. It takes 10 to 20 years. Internal players, of course, they are making huge amounts of money, good. They are giving employment as well. They are also trust hai. Aisa nahi hai ki they are. I'm sorry to say that, but right. Think about, all of you are enablers, not for those private players, for mineral security of the country, for all that we mentioned. What can we do within the framework, not going out of the framework, within the rules, within the framework? How can we enable to make these things, make productions faster, higher, get exploration, make ourselves minerally secure? 3 things I'll talk about. Think about single window clearance. This is more for the center, but think about, is there a single window clearance like there are in every major mining economy of the world? Can we think about ownership-based clearances versus mine lease-based clearances? A lot of these things are creating problems when the ownership changes hands. And third, I talked about this land bank for compensatory afforestation. This is the place where all of you can, in your positions, make the difference. And finally, I think responsible mining will be important. The first two are more from government. Third is actually responsible mining. The players have to do, the miners have to do. But how can you enable and make sure that they are doing this? Two things I'll talk about. One is for smaller leases, can we combine smaller mines and can we do cluster-based approach? I think number of states like Goa and others have tried to do that. How can we do that? And finally, is there a, both for star rating from, it's more enabling, can you rate, like we have sort of given the states ranking, can you rate the players on responsible mining so that they themselves start doing a lot of things that we want them to do. I know I've taken a lot of time, but in conclusion, India has a huge mineral potential. We are behind on several mining benchmarks. It is our prime duty that if we want to get to Vikasit Bharat, we have to make a step jump. Everything else will flourish only if mining flourishes. A high aspiration to have mineral sufficiency will lead to 6 to 7 million more jobs in this age of digital and AI, where people are worried about their jobs, but will also add to 30 to 40 billion US dollar of GDP. And to achieve this, states will be the prime movers. And three most important things that we need to do: drive exploration reforms, get juniors in, improve the ease of doing business genuinely and fast track set of clearances, and finally reinvigorate by building confidence on responsible mining. Best wishes to all of you. Thank you for your patient hearing. Happy to answer questions now and beyond. Dhanyavad. Any questions? I think probably have 5 minutes.
If there are no questions, I will request all the states to go through this book. Yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister of Orissa spent 10 minutes on stage going through the report, going through the best practices mentioned by Orissa. It is in page number 118 what Orissa has given, about 10 pages of best practices of Orissa. He went very keenly through them. For 10 minutes he was reading. And I want every state government to read what is not your state.
Yes.
Read other states so that you will get to know what actually other states are doing. Even if they are smaller states, even if they are states which don't have much contribution to mining, some of the best practices actually come from those states, because there it is very easy to implement a best practice. So you can copy from there and then implement in your state. The E&Y team, FIMI, Mr. Bhatia is there, the Industry Association, FIMI, E&Y and the ministry have done 3 months of work in bringing this booklet together. This booklet should also help you in getting more marks under the state mining readiness index that we are going to announce on 1st of April. I know most states are working towards that. We have given 5, 6, 10 areas where you can quickly do reforms and get marks for that. So just like ease of doing business ranking, we are going to have a state mining ranking which will be evaluated on the basis of what you have done up to 31st of March 2025, and on 1st of April we will evaluate and release a ranking. So in the state best practices slide that he has shown, where Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan are on the top, maybe some of the states which are below that, actually we have given you an exam with a lot of books to copy. So just copy, you have 2 months time, you can reach the level of Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, which are the top states, easily by copying the ideas that we have given you, by bringing those reforms in the next 2 months in your state. So We are hoping that this booklet will help you, one, doing better work in the state, and two, also to bring your state onto the national recognition of ranking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni. And based on what Secretary Sir just said, our next presentation, we can say it is about mind your own business but learn from each other, because this one is going to be a presentation from different states on the auction and best practices, and we will be calling out the states in the order of the successful auction figures since the introduction of the auction regime. So we'll start with Rajasthan, which was also the best performer for fiscal 23-24, and we have with us Shri T. Ravikant, 98 batch IS officer, Principal Secretary Mines and Petroleum, Government of Rajasthan. I'll request him for the presentation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Ravikant, I am going to strictly monitor the time.
Yes, sir.
5 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for question answers.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister Mines, Government of India, Secretary Sir, esteemed colleagues from Government of India and various states, very good morning to you all. Thank you for this opportunity. You can see these figures. We have picked up our auctions since the last 2 years. Last 2 years we have done well. Last financial year 31, and this year we have done 33 blocks auction, and 22 are in pipeline. So we'll be doing it before 31st March. 22 are in pipeline. They are mostly, you can see, limestone, iron ore, base metal, manganese, etc.
Ravikant,
Yes,
no
sir.
progress report, only
Okay, sir.
best practices.
Okay, sir.
Best practices.
Okay, sir. So for best practices, I'll go to the next slide because these are facts. This is about minor minerals. This is also figures, but I would like to emphasize we got 497 crore revenue from minor minerals auction this year alone. And I would like to mention 2 spin-offs of this auction process in Rajasthan. One is new players have entered the mining sector. Earlier it used to be all macho type of people in mining sector, and a lot of youngsters, 35, 40 years, they have entered. That has created a lot of positive atmosphere in the mining sector in the state. Secondly, investors gained a lot of confidence through this transparent auction procedures. This year we had investment summit, Rising Rajasthan. We received 1.8 lakh crores of investment proposals in mining sector alone. Honorable Minister was also there in one of our mining theme sessions. So these 2 are the important spin-offs we are already seeing in the state. So this I would like to share. So in our auction process, basically we don't have any kind of interference, political otherwise in the process. That's why we are able to do very fast. And even LOIs also, yesterday presentation they were showing 14 pending, but now there are only 2 pending. Last 10 days back, our Honorable CM and he's also our minister, he cleared all the files and minimal pendency, and we are doing it very fast because of no interference from any kind of thing. That's why we are able to do this. And we also have good coordination with the central agencies, GSI and MICON and other people, so that we prepare blocks very fast, and we have dedicated officers for auction. This has already been covered by Mr. Kulkarni. I want to emphasize only 2 things. One is we are very comfortable with our resources. We raised already 178 crore of rupees with RSMET because we charge 2% on royalty of minor minerals. So we are confident and we have sufficient money. So we want to go for further partnerships. So we want to go for use of AI and ML in exploration. For that, yesterday some of the startups, they gave presentation. They got awards here. So we would like to have a kind of engagement with them. So for that, what happens is in the state, the tendering process, it will take some time, and there's usually inertia. So I request that there must be some kind of a star rating for these startups so that we can give work to them directly. So in our Rajasthan state, IT department has this system of platinum rating and gold rating of IT-based startups. So we can give them work straight away without any tendering up to a certain limit. So in that way, if we can enable that, so we can do faster engagement with the startups and the latest technology in exploration. Next, post-auction facilitation cell. This we have set up and we have dedicated officers. Every second day, our officer of additional director rank, he goes to Pollution Control Board office and SIA and other forest regulatory offices. They pursue it very hard. So we are getting good results. We want to strengthen it further. So here I want to emphasize like one thing at the district level also we are going to change. That is, there is a committee headed by district collector in almost all the states. We also had one, but the focus was on negative thing, that is, control of illegal mining, etc. All regulatory departments were there. So now we have introduced a committee. We have amended the constitution of that committee, including the lessees who got LOIs in that district. So, or their association, so that every month there will be a meeting there. So whatever problems they have on the ground, so collector level committee, including DFO and SP, they will be there and they will sort out the issue so that it will help in operationalization of mines very fast. This we are, our CM has already approved and orders will be issued shortly. So these are some of the IT measures. We are pioneer in IT systems. We have been using this since 2011, but there is a slowdown in the last 4 or 5 years, and we will be coming up with the upgraded system. This I don't want to spend much time on this. And this also, in the pipeline, we have I want to emphasize on 2 things. We also want to set up a kind of an auction monitoring module, a kind of PMU kind of a thing, which Government of India is setting up, so that we are slow in operationalization, mostly because we auctioned all our blocks in the last 2 years. Last 2 years, most of them are they have applied for EC and they are waiting for ECs. So in the 3rd year, the results start coming. So still we want to speed up. Secondly, there is a kind of a demand from various organizations to start a kind of an app called M-Vigil, on the lines of C-Vigil of Election Commission of India. Whenever they see any illegal mining, they will report. So there will be an app and they can upload video, they can upload photographs. And some of the states have already mentioned, one of the ministers, they mentioned yesterday also. Coming to DMFT, we have mobilized a huge amount of 10,493 crores, and the sanctioned amount is 7,833 crores, and we could spend for 5,000.
If there is any best practice in
one of the best practices I would like to say, this is about silicosis. Silicosis, we have a system of screening at the PSC level, and at the district level, they have a social justice department, have a AI-based system to identify who the real silicosis victim is. So after that, we have a compensation. We pay compensation from DMFT. We have already paid 274 crores so far for silicosis victims. This is one. Secondly is in Bhilwara district, they run a van basically to identify silicosis victims. These are the practices other states are also must be doing. One more practice I want to emphasize is in Hanumangarh district, they have set up incinerators in all the schools. We have a scheme of free distribution of sanitary napkins, but there is no incineration facility. So they have set up 521 incinerators in various government schools. So these are the, like some of the best practices. So we'll be doing more. So we thank you very much for all the guidance, sir, and we will be doing whatever the other states are doing. So we are trying to do our best. Thank you very much, sir.
Since Rajasthan is the best performing state, and everyone knows that the forest clearance is the biggest obstacle towards this block auctioning. So may I know, how do you manage this forest clearance?
Sir, it's very difficult. As you said, every month we try to conduct a meeting at the level of Chief Secretary, and we list out all the pending projects, and we call ACS Forest, and we also call our State Environment Impact Assessment Authority Chairman also in that meeting. So we just put forward those things before Chief Secretary, and that helps us to a certain extent. Still there are a lot of delays, but still we keep trying.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
राजस्थान में जो मार्बल एंड ग्रेनाइट एंड रेड स्टोन का वो कैसा सिस्टम है, कैसा आप एक्शन कर रहे हो? मार्बल, ग्रेनाइट एंड रेड स्टोन जो पार्लियामेंट को यूज़ किया है.
सर इसमें ये तो मार्बल इज जो माइनर मिनरल के ऑक्शन होता है तो उसी से होता है.
कितना है अभी वो ऐसा, कितना माइन से?
Marble, sir, we have I don't have the exact figure now, but we have lots of them, but it is in the downward trend now because of there are a lot of alternatives have come up in the market.
सर एक मार्बल एंड ग्रेनाइट का एक काउंसिल है सर जो हमारे मिनिस्ट्री में, जिसमें मार्बल और ग्रेनाइट के डेवलपमेंट के लिए कुछ रूल्स बने हैं. तो उसके तहत हमने रिसेंटली सारे मार्बल ग्रेनाइट प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट्स को बुला के एक रिव्यू किया, और हमने जो जैसे आंध्रा है, कर्नाटका है, राजस्थान, ऐसे जो मार्बल प्रोड्यूसिंग जो ग्रेनाइट प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट्स हैं उनका बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी आपस में शेयर कराया. एंड राजस्थान इज़ वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्टेट्स इन डूइंग ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस व्हेन इट कम्स टू ग्रेनाइट एंड मार्बल. ये लंबे लंबे समय के लिए लीज देते हैं, इनका फीस वगैरह भी कम है. तो हम बाकी स्टेट्स को भी बोला कि राजस्थान से वो स्टडी करें.
थैंक यू सर.
Thank you so much, Ravikanji. Well, in his inaugural address yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha had expressed confidence that Odisha will lead India's mining growth, and our next state is Odisha. We have with us Additional Chief Secretary, Steel and Mines, Government of Odisha, Shri Surendra Kumar Ji, a 93 batch officer. He is also in charge of General Administration and Pension Grievances. I'll request him for the presentation on Odisha.
Thank you, Diksha. Can we have the presentation, please? Let's come straight to the institutional framework for auction page, because I'd like to skip over the data as to how many auctions we've done and what has been the performance. Yes, we accept that last 1.5 years, Odisha has been a bit slow in the auctions, but not that we don't have the intention. We have 30 blocks ready for auction. I am hopeful that we'll have at least 10, if not more, before the closure of financial year, and we'll have another 20 in the next coming year.
फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर नहीं,
Financial year.
28 के पहले
फाइनेंशियल
नहीं, सीएम साहब ने बोला
हाँ, बिल्कुल सर,
कि इन्वेस्टर समिट 28 को है, उससे पहले 10 निकालेंगे.
सर एनआईटी निकल जाएगा डेफिनेटली सर, एनआईटी तो निकल जाएगा सर. वंस वी गेट द अप्रूवल फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट विल डेफिनेटली इंश्योर. आई हैव ऑलरेडी इन टच विद द SBI caps which are our transaction advisor, and they've assured that they'll take 7 days time to come out with the NIT. So we are on the track, sir. So what I would like to now, I'd like to focus on what are the key areas that we have experienced and developed systems over time. Because see, mining in Odisha has been a it has gone through rough weather. 2007 to 2011 was a very bad period. And from then on, we've stabilized, and today, wherever Odisha stands is basically the experience and putting in place the institutions that we've done over the last 1.5 decades. So one is that the exploration of the blocks, we are very aggressive with that. We have Odisha Mining Corporation, the chairman, I am the chairman of that corporation, I have my MD and a whole team of officers. We have a OMECL, it's called the Odisha Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, on the lines of MECL of the central government. And we take a lot of explorations through OMECL. Simultaneously, we also depend on GSI. We have also started 2 mines with private exploration company. And in the future, we intend to have more such private players, because I know that OMECL and GSI will have limitations. So it's been rightly pointed out that if we want the blocks to come forward for auction, we'll have to do the exploration, and we firmly believe that it should be G2 level so that we get real good prices. We have technical committee in the, as you can see, technical committee and technical evaluation committee. TEC is basically chaired by me, where the GRs are, the geological reports are reviewed, and finally, we at the TEC level take the final call, after which it goes to the high part committee, which is headed by the development commissioner of the state. In the high part committee, there are several senior officers, including industry and everybody, who take the final call as to which blocks are to be put on the block for auctions. Thereafter, as I told, we have done very good thing of having SBI CAPS as a transaction advisor. And our partnership has been for 5 years now. So we have a trust also amongst us that this advice that they give, which should be adhered to, and they also help us a lot in the pre-bid conferences and the entire processing of auctions. NSTC Limited, of course, they are the best so far as the CPSU platform is concerned. And fortunately, I'd like to tell you that I was working way back 3 decades ago in MSTC. So I was myself an employee of this company also. And I know how professional they are. So they are very good for us. Of course, we have a nodal officer at the additional secretary rank, who after the conclusion of the auction and when the preferred bidder has been declared, thereafter his job starts to follow up, get the LOI, process it within timeline, ensure that the LOI is issued, and thereafter follow up for getting the necessary clearances. Of course, in case of the brownfield projects after the 8B, the vesting orders that have come now, so his work has reduced, and that was a very good step and positive step taken by Ministry of Mines. We had also suggested that, and I'm thankful to the Ministry of Mines and the Honorable Minister that it was accepted. And of course, then we have the dedicated forests clearance cell, both in the OMC as well as in the State Department, that is my department, because OMC also has a lot of mines. So they have a separate cell, and our department has a separate cell for getting the necessary forest clearances. We do liaising with the SIA and the MOFCC and also the PCCF office, and try to curtail. In fact, I was discussing with the ADG Forest, who is here, Mr. Mahanti, and he's been very kind to assure that over the years, we'll definitely work on a system where we bring the average time from 3.5 years approximately to 4 years to approximately 2 years. And I think that is achievable in the next 2 or 3 years, which is a practical possibility by 2030, 2031. Come to the next one, please. Acts and policies. Yeah, this one. So we have, as I said, in 2007-8, we enacted the OMPTS Act. It's a very long name, but I'll just use the acronym, OMPTS Act, which we developed when this issue of illegal minings and all those things happened in Odisha. And since then, it has been strengthened from time to time. It has been amended 3 times. This basically ensures that whatever illegal mining that used to happen cannot happen now. One of the good things that I'll tell is that, one example, that within 40 kilometers of the mineral, the pit head, there is no stacking or storage allowed whatsoever, because all the illegal mines that were extracted in the night were deposited in a storage point. So that we have removed. I'll come to the, I'll first come to the OMC part. Now in OMC, this is one thing that very important. the CPSU, like NMDC and OMC, we play a very, very critical role in providing ore to the smaller plants who do not have access to mines or do not have mining leases. So here we have a policy called LTL policy, long-term linkage policy, with those plants which have state-based end-use plants. And this plays a very, very critical role in ensuring raw material availability to the smaller players. This, therefore, is very, very important, which I'll come to the last slide when I talk about the issues. And then we provide this ore not at the highest price, but at the weighted average price, which is slightly lower than the highest price, so that the industries get a benefit of the price advantage. These are the three things which we have developed. I3MS, I'll spend some time on this. It is called Integrated Mines and Minerals Management System. This we started in 2007-9, between that time. And today I'm sure that a lot of states have developed similar kind of applications, because the person who developed for us has now gone pan-India and is developing this software. Here, it is basically a transactional software from end to end. So right from the EC, grant of lease, EC, to the dispatch of mineral, everything is transactional and captured in the software. There is nothing that can escape this portal. So if somebody wants to dispatch the ore, he has to apply, the lessee has to apply in the portal for dispatch, where we will go and do the sampling, we will get the grades, calculate the royalty to be paid, then issue the transit pass, so that the entire ore, every ton of ore is accounted for, and there cannot be any dispatches without the details being captured. Right? And then, of course, we have all the transporters and licensees. So it is both for lessees as well as licensees. Licensees are those people who consume the ore. So there can be traders, there can be end-use plants who do not have any mines for them. It can be transporters. So everybody is onboarded on this portal, and every transaction is through this portal. And thankfully, we have so much of data available today that if anything is there, whether it is a grade of mining, whether the quantity of mining, how much of ore is being exported, how much is going outside the state, how much is being consumed inside the state, which plant is consuming how much ore, is also available with us. So we can do a data analysis, and that is why we have gone for SaaS analytics, where we are now generating MIS reports so that we can change our policies, because these are very helpful in changing our policies. I4MS is basically a similar shadow portal for the minor minerals, which we started shortly around 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago. And minor mineral, of course, we get around 1,000 crores. This year our target is around 2,000 crores. So yes, it is very, very important for us, in particular for the construction activities. And we are focusing on this. It has been transferred to Mines Department. Previously, it was with the Revenue Department. So a couple of more things. We have a check gate automation system, whereby now when a vehicle moves with the ore after having the transit pass, it will automatically get weighed, as also the scanned of the truck with the number. So there is an application that has been developed, and the entire data will be thrown into the system, so that we can know that whether the truck has moved with TP, and the app will also catch that whether the TP is genuine or not. It is an authentic TP or not. It is not a fake or fabricated transit pass. Vehicle tracking system has been going on for last almost a decade now. There are predetermined routes. So when a truck or a person applies for transit pass, the destination is known. So the route is mapped. From the pit head to the destination, the route is mapped. So if any vehicle deviates from the route, it will send a signal, ki sahab, this vehicle is diverting from the route, there is something wrong, you check it. So we are basically, it's helpful in tracking the vehicles and checking illegal transportation of mines. So, of course, we are coming up with the robotics lab. This is a new intervention by the Directorate of Mines and Geology, and so also OMC. So this basically is to ensure that there is no human interference while sampling the ore, because grade of ore is very, very critical for the state revenues, and therefore human intervention, so that there is no chances of any manipulation in the grade of ore. We are going for these robotic labs where the samples are selected randomly, and the trace, you cannot trace the origin of the sample. Right? So broadly, this is it. Now, I would like to, of course, we have the state level task force and the district level task force. We have enforcement squads which go on a random basis and check the grade of ore, sampling, stacking, and other things. So I would now move to a few issues rather than going on the DMF, because that's a routine thing. I'll spend 2 minutes time, sir, for highlighting some of the issues that also we need to know about. Sir, one problem that Odisha is now facing is, after the auction regime, and we have 24 working mines, operational mines, out of the 44 that we've auctioned, one thing that we are finding is that the MDPA regime that came into being immediately after the auction has resulted in non-availability of 20% of the ore. MDPA was 80% of the previous 2 years' production. So what effectively happened, 80% means it was the EC. People are now producing 80% of the total EC capacity. As a result, 20% ore is only squatted upon, number one. This ore is not available to the market, which was earlier available pre-auction, because 80% of the production means 100% was being produced earlier. Secondly, sir, this is costly to the lessees, because the bid that they have given, the bid premium is, let's say, on an average 120. The royalty DMF NMET comes to 16.8. So effectively, the cost to the, and then of course you have 10% of raising cost. So effective cost to a lessee is approximately 140 to 145% of the ore sold. So there is now a desire not to go beyond the MDPA. I have many examples, I'd not like to name them, but this 20% shortage that today Odisha is facing is creating a problem for the smaller industries who do not have end-use mine leases. Second is, sir, that merchant mines have become now virtually captive mines. Most of the larger players who have taken mines in auction, they are large players. They have their end-use plants, and they are increasing their capacity, which is very good also, because steel capacity in this country is going up. So people who had 10 million tons are now going for 20, 15, whatever. Tatas are going, JSW, JSPL, ArcelorMittal, everybody. As a result, most of the ore is going for their captive consumption. I mean, a lessee like Rumta Mines, which was purely merchant mine, is now using 60% of their production for their own captive purposes. As a result, again, availability of ore in the market has come down. So this is second point, sir. Third, sir, as I said, OMC or NMDC plays a very critical role in making ore available to the smaller players who are dependent on these PSUs or the merchant mines. But since merchant mines, in our case, I have seen, we did a study, almost 90% of the ore is going to their respective plants. So CPSUs and SPSUs need to be strengthened under 17A so that ore availability for the smaller players is ensured. Otherwise, 5 years down the line, we may face very, very serious situation. That is my conjecture, sir. Because the way things are moving, merchant mines are becoming very few and far in between. So this is very, very important, sir. One more issue, sir, that we want to request Ministry of Mines is regarding this data accessibility. I tried to do a lot of research myself also, because when I want to form a policy or want to inform the government about something, I'm actually at a loss to find the data. We have our data in the I3MS. I want to cross-verify with IBM as to what has been, let's say, Form M or Form L. So these forms are not readily available to us. We have to get it. So if at least the user agencies, the state governments can be allowed to have data access to IBM data and such other data, it will be very, very helpful, because I have come across a case where a person submitted 2 separate reports, Form N and Form N. The closing balance with me was different than what the closing balance was given to IBM. Now these are irregular practices that need to be checked, because our job is also regulate the mining sector. And sir, one last thing before I conclude, sir. I request Ministry of Mines, using their good officers, in helping the states in accessing the best technology that is available, both for exploration, mining, and for regulation, sir. Like, I'll just like to tell you, sir, this house also, that recently we have signed we are going to sign an MOU with ISM Dhanbad and with Texmin, which is basically a JV, where we want to use artificial intelligence to begin with for stacking, because stacking is a very, very critical factor for deciding the what is the grade of the ore. Now, we all know majority of the cases it is pithead dispatch. It doesn't go for stacking. So we are using this technology, AI technology, and machine learning will take 6 months' time, after which we will do that. So this is one area, sir, we would like to have guidance of the Ministry of Mines. There are a lot of technologies available for mobile checking of this grade, because the time is now come. In couple of years from now, we'll have JSW having a slurry pipeline. So we need to be educated on the technology available for checking the grade of ore in case of a slurry pipeline. Likewise, if we want, we are talking of Viksit Bharat, where the dispatches have to go. Right now, we are dispatching around 167 million tons. We have to go to 300 million tons. So when we go for 300 million tons, sir, the dispatch time taken per truck is around, let's say, 3 minutes or 5 minutes. We have to aim by using technology to come down to 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes at a maximum. Now there we have to use this XRF technology, PGNA technology, where the gamma rays hit on the coal or the iron truck, and the chemical combination or the molecular combination of that ore can be found out, so that the evacuation time is reduced from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. And so also we are working on increasing the road network so that the transportation can be taken care of. So these are some of the areas where we would, as using this conference as a platform, I want that if Ministry of Mines can be helpful to us, probably we'll be able to achieve the goals set out for us for the Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. I can have questions.
Any questions from states? So let me answer some of the questions that you have raised. The first 2 points that you raised, the answer is with you only. You have auctioned more mines, then you will have more availability of ore, for the people in Orissa. On the third point on 17A, we have a lot of your applications with us, and we try to be more consistent in doing it across the states or across ministries who approach us for reservation. So as and when we decide to do something, we'll let you know. And your suggestions on IBM data access and your suggestions on technology handholding are absolutely correct. We will involve the states in our big AI project that is coming up. It could be worth around 100 crores, but that GSI AI project, we will involve all the states. And on this IBM data access, I want you to sit with the secretary and see what the issue. My understanding is all the IBM data is accessible to states. If there are any issues in the readability, accessibility, so on and so forth, or the time lag, we will improve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can you also read out the list of states, the sequence, so that states are ready, they know when their number is?
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. So I'll just give the next sequence, next 3 sequence at least. So we'll start with after Odisha, Karnataka, and then Maharashtra, and then Chhattisgarh. So I think they can be ready. So yes, I've just mentioned, so from the Purva, the eastern state of Odisha, we will now move towards south to Karnataka, and we have with us Director, Department of Mines and Geology, Karnataka, Shri Girish R., an IS officer of 2010 batch. I'll request him for the presentation.
Good afternoon to all of you, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. It's my privilege to be here today, but I cannot take the privilege of Orissa to have a longer time for my presentation. I will be very concise in
Orissa
my presentation. First slide, please.
Orissa has a host state advantage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You host the next conference in Karnataka,
Certainly,
you will get
sir.
more time.
It would be our pleasure, and we will be happy to host next events. Sir, this is the status of overall action. So far, we have actioned 49 blocks, and CRISIL is our transaction advisor, and we have been doing it through MSTC. And primary challenge is getting forest clearance and environment clearance.
You are not supposed to raise challenges. You are supposed to tell best practices.
Yes, sir. Next is there in that, sir. So the So these are the blocks which are in action, that is in the current year. around 10 blocks are in action. The process is likely to conclude in another 20 days. So these are some of the best practices we have been practicing it. We constituted a committee called State Empowered Committee in 2018 when the action process was in nascent stages. Karnataka was, along with Odisha, was first in actioning the mines. We started our process of actioning the mines in 2016, but more action took place thereafter. So we had a committee under the chairmanship of the Chief Secretary, and our Secretary Mines and Commerce and Industry was member secretary. At the stage, it was basically required to take a policy decisions on what to do and how to go about. So I don't know. Yeah. So of late we started facing lot of problem in forest clearance. Honorable CM of Karnataka also reviews the progress of revenue collection and forest clearances very frequently. So we constituted a committee under the chairmanship of Additional Chief Secretary to Forest, because forest was the area which was a bottleneck in getting the necessary approvals. We have got PCCF Forest, PCCF Environment and Ecology, and also the PCCF Wildlife, and all forest people are involved. And even we invite the DCF, that is the District Forest Officer, for these meetings. In Karnataka, there are 4 districts which have got major iron ore mines, and they have been a part of this meeting. And even though it was constituted just a year back, we have already held around 8 meetings, and this has been helping a lot in getting the necessary clearances, because many times smaller objections, all you know that they have to go through Parivesh portal and they raise some compliances, and again it come back. Such minor things used to delay a lot in getting the necessary approvals, and that all has been avoided with this kind of system. Another good thing is we call the lessees also, so that there is no communication gap between the government, that is the department, in the mines department, and the forest department and the lessees. So this is helping us a long way in getting the necessary approvals. So as I said, the meeting is supposed to happen once in 2 months, but we have been holding more meetings to see that the compliances are done. So another important thing what we have done is one state, one GPS. Many states have already done this. I would like to highlight on some of the unique features, like we have got live tracking and history tracking in our system, and also geofencing. So if a truck enters a geofenced area and doesn't generate the permit, we will get a trigger. Based on that, we will be able to monitor the movement of the mineral. So far, around 57,000 vehicles have been registered. The vehicles which transport material had to be registered in our portal. 57,000 vehicles have been registered in one state, one GPS, and this has been integrated with our integrated lease management system. So without GPS registration vehicle, it is not possible to generate the permits under ILMS. So ILMS recently we developed in a newer platform through e-governance, where even payment of DMF, TCS, everything is computerized and online payment. And especially for minor minerals, there is no need for any lessee to come to our office. They can pay online and generate permits for this purpose. And it has helped in monitoring, and we have collected around 6.5 crore rupees of penalty in last 1 year only for the violations of GPS violations, like not reaching the destination or entering the geofenced area and going without permit, that kind of thing. We generally give a notice to them and provide them an opportunity of hearing, and based on the data available with us, we are imposing penalty on them. So we have set up one state, one GPS control rooms. This is the control room in our head office at Bangalore. We have similar control room at the districts with the 2 people who will be every day taking and monitoring the violations, and it would be given to our deputy director or senior geologist at district level, and they are further monitoring and taking penal actions on them. So this is the DMFT. DMFT best practices I would like to concentrate. We have evolved a system of project management of DMFT, that is right from the identification of the project, technical sanction, administrative approval, work order, then execution, and all the entire activities in that process have been digitized. This system is ready and we are likely to launch it very soon, so that we will have a better control over the things that is happening in the area of the DMF. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Well, that's the beauty of a conference like this. We are traveling across the mining map of India, knowing the best practices sitting under one roof. So from south, we'll move towards west, and it's time for now Maharashtra. We have with us Dr. Gajanan Kamde, Director, Directorate of Geology and Mining, Maharashtra. I'll request him for the presentation. With a round of applause from all of you. Thank you.
Good morning all, Honorable Secretary Sir. Good morning all, Honorable Minister for States, Honorable Secretary Mines on the dais. I am myself Dr. Gajanan Kamde, Director of Mines and Geology, Maharashtra, here to present the best practices in the state. Presentation please. Next one. Sir, this is about Maharashtra. When we started in 2015, sir, we are the pioneer state where we started the auction regime after amendment of MMDR Act. In 19th November 2015 only, we have started auctions. Until date, we have conducted 13 phases of auctions. Maharashtra also has received Rashtriya Khanij Vikas Puraskar on June 22 for combined performance in the years 1920 and 2021. Sir, this is about our auctions. Till date, we have auctioned 40 mineral blocks, in which there are 22 mining leases and 18 are composite licenses. So this is commodity-wise breakup, where iron ore, we have 2 mining lease blocks and 10 CL blocks, that is total is 12. Manganese, 6 mining leases are 3 and composite licenses are 3. For bauxite, we have auctioned 8 mineral areas. For mining lease, it is 7 and CL is 1. Also for the limestone, we have auctioned till date 8 mineral blocks. These are all 8 are the mining leases. Then for
best practice mein aa jaiye, best practice.
Yes sir, I'm coming there, sir. The next one is regarding, sir, operationalization of the auction blocks.
Slide change kariye, jo bhi laptop mein.
Slide change. Yes. Regarding this auctionalization of mineralized blocks, sir, I would like to say we are having a committee at our secretariat level, Honorable Chief Secretary, and it is chaired by our Secretary Mines. So we are taking continuous follow for these auction blocks leases to convert these blocks in operationalization. Out of which, out of these 40, sir, we are now going to start production in one mine, that is mining lease was granted to Ambuja Cement, that is for limestone mines. And remaining 7 are composite licenses. Out of which 3 blocks have been already, exploration has been started, and 4 more blocks are there where some NOCs are pending, and we are going to start the exploration in those blocks also very soon. So these are the 6 blocks we are now planned to be operationalizing in the 2025, sir. Within 6 to 2 months, this will be started. There are Nandgaon Equity block, then Girola Jamdi block, Kurai for limestone, Dongargaon block, Mauli and Nanar for bauxites. So
ये तो अच्छा idea है. Every state should follow this plan of how many blocks that they will operationalize in the next 6 months and in the next 12 months.
Yes, sir.
मध्य प्रदेश में your predecessor had promised me, वो promise करके अमेरिका चला गया, वो he promised me that the next 12 months he will operationalize so many blocks. I have noted that down, मैं आपको देता हूँ. आप भी हर state से मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो operationalization का 6 monthly and yearly targets लगा के उसके पीछे पड़ेंगे.
Yes, sir. Yes. Next one. Sir, this is best practices. We have already talked about the auction regime. Next one. Next one. Sir. This is, sir, technical support we are getting. Sir, we have set up a Mahageomin lab in our state, which is located on headquarters at Nagpur. So in this case, sir, we are monitoring all the major mining leases through our satellite, and it is this is integrated with the mining surveillance system of IBM. So whenever illegal activities or outside the mining work is going on, the trigger will be generated to us, and we get inspected those areas. If the activities are found illegal, then we used to penalize them, sir. So this is the main advantage of
इसमें क्या frequency में satellite का image मिलता है?
Sir, it is that frequency, I don't know about
हर
it.
महीने, हर 3 महीने?
Yes, sir. Every month, and whenever IBM records that the mining activity is going on outside the lease areas, they used to send us the triggers. We got the information from IBM.
नहीं, सैटेलाइट का इनपुट आप ले रहे हैं कि IBM ले रहा है?
IBM ले रहा है, सर. IBM ले रहा है.
तो आपका बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस कैसे हुआ? उनका है?
नहीं सर, IBM का सैटेलाइट यूज हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन we have set up a lab in our system. We are monitoring the things every day, sir. Yes, sir. Second one is best practice in mining operations is implementation of ILMS, sir, Integrated Lease Management System. So we have started implementation of ILMS since 2014. Sir, it provides reconciliation of royalty as per the production and dispatches. The process of issuing e-royalty passes for both for smooth operations and collection of royalty, DMF and NMET and other taxes at one place. It ensures the transparency and accuracy and efficiency in royalty collection also, sir. Because of this,
बहुत states ने बोल दिया ILMS. आगे बढ़िए.
Yes, sir. As for minor mineral also, we have Mahakhanis. It is as good as this ILMS system. We have developed a web-based solution for Mahakhanis also. So the same GPS
tracking. M-Sand का कुछ policy लाया ना? M-Sand का?
No, sir. Right now we don't.
नहीं है?
नहीं है, sir. In Maharashtra.
तो करिए 2-4 states ने M-Sand का किया.
Yes, sir.
बॉम्बे में मुझे बताते कि 80% of the sand used in Bombay is M-Sand. तो आप एक पॉलिसी लाके M-Sand का रॉयल्टी कम कर देंगे तो थोड़ा सा वो नदी खोदना बंद हो जाएगा और लोग पत्थर से सैंड बना लेंगे.
Yes, sir.
पॉलिसी ले आइए.
Yes,
आगे बढ़िए.
Definitely, sir. This is regarding exploration, mine development. This is a readiness index. The best practice we have carried out is we have digitized 170 geological reports, and it is to be uploaded on NGDR portal, sir. Then we are using use of digital platforms like Bhukosh and Gati Shakti portal also for gathering data, for geological data. We are collaborating with PSUs like the Geological Survey of India, and recently, sir, we have collaborated with Critical Mineral Trackers, that is NPA, and we have given work pilot project for 2 districts in Bhandara and Nagpur districts. We are recently I have been told that Maharashtra is the only state we are engaging AI ML for exploration of this.
Very good, excellent.
So this is our pilot project, and we are getting This is so much important, sir. In our routine system, actually, we used to prepare 8 to 10 plates where geological assessment has been done. But on the basis of this AI/ML, we are getting around 75 kind of maps, different type of maps we are getting, and 10 to 12 different figures to analyze the geological data. So this is great achievement that we are getting. So we want to extend this order for a whole state also, sir. This is regarding the district mineral foundation, sir. Till that we have collected
इसमें कोई
6.
बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस है तो बताइए.
Pardon, sir?
कोई बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस है तो बताइए
Yes,
डीएमएफ
sir.
में.
Best practice. Next slide, please. Sir, in Chandrapur district, we have given funds to self-help groups, where 240 females are the beneficiaries, and they are producing carpets with the help of these self-help groups. Second one is, sir, in health department, we have started Center for Incubation, Invention and Innovation in Government College of Engineering, Chandrapur. So the continuous, there are 3,737 beneficiaries, students. They are studying in Chandrapur Engineering College, sir. Third one is for health department. This is installation of biomedical waste एक plant है सर जिसमें हम लोगों ने काम किया. Secondly एक mobile van है जिसमें several type of test करके mobile van जाता है हर village में जाके उनको test करने के लिए medical department में van दिया है. It's all about this, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, I'll just quickly again give the order. We'll now start with Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh. So moving on, yes, we have already Shri Sunil Jain, 2009 batch officer, Director Geology and Mining, Mineral Resources Department, Chhattisgarh, for the presentation. Thank you.
नमस्कार सर, सम्माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी, किशन जी रेड्डी साहब, सेक्रेटरी सर, कांता राव सर, विभिन्न राज्यों से आए हुए सेक्रेटरीज और डायरेक्टर ऑफ माइंस, विभिन्न संस्थानों से आए प्रतिनिधि उपस्थित, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. नेक्स्ट, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य संभावनाओं का प्रदेश है, क्योंकि मैं इसलिए ऐसा कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि वहाँ पर एक्सप्लोरेशन की गतिविधि अभी बहुत कुछ किया जाना शेष है. हमारा जो बस्तर का जो इफेक्टेड एरिया है, नक्सल इफेक्टेड एरिया है, उसमें शायद कुछ लोगों को मालूम नहीं होगा कि अबूजमाड़ का जो एरिया है वहाँ पर अभी तक रेवेन्यू सर्वे भी कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाया है. तो हम इन सब इलाकों में नए तरीके से एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं और निश्चित तौर पर हमारा इसमें प्रोग्रेस अच्छा रहेगा. अभी ज्योग्राफिकल एरिया के बारे में हम देखा जाए तो स्टेट का 4% एरिया इंडिया में कवर करता है, लेकिन 17% ऑफ माइनिंग का हम कैपेसिटी रखते हैं. फॉरेस्ट एरिया हमारा 41.21% है और लगभग छोटे बड़े झाड़ का जंगल 14% है. तो 56% एरिया करीब हमारा फॉरेस्ट एरिया के अंतर्गत कवर आता है. 28 हमारे पास आइडेंटिफाइड मेजर मिनरल्स के कमोडिटीज़ हैं जो कि हमारे पास आइडेंटिफाइड हैं. और अगर हम बस्तर का सर्वे अच्छे से कर लें तो पता चलेगा कि हो सकता है कि शायद ऐसा कोई मिनरल हो जो हमारे प्रदेश में उपलब्ध ना हो. रेवेन्यू हमारी आज की डेट में लगभग 13,000 करोड़ रुपए प्रति वर्ष है, जो कि जीडीपी का, हमारे स्टेट के जीडीपी का लगभग 11% है, जिसको हम आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तैयार हैं और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तत्पर हैं. जैसे कि सर ने कहा कि बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में बताना है, तो इन सब बातों पे आगे बढ़ते हुए बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस में हमारे स्टेट में चूँकि माइनिंग लीज जारी करना, ऑक्शन करना और उसको ऑप्शनलाइज करना, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एक्टिविटी है. तो हम लोगों ने इन तीनों ही फील्ड में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस लागू करने का प्रयास किया है. और एक्सप्लोरेशन के क्षेत्र में हमने ये कोशिश की है कि जितने भी हमारे प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स हैं उनको एंगेज करें और उनको मोबिलाइज करें. और हमने इस दिशा में लोगों से एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी लिए हैं, और जो लोग हमारे प्रदेश में काम करना चाहते हैं उनको हम लोगों ने 4 लोगों को हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है, 4 कंपनियों को जो हमारे प्रदेश में काम करने के लिए इच्छुक हैं। हमने मोबाइल के सहयोग से पहली बार छत्तीसगढ़ में मैग्नीज के ब्लॉक ढूंढे हैं, जो पहली बार छत्तीसगढ़ में हुआ। पहले छत्तीसगढ़ में मैग्नीज के कोई ब्लॉक्स उपलब्ध नहीं थे। जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनकी हम लगातार कॉन्फ्रेंसेस लेते रहते हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि जब हम टेंडर जारी करते हैं या ऑक्शन जारी करते हैं उसी समय, उसके पहले भी हम बात करते रहते हैं और उनसे ये पता लगाने का प्रयास करते हैं कि उनकी डिमांड क्या है और क्या उनको चाहिए। हमने बस्तर के लिए विशेष अभियान चलाने का हमने चूँकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने निर्णय लिया है कि बस्तर क्षेत्र जो हमारा अनएक्सप्लोर्ड एरिया है, तो हमने भारत सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट में एक्स्ट्रा एसवार रेट उपलब्ध कराया जाता है तो हम हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के लिए भी उपलब्ध कराया जाए। तो भारत सरकार में हमारी बात को स्वीकार करते हुए मैं इसमें सेक्रेटरी साहब को विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि उन्होंने हमको 25% एक्स्ट्रा बस्तर क्षेत्र में काम करने के लिए एसवार रेट अप्रूव किया है। और उसके कारण से हमारे बहुत सारी प्राइवेट एजेंसियां जो पहले रिस्क के कारण और डिफ़िकल्ट एरिया होने के कारण काम करना नहीं चाहती थी, वो इसमें काम करने के लिए अब आगे आ रही हैं। तो उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में छत्तीसगढ़ जो है, जो अनएक्सप्लोर्ड एरिया जो का बस्तर का एरिया है, उसको काफ़ी रिच मिनरल्स के रूप में दुनिया के सामने में लाने में सफल होगा। हमने सर स्ट्रेटेजिक शिफ्ट किया है ऑक्शन के उसमें। पहले हम लोग बल्क मिनरल पर ज़्यादा ध्यान देते थे और बल्क मिनरल की तरफ ही ऑक्शन में लगे रहते थे। अब हमने डिसाइड किया है कि हम बल्क की तरफ के को छोड़ करके उनको भी करेंगे, लेकिन हम क्रिटिकल और स्ट्रेटेजिक मिनरल्स और डीप रूटेड मिनरल्स की तरफ हम अपना कदम आगे बढ़ाने जा रहे हैं। तो अभी हमने 56 जो प्लान प्रोजेक्ट किए हैं उसमें 31 प्रोजेक्ट जो हमारे डीप सीटेड मिनरल्स और क्रिटिकल और स्ट्रेटेजिक मिनरल्स के हैं, जो आने वाले समय में देश की आवश्यकताओं को और प्रदेश की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए बेसिकली सफल रहेंगे। हम सर ये बहुत बात समय पर आती है, हर समय आती है कि जो भी वेस्टेज रहता है माइनिंग के बाद जो अनयूज्ड रहता है उसमें रेयर अर्थ मेटल या बहुत सारे मेटल होने की संभावना बनी रहती है। तो हमने सर बस्तर के सुकमा ज़िले में जो हमारा टिन का प्रोडक्शन होता है वहाँ पर हमने जेनाडेक के माध्यम से एक स्टडी कराई थी और उनसे रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि उसमें और क्या मटेरियल हो सकता है, ज़रा आप हमें देख कर बताएँ। तो उन्होंने जो प्रारंभिक स्टडी की है उसमें ये पता चला है कि टिन में वेनेडियम जो रेसिड्यूल उसका निकला है उसमें वेनेडियम अवेलेबल है। और इसी तरीके से हम लोग फ्लाई एश में जो सिनोरियम मिलता है उसके बारे में भी हम चर्चा करने जा रहे हैं कि आगे इसमें हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं। तो मैं इसमें भारत सरकार से भी अनुरोध करूंगा और सभी राज्यों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि एक ही यूनिट के ऊपर ध्यान देने के बजाय अगर हम आपस में बांट लें कि किस कमोडिटी को कौन सा स्टेट आगे आकर के रिसर्च कराएगा तो उससे फ़ायदा मिलेगा। क्योंकि इस कमोडिटी एक ही कमोडिटी में अगर सारे स्टेट एक साथ काम करेंगे तो कोई बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा मिलने वाला नहीं है। तो अलग अलग स्टेट अलग अलग कमोडिटी को अगर अपन बांट लें तो निश्चित तौर पर पूरे देश को और पूरे प्रदेश को इससे लाभ होने जा रहा है। ऑक्शन के लिए सर हमने हमारा जो ऑक्शन का रिजीम होता है सर, वो हम सिर्फ ऑक्शन के पर्पज़ से नहीं करते हैं। हम उसको ये मान कर चलते हैं कि हमारे लिए जो व्यक्ति स्टेट में आएगा वो हमारे लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट लेकर के आएगा, हमारे लिए पैसा लेकर के आएगा। पैसा लेके आएगा तो स्टेट की प्रॉस्पेरिटी बढ़ेगी, लोगों को रोज़गार मिलेगा और आगे बढ़ने के साधन, सुविधाएँ और संभावनाएँ मिलेंगी। तो इसी उद्देश्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम अपना ऑक्शन की जो स्ट्रेटेजी है वो बनाते हैं। हम ऑक्शन जो है मार्केट प्लान के हिसाब से करते हैं। हम पहले बिडर की मैटिंग करते हैं और उनसे पता लगाने का प्रयास करते हैं कि उनको किस कमोडिटी की ज़्यादा डिमांड है और हम कोशिश करते हैं कि उस कमोडिटी को हम ऑक्शन करें ताकि हमारा जो ऑक्शन वो फेल ना हो और सारे लोगों को उसमें सफलता मिले और वो भी खुश रहें और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को भी जो रॉयल्टी मिलती है वो भी रॉयल्टी हमको प्रॉपरली मिल जाए सर। रिजर्व प्राइस जो ऑक्शन के लिए फिक्स करने का होता है तो हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि उसका रिजर्व प्राइस सूटेबल हो, जस्टिफाइड हो और मिनिमम हो ताकि अधिक से अधिक लोग उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर सकें और छोटे पार्टनर भी उसमें जुड़ सकें ताकि सब लोगों को इसमें मौका मिले। और छोटे पार्टनर निश्चित तौर पर अगर किसी माइंस में काम करेंगे तो आगे जा कर के वो बड़े पार्टनर के रूप में भी हमारे लिए साथ में आ सकते हैं। तो इसको हम ध्यान में रख करके रिजर्व प्राइस वगैरह तय करते हैं। और प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम जितने भी हमारे ऑक्शन करने वाले हैं उनकी जो भी समस्याएं हैं उनका समाधान करने का प्रयास करते हैं और जितना हो सकता है हम उनको फैसिलिटेट करने का प्रयास करते हैं कि वो आगे उनको हमारे किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत ना हो। ऑप्शनलाइज करने के लिए माइनिंग को चालू करने का भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हमारा इशू है। तो उसमें चीफ सेक्रेटरी की अध्यक्षता में एक माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी बनाई गई है जो पीरियोडिकली समीक्षा करते हैं कि जो हमारे माइंस ऑक्शन हुए थे उन माइंस में क्या प्रोग्रेस है, कितने मेलवाई जारी हुआ, कितने एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस हुआ, कितने फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस हुआ और क्या उसकी स्टेटस है। और उनके प्रयासों से और उनके दबाव के कारण और उनके सतत मॉनिटरिंग से इसमें हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस और फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंसेस के जो इशू हैं वो समय पर और सही तरीके से आगे बढ़ें सर। और हमारे जितने भी प्रिफर्ड बीडर हैं और सक्सेसफुल बीडर हैं उनके हम हैंड होल्डिंग करते हैं और जितने भी हमारे फॉरेस्ट के ऑफिसर्स हैं या इन्वायरमेंट के ऑफिसर्स हैं सबके साथ लगातार हम मीटिंग करते रहते हैं और पीरियोडिक डीजीएम की यहाँ भी मीटिंग होती है। हर महीने करीब करीब मीटिंग करते हैं, सारे हम स्टेक होल्डर्स को बुलाते हैं और उनकी बातों को सुनते हैं, उनकी जो भी समस्याएं रहती हैं उनका कोशिश करते हैं कि वहीं पर उनका समाधान करने का प्रयास करें ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जो टाइम डिले होता है उसको हम कम से कम कर सकें और ज़्यादा लोगों को बेनिफिट कर सकें। अभी इसके कारण सर हमारे जो 39 ब्लॉक्स जो हमारे अभी तक ऑक्शन हुए थे उसमें अगर ये सभी ब्लॉक चालू हो जाएंगे तो करीब करीब 1.2 लाख करोड़ रुपए की इनकम राज्य को होना संभावित है। और इसमें हमने पिछली बार 29 बल्क मिनरल्स के ब्लॉक आइडेंटिफाई किए थे और 10 हमारे क्रिटिकल स्ट्रेटेजिक और डीप सीटेड मिनरल्स के थे। इसमें से हमारे 7 ब्लॉक ऑप्शनलाइज हो गए हैं और 6 ब्लॉक अभी इसी फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारे चालू हो जाएंगे सर। अभी 9 NIT हमारी 39 के अलावा लाइव हैं और 9 NIT अभी हम लोग कुछ ही दिनों में इसी महीने के अंत तक हम लोग ऑनलाइन करने जा रहे हैं शॉर्टली। सर खनिज ऑनलाइन हमारा काफ़ी पुराना इनिशिएटिव था और इसमें तीन चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हमने रखी है खनिज ऑनलाइन में। प्राय सभी राज्यों ने खनिज ऑनलाइन की दिशा में काफ़ी अच्छी प्रगति की है, लेकिन हमारा 3 बेसिक इसमें इंपॉर्टेंस था जो कि हम बताना चाहते हैं कि ऑनलाइन ऑटो अप्रूवल का इसमें हमने हमारे यहाँ सिस्टम रखा हुआ है, डिस्पैच का और डिजिटल सिग्नेचर के माध्यम से कोई भी लेसी जो है अपना ऑटो अप्रूवल लेकर के माल डिस्पैच कर सकता है। सिंगल क्लिक में ऑनलाइन पेमेंट है, एक साथ पैसा जमा करना है, सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली उसको रॉयल्टी, डीएमएफ, एनिमिटी और बाकी जितने भी सेस वगैरह उसको ऑटोमेटिकली क्लियर करके अलग अलग हेड में उसको ट्रांसफ़र वो कर देते हैं। रियल टाइम असेसमेंट हम इसमें करते हैं कि जो भी डिस्पैच किया गया है उसका डिमांड और क्रेडिट नोट का ई वॉलेट के माध्यम से रियल टाइम उसका हम इवेल्यूशन कर लेते हैं ताकि किसी प्रकार का बाद में उसमें परेशानी मत हो, लोगों को तत्काल पता चल जाए कि उनका क्या इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस है। ये सर ऑटो अप्रूवल का ई बेस्ट का एक हमारा स्क्रीनशॉट है परमिट का कैसे करते हैं। सिंगल पेमेंट सिस्टम का है सर कि पैसा सिंगल जमा करते हैं और ऑटोमेटिकली वो पूरा पैसा जो है सभी में रॉयल्टी में, डीएमएफ में, एनवीटी में और एनवायरनमेंट सेस में और रेवेन्यू जो कलेक्शन होता है उसमें ऑटोमेटिकली वो पैसा डिवाइड हो करके अकाउंट में चला जाता है, उसको अलग अलग हेड में जमा करने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती। रियल टाइम असेसमेंट के बारे में बात किया सर कि इसमें जो भी असेसमेंट होता है रियल टाइम पर होता है। कोई भी व्यक्ति जिस समय करता है क्लिक उसी समय वो अपने असेसमेंट को देख सकता है कि क्या उसकी स्थिति है और उसका असेसमेंट रियल टाइम होने से सभी को सुविधाजनक रूप से काम करने का मौका मिलता है। अब हम सर इसके बाद खनिज ऑनलाइन में
आगे बढ़िए, ये हो चुका है, आगे बढ़िए।
खनिज ऑनलाइन 2 में हम नई चीज़ें लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जिसमें व्हीकल ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम है, इंटीग्रेटेड कमांड सेंटर है, मोबाइल ऐप है, डैशबोर्ड एनालिटिक्स वगैरह की व्यवस्था करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इसको कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम जल्दी से जल्दी हमारे चालू हो जाए ताकि ये ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारे जो फ्रेंडली हो लोगों के काम करने के लिए। नेक्स्ट हमारे प्रदेश में जो सेंड का एलोकेशन है वो हम लोग रिवर्स बीडिंग के आधार पर करते हैं और मेरे ख्याल से पूरे देश में पहला राज्य होगा छत्तीसगढ़ जो रिवर्स बीडिंग के आधार पर सेंड के माइंस को एलोकेट करता है। इसमें हम लोग सबसे पहले सीलिंग प्राइस तय करते हैं कि सीलिंग प्राइस क्या होगी। ये सीलिंग प्राइस कलेक्टर की कमेटी के द्वारा निर्धारित किया जाता है। सीलिंग प्राइस निर्धारित करते समय इस बात का ध्यान रखा जाता है कि 1 क्यूबिक मीटर रेत को निकालने में उसकी कॉस्टिंग क्या आने वाली है। उसमें मतलब रोड के डेवलपमेंट से लेकर के उसका रैंप बनाने से लेकर के उसको लोड करने का जो एक्सपेंडिचर आता है उसके हिसाब से हम पर क्यूबिक मीटर कॉस्टिंग निकालते हैं और उस कॉस्टिंग के आधार पर हम उसको रिवर्स बिडिंग करते हैं कि जो सबसे कम बोली लगाएगा तो उसको हम खदान देंगे। लेकिन इसमें हमने चूँकि ये तय करके रखा हुआ है कि 50% से कम नीचे हम सीलिंग प्राइस को जाने नहीं देते। हमारा कैप है उसमें कि 50% से नीचे आप सीलिंग प्राइस नहीं डाल सकते। तो इसमें अगर सीलिंग प्राइस 50% ज़्यादातर लोग डालते हैं, उसके बाद हम लोग लॉटरी सिस्टम से वो खदान संबंधित को अलॉट करते हैं। इसका सबसे महत्वपूर्ण फ़ायदा ये होता है कि जो खदानों के कारण से जो रेत में जो मूल्य में वृद्धि होती है उसको हम रोक पाने में सफल होते हैं और रेत की अवेलेबिलिटी आसानी से उपलब्ध हो जाती है, क्योंकि हमारा इसमें बेसिकली उद्देश्य ये है कि हम रेत के खदानों से इनकम जनरेट नहीं करना चाहते, बल्कि हम चाहते हैं कि लोगों को सुविधा मिले और सस्ती दरों पर रेत उपलब्ध हो, ताकि अच्छे तरीके से जो कंस्ट्रक्शन की एक्टिविटी है उसमें किसी प्रकार की बाधा ना आए और डेवलपमेंट विकास होता रहे।
कंज्यूमर को कितने रेट पे मिलेगा?
करीब सर 8,000 रुपया 9,000 रुपया।
मैंने सीलिंग प्राइस पे मिलेगा कंज्यूमर को कि उन्होंने जो बिड किया उस पे मिलेगा?
सीलिंग प्राइस में मिलेगा सर, उसको सीलिंग प्राइस में मिलेगा। बाकी जो डिफरेंस का पैसा वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को आता है। हमने सर माइनर मिनरल में स्टार रेटिंग की व्यवस्था करके रखी है और उसके पीछे रीज़न ये है सर कि माइनर मिनरल्स की जो खदानें हैं वो सारे जगह पर ये देखने में आया है कि अच्छे तरीके से संचालित नहीं होती, क्योंकि मेजर मिनरल में सबका ध्यान रहता है और कोशिश करते हैं कि सारे रूल्स और रेगुलेशन उसका अच्छे तरीके से फॉलो हो। माइनर मिनरल्स में हम लोग ज़्यादा ध्यान नहीं दे पाते क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा स्कैटर्ड रहते हैं और छोटी छोटी माइंस रहती हैं। तो हमने उसको पॉजिटिवली करते हुए कि हमने उसमें स्टार रेटिंग की व्यवस्था करी कि ताकि लोग बेहतर खुद अपने तरफ से करने का कोशिश करें। जो इन्वायरमेंटल एक्टिविटीज़ के लिए हमने नंबरिंग भी सिस्टम रखा था सर। सिस्टमेटिक एंड सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग के लिए 30 मार्क्स, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट एंड कंजर्वेशन ऑफ वाटर के लिए 25 मार्क्स, हेल्दी सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ वेलफेयर ऑफ वर्कर्स के लिए 15 मार्क्स, स्टेचुटरी कंप्लायंसेस के लिए 30 मार्क्स। ये 100 मार्क्स के आधार पर हम बेस्ट जो हमारी खदानें रहती हैं उसको पुरस्कृत करते हैं सर माननीय जो मंत्री रहते हैं, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से। तो इससे जो हमारे छोटे जो खनिज वाले हैं, जो माइनर मिनरल्स वाले लोग हैं, वो थोड़ा अट्रैक्ट होते हैं और वो खुद से कोशिश करते हैं कि उनके खदानों में जो भी नियम कानून है उसके अनुसार से पालन करके काम किया जाए सर।
ये कितने साल से चल रहे हैं?
ये सर 3 साल से चल रहा है हमारे।
लगभग कितने लोगों को देते हैं एक साल में?
सर 5-6 लोगों को हर साल देते हैं सर, हम लोग कमोडिटी वाइज देते हैं सर। फिर हमने हमारे यहाँ कुछ 31 माइनर मिनरल्स के खदानें हैं, करीब करीब मतलब 31 कमोडिटीज़ की माइनर मिनरल्स खदानें हैं। तो इसके लिए हमने सर्विलेंस सिस्टम डेवलप करके रखा हुआ है। हम इनके जो खदानें हैं उनके खसरा नंबर इकट्ठा करते हैं और उसको सैटेलाइट इमेजरी से मिलान करते हैं और उसके बाद ये देखते हैं कि कोई ऐसा तो नहीं है कि जो अपने माइनिंग लीज एरिया के बाहर जा कर के खनन की एक्टिविटी कर रहा है। ये गतिविधि हम 6 महीने में भी एक बार कर रहे हैं सारे माइंस के।
आईबीएम के थ्रू करते हैं कि आप डायरेक्टली इसरो से डेटा लेते हैं?
सीजी कॉस्ट के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं सर हमसे। तो ये डेटा हम लेकर के संबंधित जो भी बाहर जा कर के या इलीगल माइनिंग करते हैं उनके खिलाफ तत्काल कार्रवाई इसके माध्यम से हम करने का प्रयास करते हैं, जिससे थोड़ी कसावट आती है और लगता है कि कोई देखने वाला इलीगल माइनिंग को भी हमारे पास है। सर डीएमएफ में सबसे पहले यही प्रॉब्लम रहती थी कि डीएमएफ में चूँकि कोई स्टेट लेवल में कोई कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी थी नहीं, कलेक्टर्स को अधिकार दिए गए थे कि डीएमएफ में काम सेंक्शन करे वो करे। तो हम लोगों ने इसमें आईटी बेस्ड सोल्यूशन निकाला सर और हमने वर्क के सेंक्शन से लेकर के वर्क उसके एस्टिमेशन से लेकर के वर्क सेंक्शन से लेकर के उसके प्रोग्रेस से लेकर के पेमेंट रिलीज करने से लेकर के फाइनलाइज करने तक का पूरा ऑनलाइन सिस्टम हमने डेवलप करके रखा है कि जब तक वो ऑनलाइन सिस्टम में नहीं जाएंगे तब तक ना कोई काम वो शुरू कर सकते हैं ना कोई काम वो क्लोज कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्टेट लेवल में भी देख सकते हैं कि कौन से काम किस तरीके से किस ज़िले में क्या क्या कराए जा रहे हैं और कोई काम ऐसा तो नहीं है जो कि जो गाइडलाइन उसके बाहर हो रहे हैं। अब हम सर DMFT 2.0 का हमने बना करके रखा हुआ है सर, थोड़ा सा हमारे यहाँ रूल्स रेगुलेशन के भी फाइनलाइज हो जाए उसके बाद। तो उसमें हम लोगों ने जियो फेंसिंग का भी प्रावधान करके रखा हुआ है सर और जियो टैगिंग का भी है और जो भी गाइडलाइन होगी हमारी, उस गाइडलाइन के अनुसार काम स्वीकृत अगर नहीं होगा तो वो काम स्वीकृत उस सॉफ्टवेयर के माध्यम से नहीं किया जा सकेगा सर। वो ऑटोमेटिकली सॉफ्टवेयर डिनाई कर देगा कि ये काम आप नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ये काम प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर में नहीं है, या 70% से आपका एवब हो गया, या 30% से एवब हो गया, जो भी स्थिति है उस हिसाब से उसको करेगा। एक्सपेंडिचर को भी पूरा कंट्रोल करेगा, कितना फंड आपके पास अवेलेबल है उस फंड के अकॉर्डिंगली आप काम सेंक्शन कर सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि फंड अवेलेबल नहीं है और आपने काम सेंक्शन कर दिया। और जो डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट इफेक्टेड पर्सन है वो कितने उससे लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं, उन सब चीज़ों के बारे में भी वो ट्रैकिंग करेगा सर। सर कुछ डीएमएफ में हमारी कुछ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं सर। जैसा कि सभी को पता है कि हमारा बस्तर का इलाका काफ़ी कठिन इलाका है, लोगों को छोटी छोटी सी कामों के लिए बहुत सी परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। और हमने इसमें इनोवेशन करते हुए सर हमने बाइक एम्बुलेंस नारायणपुर ज़िले के लिए हमने चालू किया था सर, कि जो दूर से जो लोग हैं इलाज कराने के लिए कोई अगर आना चाहता है तो बाइक एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से हम उसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर या ब्लॉक हेडक्वार्टर तक लेकर के आते थे और उसके बाद उसको इलाज करा करके उनको वापस छोड़ देते थे। इसके कारण से लोगों का शासन के प्रति जुड़ाव बढ़े, ये हम लोगों की मंशा थी कि इसमें एक्सपेंडिचर कितना होता है ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, लोग शासन से जुड़ें, लोग अधिकारियों से जुड़ें, लोग जनता से जुड़ें और सरकार के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास बढ़े। इस प्रयोजन से हमने इसको शुरू किया था सर। इसका काफ़ी अच्छा प्रतिसाद मिला, लोगों में काफ़ी लोकप्रिय हुआ और काफ़ी इसका लोगों ने लाभ उठाया सर। दूसरा सर हमने दंतेवाड़ा हेडक्वार्टर में बस्तर दंतेवाड़ा ज़िले के एक डेनेक्स कंपनी से हमने MOU करके सर लाइवलीहुड के अंतर्गत 700-800 लोगों को करीब हमने 750 लोगों को हमने इसमें रोज़गार दिलाया है। और इसमें डेनेक्स सारा मटेरियल खुद सप्लाई करता है, हम उसको मटेरियल सी करके उसके हिसाब से कपड़ा सी करके पैक करके उनको हम उपलब्ध कराते हैं। इसमें 750 लोगों को हमने रोज़गार उपलब्ध कराया है। तो इसमें जितने भी लोग काम करने वाले हैं सारी की सारी महिलाएं हैं। इसके कारण से एक महिला संबलीकरण का भी हुआ और उसके बाद एक शेल्टर मिला लोगों को, एक आर्थिक आय बढ़ाने का, आर्थिक उन्नति करने का। फिर हमने सर कोरबा में एक कन्वेंशन सेंटर बनाया था सर। उसका पर्पज़ ये था कि जो भी सामुदायिक गतिविधि होती है उसके लिए कोई अच्छा लोकेशन नहीं था, अच्छी जगह नहीं थी, लोगों को कोई भी एक्टिविटी करने का कोई साधन नहीं था। तो उसके के लिए हमने इसको एक निर्माण किया और इसको पब्लिकली हम इसको यूज़ करने के लिए हम समय समय पर देते हैं। और इसमें बहुत सारी एक्टिविटी जो गवर्नमेंट की होती है या प्राइवेट एक्टिविटी होती है उनको अवसर मिलता है अपना स्थान यूज़ करने का सर।
गो बैक, ये जो टेक्सटाइल गारमेंट यूनिट आपने लगाया,
जी सर,
ये एक्चुअली उड़ीसा के सीएम का ये सुझाव था जब मंत्री जी सीएम साहब से मिले थे
जी सर,
डे बिफोर यस्टरडे। तो सीएम साहब ने कहा कि इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स टेकअप करना चाहिए जहां पर डीएमएफ क्षेत्र में टेक्सटाइल्स यूनिट आए और लोगों का रोजगार मिले।
जी सर,
इट्स अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव।
जी सर। इसमें सर लोगों को रोज़गार भी मिलता है सर और सीखने को भी मिलता है, क्योंकि इसमें डेनेक्स की क्वालिटी काफ़ी अच्छी रहती है सर काम की, और जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल में जो उनकी क्वालिटी उस हिसाब से वो सप्लाई करते हैं सर। सर ये बेस्ट नेक्स्ट सर, जैसे माननीय मंत्री जी की ये इच्छा थी कि जितने भी अबेंडेंड माइंस हैं या एग्जॉस्टेड माइंस हैं उनका रख रखाव अच्छे तरीके से हो, और ऐसा नहीं कि खुला छोड़ दिया जाए तो जो लोगों की जान के लिए भी खतरा है और पर्यावरण के हिसाब से भी बहुत नुकसानदेह है, और एक अच्छा मैसेज भी नहीं जाता कि यूज़ किया और छोड़ दिया, तो एक बेकार सा एक मैसेज शासन के प्रति जाता है। तो इसका हमारा एक विश्रामपुर की एक कोल माइंस थी सर, उसमें अबेंडेंड माइंस थी, 10 हेक्टेयर का करीब एरिया था, उसको हमने डेवलप किया है सर। उसमें बोटिंग करने का है, ओपन जिम का है, फ्लोटिंग रेस्टोरेंट बनाया है, और इसमें तो करीब 200-250 लोग
इसमें आते हैं लोग डेली,
200-250 लोग डेली आते हैं घूमने आते हैं सर।
गुड गुड।
और इसका मैनेजमेंट किसके पास है?
सर लोकल सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को दिया हुआ है सर वहाँ पर सर। सर एक और ये है सर, माइंस जो पहले थी सर जामुल की भिलाई की, ये लाइम स्टोन की माइंस थी सर, पहले ये स्थिति थी सर, उसको हमने डेवलप करके ऐसा किया है तो कम से कम ग्रीनरी डेवलप हो गई है, और एक गार्डन टाइप का हमने बनाया है जो लोग घूम के बैठ सकें और वहाँ आना जाना कर सकें सर। सर हमारे यहाँ एक और बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस में है सर, हमने मिनरल डेवलपमेंट फंड बनाया है सर। ये मिनरल डेवलपमेंट फंड ये है सर कि हमारे स्टेट को जो नेशनल जो इनकम होती है साल भर में, जैसे हमारे यहाँ 13,000 करोड़ रुपए की साल की इनकम है, उसका 5% अमाउंट हम लोग बजट के माध्यम से मिनरल डेवलपमेंट फंड में डालते हैं सर। और उसका हम लोगों ने उपयोग जो हमारे प्रदेश में किया है सर, 4 हमारे कॉरिडोर हैं, रेलवे कॉरिडोर, उसके लिए हमने उसका उपयोग किया है। क्योंकि कितना भी आप माइनिंग का प्रोडक्शन कर लो, कुछ भी कर लो, लेकिन अगर आपके पास ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के साधन अगर आपके पास अवेलेबल नहीं है तो आप उसको बेच नहीं सकते, आप अच्छे तरीके से आप उसको यूटिलाइज नहीं कर सकते। तो इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए सर हमने छत्तीसगढ़ ईस्ट वेस्ट कॉरिडोर में हमारा 10% कंट्रीब्यूशन है सर, साउथ ईस्ट सेंट्रल कॉरिडोर में 10% कंट्रीब्यूशन है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़ का छत्तीसगढ़ रेल कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड में 15%। 4 प्रोजेक्ट हमने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट लिए हैं और इसमें हम हर साल इसमें फंडिंग से स्टेट का शेयर भी देते हैं और इस काम को करने के लिए हम लगातार लगे रहते हैं ताकि हमारे यहाँ जो रेल का जो विकास है अच्छे तरीके से हो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की एक्टिविटी बढ़िया हो। तो जो इंटीरियर के इलाके हैं जहाँ माइन अगर लगती है तो लोग वहाँ से माइंस के जो मटेरियल है उसको निकाल के बाहर ले जा सकें सर।
साल में कितना आता है इसका?
इस साल हम लोग 350 करोड़ रुपए दिए हैं सर।
साल में?
हाँ सर,
50 करोड़?
350,
टोटल
350। गुड।
मंत्री जी पूछ रहे टोटल फंड में अभी तक कितना पैसा है और हर साल कितना एक्रू होता है?
सर 650 करोड़ रुपए हर साल हमको मिलता है सर, लगभग एवरेज।
अभी तक कितना इकट्ठा हुआ है?
सर इसमें सिस्टम ये है सर हमारे यहाँ कि जो पैसा हम खर्च नहीं कर पाते वो वापस चला जाता है, जो हम यूटिलाइज कर लेते हैं सर वो पैसा यूटिलाइज कर पाते हैं। तो लेकिन हमको 5% मिलता है सर हर साल। तो हम लोग कम से कम 400 साढ़े 400 करोड़ रुपए हर वर्ष खर्च करते हैं, क्योंकि हमने रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट के अलावा बिलासपुर के जो एयर प्रोजेक्ट है उसमें भी हमने पैसा लगाया था, जो लोकल हमने डेवलप किया था उसमें। तो ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के लिए हमने एक अलग से पैसा निकाल के रखा है सर। और रेलवे का चूँकि काम कराना बहुत कठिन है तो हम लोग खुद इसमें लैंड एक्विजिशन का पैसा होता है, हो सकता है हमसे वो मांगते हैं तो हम कभी उसको दे देते हैं। तो हम लोग इसमें लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हमारा रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो और काफ़ी इसमें सबके लिए फ़ायदा है सर। रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप होगा तो पैसेंजर को भी उसका लाभ मिलेगा सर, और मटेरियल जाएगा तो उसका भी लाभ मिलेगा सर। सर अभी हम लोग जो नए काम करने जा रहे हैं सर, जो कि जल्दी 2-3 महीने के अंदर हम कोशिश करेंगे कि सब हो जाएं। हम लोग स्टेट मिनरल डेवलप एक्सप्लोरेशन ट्रस्ट की स्थापना करने जा रहे हैं सर, करीब करीब फाइनल है सर वो। हम जल्दी इसको हमारे स्टेट में लागू करेंगे सर। ड्रिल कोर लाइब्रेरी हम बनाने जा रहे हैं सर, जो हम जो भी ड्रिल करते हैं एक्सप्लोरेशन के उसको सुरक्षित रखने के लिए एक हमारे पास कोई संसाधन नहीं है, तो उसके लिए ड्रिल कोर लाइब्रेरी भी हम बनाने के लिए अपने स्टेट में इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं सर। बैक फिलिंग ऑफ अबेंडेंड माइंस विथ फ्लाई एश के माध्यम से भी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो फ्लाई एश का जो फ्लाई एश जिसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई मिनरल अवेलेबल नहीं रहेगा, जो वेस्ट रहेगा, उसको हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हमारा जो बैक फिलिंग का काम उसमें हो सके वो किया जा सके सर। जो डिफेक्ट है सर माल क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ आयरन ओर का, उसको भी करने के लिए हम टेक्नोलॉजी सोल्यूशन के लिए कुछ बात कर रहे हैं सर। इसमें हो सकता है कि हमको जिनसे बात चल रही है उनसे कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी मिले, हम इसमें भी कुछ आगे कर पाएँ सर। इसके लिए भी हम लगातार लोगों से बात करने में लगे हुए हैं सर। और सर जैसे कि कल माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि जो हमारे माइनिंग क्षेत्र में चाहे मेजर माइनिंग हो चाहे माइनर माइनिंग हो, उसमें जो लोग लेबर काम कर रहे हैं, जो लोग एक्टिविटी में लगे हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा का ध्यान रखा जाए। तो हम उसकी दिशा में भी काम कर रहे हैं। उनको हम लोग लेबर डिपार्टमेंट से हमारी बात चल रही है, उनके साथ में सहयोग से हम उनको सुरक्षा कार्ड देने का एक प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं सर। और हो सकेगा हम आने वाले समय में सारे जितने भी हमारे माइंस लेबर हैं उनको हम सुरक्षा कार्ड दें, ताकि उनकी सिक्योरिटी का लेवल बढ़े और अच्छे तरीके से वो भविष्य के प्रति सचेत होकर के काम कर सकें। थैंक यू सर।
भाई आपने तो सारा पेपर लीक कर दिया, बाकी राज्य आपके प्रैक्टिसेस नकल करेंगे तो वो आपसे ऊपर चले जाएंगे रैंक
सर,
में।
राज्य नहीं सर, देश ऊपर जाना चाहिए सर।
That should be the spirit, that the idea of having these presentations made about best practices is that we want other states to study and imbibe and implement those best practices in your states. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Jain, for that wonderful elaborate presentation on the best practices by Chhattisgarh. We'll now move to Andhra Pradesh. We have with us Shri G. Srinivas Chaudhary, Deputy Director, Department of Mines and Geology. I'll request him for the presentation.
ये आपका सेक्रेटरी कहाँ है? माइक में बोलिए। वेर इज योर सेक्रेटरी? फिर से ट्रांसफर हो गया कल रात को?
Yes, sir. Now our director he has become secretary, sir. So in
Very good.
that way, continuity will be there, sir.
Very good.
So Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Sri Kishan Reddy, sir, and other state mines ministers and our Secretary Mines, Sri V.L. Kantarao, sir, and other distinguished guests. Good afternoon to all. It is my privilege to present our state best practices here before you. Sir, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, so far we have conducted 50 major mineral leases auctions, sir. Out of that, 25 were successful, and within 25, 6 only operationalized, sir. And another two will be coming for operationalized in another 2 to 3 months, sir. And next we are within short period, this financial year itself, we are planning for 50 mines. We are going for the auctioning, sir. We are planning for that, sir. And with regard to minor minerals, sir, in minor minerals also, we have introduced auction policy in the year of 2022, sir, March 2022. So far, 250 areas were auctioned, sir, in minor
Someone
minerals.
operate the presentation, no? इसको slides भी कोई change करते रहिए.
Next. So far, 250 areas were auctioned in case of minor minerals, sir. So this is, and again, minor minerals, another 150 areas we are going to auction in next, this financial year itself, sir. So 10th slide. Sir. So next, coming to the best practices, sir. AP is the first state.
Next slide. Next slide.
10th.
Next.
10th.
Next. Next. Next.
10th. So we have online e-permit system introduced in the year 2014, sir, when the state was united AP itself. But within the main, our e-permit system, we are the first state to introduce the auto e-permit system, sir. So this auto e-permit system, wherein the leaseholder on payment of money to his eligible quantity, that is AMP, EC quantity, he will get it instant permit system, sir. So that is one of the best practice which we have introduced in the state of Andhra Pradesh, sir. And again, next slide. Mineral dealer license, so in which automatic transfer system, sir, we have introduced. So wherein leaseholder or MDL holder need not to go to the AD office for transfer of accountability of the receipt of mineral which into his account, sir. Next. So that is in case of mineral dealer license, we have a very comprehensive system, sir. Mineral accountability, it becomes very easy, and automated validation system we have introduced in case of MDL, sir. Only the other state, if the MDL holder procures mineral from the other states, then only he has to go and show the documentary evidence with the Mines and Geology Department, so that if he has got that within the state of AP, all the MDLs, leases, all in the one platform, sir. So automatically, if he obtains any mineral from the lease or another MDL, it will be automatically transferred to his account, sir. That is another best practice we have in the state of Andhra Pradesh, sir. Next. So vehicle tracking system, like any other states, we have also introduced the vehicle tracking system, sir. Next. So around 100 crores we have collected. For sand, sir, after this, in 2024, new government has formed the sand management system. We have introduced new sand management system, sir, in which sand at a very affordable price, and particularly now free sand has been introduced, sir. Government is not getting any amount or collecting any amount. Government only collects the some 15 rupees of management charges. That is for CCTV cameras and online permit systems and other things. And only the contractor, the amount, excavation cost, he will be collecting, and online booking system is there, sir. Whoever books online, he can go with the online booking slip and go to the particular reach, and he'll get the required sand and get loaded the required sand, and he will be taking away, sir. Here, all middlemen is avoided, and the rules and regulations.
Is this home delivery of sand?
No, sir. No home delivery, sir.
So they will have to book for a truck, pay for the truck. Suppose I am building a house.
Yes, sir.
I go online and book for sand, 1 truck of sand.
Yes, sir.
Then how do I select the truck to be, booked?
Sir, here two systems are there, sir. We have the transporters also displayed, sir. So transporters he can select the transporters, and he can pass on his booking details to the transporters, so that transporters will go to the reach, and he'll get the sand.
Have you fixed the transportation rate?
Yes, sir. Whenever we go for the fixation of transportation rates, generally it used to be abnormally high, sir. So always transportation rates, what is fixed by the government, lesser than that, sand is available, transportation is available in the market, sir. Particularly from the state, for Visakhapatnam, from Rajahmundry, vehicles, whenever we go for fixing of transportation rate, transporters ask for to and fro charges. But whereas if you keep it open, then one transporters who has come with some load, and they have delivered the load, and going return vehicles, they will be delivering at a much cheaper cost than the whatever fixed by the government, sir. So that is, in case of sand, that if they have got their own vehicles or they have informal contacts, they can pass on the booking to the transporters, or else the details, they have the list of the transporters which are available with the system, sir, and they can choose their transporters, they can negotiate with the transporters, and they can pass on their booking details, sir. Sir, after new government has come in next, after new government has come in, we have various initiatives which are under pipeline, sir. Like discussions were going on in last month and this month to introduce this weighbridge integration and periodic drone surveillance system. And then one more thing is integration of our mineral e-permit system with the commercial tax transportation department, sir. And this particularly, recently we have just found out that those mineral, this our transit firm, against one transit firm, in this commercial tax, they have generated multiple number of way bills. So that mismatch, what exactly they are doing, that we need to dig out, and once this integration is completed with the GST and transportation department and other things, then everything will be on one platform, sir. The scope for any misuse of permit system will be eliminated, sir. And for this, we are going to bring out 2.0 mineral e-permit system 2.0 also, sir. We are planning it, and another 4 to 5 months we are planning to complete it, sir. And then again, wherever the rules and regulations, we want to amend it another 2 to 3 months. This government is reviewing, sir.
This mining tenement system for minor minerals is a very interesting idea. I don't know if other states have done.
Yes,
We have just completed yesterday, Minister launched the complete mining tenement system for major minerals done by IBM. If you can do a similar MTS for minor minerals in the state, it will be very interesting.
Sir, that's what, sir. Here, I want to request from you, sir, to the IBM, why reinvent the again wheel? IBM has done a good job in this drone data management system, sir. We want to adopt the same thing, sir. And also mining plan approval system also, sir. IBM has done the excellent job, sir. And again, and particularly, I know that, sir, they have done a lot of resources put into that, that is human resources or financial resources, sir. And particularly, state doesn't have that much of resources, sir. Even we cannot spend.
IBM will help you.
Yes, sir. That every state, if we were given a login for the minor minerals, particularly like drone surveillance system, and even for the mining plan approval system for the minor minerals, sir, we'll be very happy, sir. Thank you, sir. And our state interdepartmental committee, we are going to, this government is planning to create an interdepartmental committee, sir, wherein this auction, revenue department, forest department hurdles, it can be simplified and time lag can be bring down, sir. That is the main motive to create a state level interdepartmental committee, sir. Next. With regard to DMF, sir, so far around 2,000 crores.
This is fine.
Yes, sir, the best practice of DMF is, sir, in Srikakulam district, sir, olive turtles are there, sir. So generally, these turtles, their eggs are laid between the period of December to March, sir. And there used to be street dogs and other humans intervention used to damage a lot of turtles, sir. With a cost of around 35 lakhs, we have established 16 hatcheries, sir. With these 35 lakhs, 16 hatcheries, around 1565 nets were framed, sir. And there are total 1,67,607 hatchings are released, sir. This is one of the, to protect the ecosystem. This we have done it in Srikakulam district, sir. And remaining other things, next. Other things in the DMF, we have also given with the DMF funds for social welfare, SC/ST hostels, utensils, and we have constructed the buildings and other things, sir, which is done as usual in other states also, sir. This is one of the novel thing what we have done with the use of DMF funds, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Chaudhary. We'll now move to Gujarat. We have with us Commissioner of Geology and Mining, Dr. Dhaval Patel of the 2008 batch officer. I'll request Dr. Patel to give the presentation on Gujarat.
Namaste, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. So I'll be presenting the best practices of Gujarat. This is regarding exploration. Commissioner of Geology and Mining, Government of Gujarat has carried out almost 696 exploration reports till date. We also have some GSI reports in Gujarat, and also we have data in form of existing leases regarding the mineral occurrences. So a systematic review of this data was done, engaging consultants and engaging our in-house capabilities, and a 5-year prospective exploration plan was prepared. For this 5-year exploration plan of Government of Gujarat, we had 25 critical mineral blocks to be explored and 192 blocks for major minerals and some of the deep-seated minor minerals also. So 192 blocks and 25 the critical mineral blocks, they were the agencies NPEAs and NEAs, they were invited for a conference and they were given an option to put forward their proposals. We received an overwhelming response. We got, sir, almost 200 odd applications. Scrutiny was done as is very usual, sir. Everybody was interested in high value minerals and critical mineral blocks. So there were multiple agencies who were interested in a single block. So after deduplicating and after prioritizing, we gave these NOCs to all NEAs, NPAs who had applied for them, and they have started applying to NMET for funding in a big way, sir. So earlier we did not have much of exploration going on. Now after this systematic scrutiny, so our legacy data is being put to optimum use in exploration purpose, sir. So regarding auction, in Gujarat, both major minor mineral leases are granted through auction only. Sir, only issue which happened in minor minerals in private land. Minor mineral in private land earlier from 2017, we had issues that will be going through auction route only. But there were issues, people were quoting unscrupulously high numbers so that the owner does not get the concession. So the government gave a relaxation, less than 4 hectare, then they were given on application basis. In that case also they are granted. Sir, this is regarding our auction as far. We have 25 auction blocks and 12 are in the pipeline, and many more would be coming. So regarding issues, as I said, there are certain issues which were there in auction regime. Exorbitant premium was being quoted to block the mineral resources, and they'll not operationalize the lease. And this happens mainly in minor minerals, sir. Major mineral, because the upfront ticket is very high, it does not happen. But minor mineral, upfront payment, they just take it as a sunk cost and kind of block the resources. Sir, ILMS, everybody has said, so I would not say much, but what we have done is we have integrated our ILMS system with VTMS, so whenever the vehicle is in the lease boundary, then only he'll be able to generate royalty passes. Whenever he is in stock boundary, then only he'll be able to generate the delivery challans or transit passes. So both the systems are in sync with each other, and the VTMS system creates an API call to ILMS. ILMS reverts that the data is fine, you can issue the plan. And sir, the e-wallet system, the money is on dispatch. So it's as good as an ATM. The mineral concession holder would have some money lying in his wallet, and it would be deducted as and when he dispatches money. So dispatches the mineral. Sir, regarding prevention of illegal mining, VTMS is fully functional now. As I said, it is whenever it is in the lease boundary, then only it can generate. So we are also getting data regarding route violations, overdue trips, other alerts, and most useful for us is the routes which are having high mineral flow. So those are the places where we should optimally be kind of putting our checkposts and other mobile units. Sir, and as is very clear, it's not a panacea. Sometimes people would use trucks fully without GPS, and you'll have to physically catch it. So this is not a panacea, but yes, we are getting good data, sir. Sir, we have a petrography and mineral chemistry lab, and which is very fully functional. We have ICP-MS, XRD, XRF. So my request to every DGM friend here and every agency, if you have surplus samples, we have surplus capacities, or we can use our capacity, we can deliver you results in cheaper cost than NMET SOC also, sir. So I'll just kind of... Sir, thank you.
competition बढ़ा रहे हो.
Sir, but I have spare capacity, so I'll try like to use it, sir. And sir, I'm very thankful to NMET. We have been getting many projects for exploration as well as laboratory upgradation also, sir. So we are in process of procuring new ICP-MS and other machines. So, and we, sir, also have a plan to create a dedicated core library for our exploration purpose and RE lab. So rare earth element dedicated laboratory will already have land. We have also budgetary provisions, and the instruments we are also procuring through NMET funding. So, sir, these are in nutshell. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. You are the first speaker who stuck to the 5-minute deadline. Excellent.
थैंक यू श्री पटेल. माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे साथ मौजूद रहे. उन्होंने सारे विभिन्न राज्यों की प्रस्तुति देखी भी और सुनी भी, और अब हम उनसे विनम्र अनुरोध करेंगे कि वो अपना अभिभाषण रख के हम सबको मार्गदर्शन दें. ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करें. माननीय मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी.
Third नेशनल माइनिंग मिनिस्टर कॉन्फ्रेंस में कल से हम अलग अलग विषय पर हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं। स्टेट्स का जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस का है, मैं सभी स्टेट से धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ। अलग अलग स्टेट अलग अलग विषय पर थोड़ा एक्सपर्टाइज करना और उस स्टेट में माइनिंग के विषय पर सुधार लाना बहुत अच्छे विषय है। अभी और कुछ स्टेट्स बाकी है?
सर 7 राज्य बाकी है, 7
अभी बाकी है। ठीक है, मैं हमारे कल कैबिनेट मीटिंग के लिए मैं जाना है। अभी आज भुवनेश्वर में महानदी कोल्ड फील्ड्स का भी रिव्यू है शाम को, इसलिए वो करके फिर मैं दिल्ली जाना है। इसलिए थोड़ा 2-3 विषय आप लोगों से बात करना चाहता हूँ। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस मेरा इच्छा है ऐसी 3rd कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं होना चाहिए, एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस होना चाहिए। इसी विषय पर भी मैं सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स एंड मिनिस्टर से भी अनुरोध करता हूँ, पूरा 2 दिन रहने का प्लान करना चाहिए अगले समय और डिटेल चर्चा करना चाहिए। इसी विषय पर भी आप लोग इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में अपना अपना सुझाव बाद में दीजिए। दूसरा, जो एक्टिविटी के विषय पर, प्रोडक्शन के विषय पर बिल्कुल टारगेट लगाकर आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पीएसयू हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का पीएसयू हो, कैप्टिव माइंस हो, कमर्शियल माइंस हो, और जो सभी टारगेट डबल करना, ऐसा थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए। क्योंकि इस विषय पर कैसा हम रिजल्ट ला सकते हैं। हर साल लास्ट ईयर का क्या प्रोडक्शन था, अभी क्या प्रोडक्शन है, एक मापदंड हर विषय पर। मैं जितने भी इश्यूज अभी बोलूँगा, सभी विषय पर आप लोग इसमें डबल करने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। और एक्सप्लोरेशन का भी, जैसा अभी गुजरात का देखा था, गुजरात स्टेट लेवल में जो एक्सप्लोरेशन के विषय पर लगभग 600 प्रोजेक्ट्स के विषय पर वो लोग किया है। उसमें लिखा है सम प्रोजेक्ट्स जीएसआई भी डाल रहे हैं। ऐसा ही रहना चाहिए, कोई जीएसआई के ऊपर डिपेंड नहीं होना। अपना स्टेट लेवल पे अपना जितने भी माइंस के विषय पर जो एक्सप्लोरेशन है, स्वयं सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट एक्सप्लोरेशन होना चाहिए। ये कैसा प्लान हो सकता है स्टेट में, जैसा हम प्रयास किए एमेंडमेंट के द्वारा छोटे छोटे स्टार्टअप कंपनीज भी हम एंकरेज करने के लिए, हम एंकरेज इसलिए कर रहे हैं, आप लोग इसमें अब ज़्यादा ध्यान दे सकते हैं। सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्टार्टअप के द्वारा जो एंकरेजमेंट करते हैं उसके द्वारा सक्सेस नहीं होता है, पूरा देश भर नहीं होता है। मगर एक आप लोगों को बताने के लिए, स्टार्टअप लोगों को, नौजवानों को बताने के लिए हम ऐसा एंकरेजमेंट शुरुआत किया है। ये एक्चुअली स्टेट लेवल पर इसका एक्सप्लोरेशन काम होना चाहिए, ये ध्यान आप लोग देना चाहिए। दूसरा, जो क्लियरेंसेस है और एनवायरमेंटल हो, फॉरेस्ट हो, इसका क्लियरेंस भी थोड़ा स्पीड अप करना चाहिए आप लोग। मैं चाहता हूँ एवरी 3 मंथ्स माइनिंग के पूरे अधिकारी, माइनिंग के मिनिस्टर, चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ रेगुलर मीटिंग होना चाहिए। आप लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को समझाकर एवरी 3 मंथ्स एक मीटिंग होना चाहिए। उसमें जो भी निर्णय लेना चाहिए ये गो फॉरवर्ड के जैसा निर्णय होना चाहिए। इसी दृष्टि में से भी जो इसके बाद एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन इस साल कितना है, नेक्स्ट ईयर कितना बढ़ेगा इस सेक्टर में, माइनिंग सेक्टर में, ये भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। प्रॉपर डिक्लेरेशन होना चाहिए, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट हो रहा है। आपका स्टेट में गवर्नमेंट का पीएसयूस है तो गवर्नमेंट का पीएसएस में कितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन हो रहा है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का पीएसएस कितना हो रहा है। इस पर एक मापदंड क्लियर कट आप लोग एवरी ईयर घोषणा करना चाहिए। इसी विषय पर भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट डबल होना चाहिए, इसका दृष्टिकोण से भी प्लान करना चाहिए। दूसरा, जो ऑक्शन है, ऑक्शन के विषय पर भी 100% टारगेट रीच होना चाहिए। आप जेएसआई के पीछे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पीछे, हमारा स्टेट में जो भी ऑक्शंस है आप लोग करो, जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स हो, मेजर मिनरल्स हो, गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर, गवर्नमेंट एंड इंडिया के ऊपर दबाव डालना। माइनर जो मिनरल्स है आप लोग 100%, कोई भी ऐसा ब्लॉक ना हो पेंडिंग ना रहा है, जिस बिल्कुल 100% एक्शन का रिजल्ट होना चाहिए। इस दृष्टिकोण से भी आप लोग काम करना चाहिए। दूसरा, जो क्वालिटी, प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी में भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। इसके विषय पर भी बिल्कुल कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए। जो भी मिनरल प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, क्वालिटी के विषय पर, क्वांटिटी के विषय पर भी पूरा दबाव रख के आप लोग इस विषय पर सक्सेस लेने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। और जैसा मैं वर्कर्स का सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी, वेलफेयर, इसी विषय पर भी बिल्कुल ध्यान देना चाहिए। पब्लिकली बोलना भी चाहिए, हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हमारा वर्कर्स के लिए, सेफ्टी के लिए, सिक्योरिटी के लिए, वेलफेयर के लिए क्या काम किया है, ओपनली पब्लिकेशन करना चाहिए, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बोलना चाहिए। वो प्राइवेट माइंस हो, आपका स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का माइंस हो, कैप्टिव माइंस हो, कमर्शियल माइंस हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पीएसयू भी हो, कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए। उसके लिए बोलना चाहिए। जैसा मैं अभी बताया था, जितने भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लगभग कोल सेक्टर में लगभग 6 लाख 5 to 6 लाख वर्कर्स पूरे जो आउटसोर्स हो, परमानेंट एम्प्लॉयज हो, उनका इंश्योरेंस हम कराने के लिए आदेश दिया है। वो लोग पीएसयू लेवल वो करेंगे, एज ए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया नहीं है, उनका पीएसयू लेवल वो निर्णय लेके कर रहे। इसमें ये 1 करोड़ का इंश्योरेंस परमानेंट वर्कर्स का होने वाला है, और 30 to 50 लाख तक अलग अलग बेनिफिट्स वो इंश्योरेंस के द्वारा, बैंक के द्वारा हो रहा है। अपना लेवल पे कैसा हो सकता है, इसका ध्यान देना चाहिए, वो भी करने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। उसके बाद डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का एक्टिविटी सभी जगह होना चाहिए। मैं बहुत खुशी के बात है, ऑल स्टेट्स वो इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं। जितना ज़्यादा हो सकता है, गुजरात से मैं ज़्यादा करूँगा, नहीं तो आंध्र प्रदेश से मैं ज़्यादा करूँगा। ऐसा एक हेल्थी कंपटीशन अपना स्टेट्स के बीच में इस माइनिंग सेक्टर के डिजिटल हो, प्रोडक्शन में भी होना चाहिए, मेरा इच्छा है। उसके बाद जो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, वो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में जो ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव्स है, इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए। इसमें जो सोलार हो, पिटेड प्लांट्स हो, इसके विषय पर भी आप लोग प्लान करना चाहिए। और उसके साथ साथ जो कनेक्टिविटी, जो भी आइसोलेटेड माइन है, हमारा कोल माइन है तो हम थोड़ा ध्यान ज़्यादा देते हैं, रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी, रोड कनेक्टिविटी आप लोग करते हैं, मगर छोटे छोटे माइन्स अलग अलग आपका स्टेट्स में होता है। इसी विषय पर जैसा ब्लॉक बनाते हैं, जैसा छोटे माइनिंग का ब्लॉक बनाते वक्त उसका रोड का कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, पावर कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, वाटर कनेक्टिविटी क्या होगा, इस पे ऊपर भी जो ब्लॉक्स बनाते समय पर ऑक्शन से पहले ही इसका ध्यान देकर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का जितने भी आपका मिनिस्ट्रीज है, सबसे बातचीत करके उस ब्लॉक को रोड का क्या होगा, पावर का क्या होगा, वाटर का क्या होगा, इसका भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। ये भी विषय आप बिल्कुल ब्लॉक करने से पहले, ऑक्शन से पहले पूरे 100% वो एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट होना। जैसा अगर रोड कनेक्टिविटी डालने के बाद अगर ऑक्शन करे तो अच्छे आपका प्रीमियम भी मिलेगा। उसके साथ साथ लैंड ऑर्डर का विषय, लैंड ऑर्डर का विषय पर भी रहना चाहिए। इलीगल माइनिंग पर 0 टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी स्टेट्स अपनाना चाहिए। जो सभी माइनिंग से विषय पर 0 टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी अपनाना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसमें एक्सीडेंट जितने भी हो रहे देश में, वो इलीगल माइनिंग पर ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं। इसलिए आम जनता को मालूम है, आसाम में जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, जो इलीगल माइनिंग पे हुआ है, मगर आम लोग समझते हैं सोशल मीडिया में मिनिस्ट्री क्या कर रहे हैं, माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसा एक्सीडेंट हो रहा है। बिल्कुल हमारे को पता भी नहीं है, एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद मालूम पड़ा। इसलिए अपने ऊपर होता है, जो भी माइनिंग में एक्सीडेंट होता है वी कैन से हमारा नहीं होता, ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का नहीं है, ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का नहीं है, ये ऑफिशियल माइनिंग नहीं है, इलीगल माइनिंग है, एक्सप्लेनेशन में बोलना पड़ता है। इसलिए इलीगल माइनिंग ना हो, इसी विषय पर भी अलग अलग एंगल पर इलीगल माइनिंग रोकने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। वैसे ही जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए पढ़ना चाहिए। मैं कांताराव जी से अनुरोध करता हूं, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस जितने भी है अपना वेबसाइट में, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री के वेबसाइट में डालना चाहिए बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस। ये आगे बढ़ाते हुए प्लान करना। दूसरा फाइनल मैं आप लोगों से बढ़ना रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, हर सेक्टर में, हर जो कोल सेक्टर में भी हो, माइनिंग पे भी हो, हर मिनरल पे भी हो, प्रोडक्शन स्पीडी करना, डबल करना और नया मिनरल्स का प्रोडक्शन करना, ऐसी एक टारगेट लगाते हुए आप लोग अपने अपने स्टेट्स में प्रयास करना चाहिए। मैं जो इम्पॉर्टेंट स्टेट्स में हूँ, हमारे पूरे ऑफिशियल्स के साथ आपका स्टेट्स में आएंगे हम, आपका चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ लगभग हम स्पेशल मीटिंग इस विषय पर हम भी आके आपके साथ आपका स्टेट में ही बैठकर चर्चा करने वाला है। इसलिए आप लोगों को जो अच्छे वातावरण में जो 2 दिन का बैठक आप लोग चला रहे, इसमें आपका स्टेट लेवल पे भी ऐसे ही बैठक करना चाहिए। ऐसे ही बैठक करके उसमें जितने भी जो माइनिंग एरिया के कलेक्टर्स है, आपका ऑफिसर के साथ साथ माइनिंग एरिया जो माइनिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स है, उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स को भी इस बैठक में बुलाकर, इसमें 1 दिन का हो, 1 डे 1 नाइट का मीटिंग हो, बिल्कुल आप लोग कर एक्शन प्लान और इम्प्रूव करने के लिए प्रयास करना चाहिए। मैं फिर एक बार आप सब लोगों को जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस से जो भी प्रेजेंट किया है, जो करने वाले हैं, उनको मेरा और सभी धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये 2 शब्द आप लोगों को बताने के लिए मैं प्रयास किया हूं। आप लोग और अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं कुछ स्टेट्स, नेक्स्ट मीटिंग भी ऐसी एनुअल मीटिंग जैसा करे तो ठीक रहेगा। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का गाइडेंस लेकर नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में और अच्छे इम्प्रूव क्या हो सकता है, प्रधानमंत्री का इसमें उनका सुझाव लेकर नेक्स्ट मीटिंग हम करेंगे। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद।
प्रेरणापूर्ण अभिभाषण के लिए अशेष धन्यवाद। उनके व्यस्त कार्यक्रम से उन्होंने हम सभी को इस तृतीय राष्ट्रीय खनन मंत्री सम्मेलन के लिए अपना कीमती समय दिया, उस सभी के लिए हम उनके आभारी हैं। और वी विल कंटिन्यू विद द सेशन बिकॉज वी स्टिल हैव सम मोर स्टेट्स हु हैव टू प्रेजेंट। सो मूविंग ऑन, मैं बता दूं एक बार लिस्ट आप सभी को, झारखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, बिहार, असम, तमिलनाडु, पंजाब, ये है सीक्वेंस। सो वील बी स्टार्टिंग नाउ विद झारखंड। वी हैव विद अस श्री जितेंद्र कुमार सिंह, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ माइंस एंड जियोलॉजी, 2008 बैच ऑफिसर। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि वो अपने स्टेट का प्रेजेंटेशन हम सभी के सामने रखें। बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एज वी वेलकम हिम ऑन स्टेज।
Honorable Union Coal Minister and Mines Minister, Secretary Mines, respected officials from the other states, and other ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries. First of all, good afternoon all. I'll be very short, and because many of the things have already been conveyed by several states, so some of the schemes may sound to be very repetitive. Presentation, please. Yeah. Yeah, so as we understand that Jharkhand has a rich mineral resources, and in fact it is one of the major contributor of coal, mica and kyanite, and 32% of coal reserves are in Jharkhand, and it is the sole producer of the coking coal in the entire country. And the first, because of this raw material availability, the first steel plant was established in Jamshedpur in Jharkhand only, that was a Tata Steel, and around 25% of the steel is produced of the country, steel is produced from Jharkhand only. Singhbhum shear zone, that's a geological area, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and then again Jharkhand. This is a geological area, special geological area. So Singhbhum shear zone, a 160 kilometer arcuate structural zone, In the southern states, it has a copper, uranium, kyanite, etc., etc. But I'll move to I'll move straight to the best practices. So, sir, some of the major initiatives which we have taken, one is that the Jharkhand integrated mines and management system we have introduced, and in fact, and after that, vehicle tracking system, as other states have also highlighted, we are also implementing vehicle tracking system, mining surveillance system, because IBM operates it for the major mineral, but we are replicating for the minor minerals. And then, if you talk about the GIMS, so it was conceptualized in 2013. All stakeholders consultation was done. Then mineral transparency portal was developed at that time. And in 2016, e-permit and e-pass was piloted in 2016, integrated with Treasury. And then in 2018-19, for iron, we integrated this with FOIS, Freight Operations Information System of the Railways. And then now recently we have integrated this with the Vahan portal, and then now we are in the process of integrating it with the vehicle tracking system, which is under process of the development. So in this GIMS, we identified, codified all existing leaseholders, then the new lessees were also identified, then the transporter and consumers, they were also registered, all clearances, all validity, all returns are filed online, there is no physical touch and no physical paper is used. And then all calculation of the royalty, demand assessment, online generation of e-transit, etc. is done through this only. Then there are uniquely barcoded transit permit also, with the specific time period for a vehicle, particular vehicle, to reach from point A to point B. And then it has been integrated with the sand management system also, royalty, DMF, NMAT, etc., etc. This all is done through this single window portal, which is called as a GIMS, Jharkhand Integrated Mines and Mineral Management System. And there are several models: vehicle seizure model, demand assessment, transport and vehicle registration, public grievance, penalty note, mineral procurement for out of state, all reports, etc. So these are the different modules which we have generated and integrated with our system. There is the flow chart. I will not go through this flow chart. And this is the VTS project, which is under implementation in our state. Around 1,21,000 vehicles have already been registered, and out of those 1,21,000, 5,000 devices have already been installed in the vehicle, and it is under implementation. So this is a multi-sectoral approach we are having. So one is the system integrated, where the design, development, and software, etc., is done by the VTS team. Then state data center is being provided by IT department of Government of Jharkhand. Then GIMS portal, we are integrating that VTS tracking system with the GIMS portal. And then fourth is the transporters and the vehicle owners, where AIS 140 standards of the equipments are being installed in the devices. So these are all four are working in sync with each other. This is the process flow of that VTS, so I will not go through this. Yeah, so some of the initiatives which we undertook under DMFT, as we understand, the 70% is to be spent on the high priority sector, and the 30% is there. Sir, around more than 13,000 crore worth of amount has already been deposited in the DMFT fund in the entire state, and out of the more than 13,000 crore, 75% of the funds have gone to these 5 districts only. And out of these 5, around 25% have gone to 2 districts. So I'll focus each one scheme, one initiative from each of these 5 districts. So this is in Chatra. In fact, this was implemented in 2018-19 when I was Deputy Commissioner there. So, so there are two initiatives were taken. One is that the bike ambulance, which I think Chhattisgarh people have already shown. So it was done in 2018-19 in Jharkhand, in Chatra. 49 mobile bike ambulances were procured, and they were allowed to go to the hidden interior terrain area where there was no access to, and there was no road also. So and apart from that, we also had an initiative of accessing, providing affordability and accessibility of healthcare facilities in the entire district. So for that, for each of the ASHA worker was provided one a kit which was called as the Arogya Kunji. So that kit had all the kind of basic medicines, sanitary pads, etc., common ailment contraceptives, etc. So this was called as a Arogya Kunji, and it was provided to 1609 Asha workers in the entire village. So if they have some ailment, they can immediately be addressed to, and then they can be referred to. So as we can understand that in fact, this initiative has been appreciated by Niti Aayog also. Second is that a special new child neonatal care unit was implemented in Ramgarh district. So Ramgarh district was having one of the highest neonatal mortality rate. So to address that problem, this unit was set up from the DMFT fund. And in this unit, newborn infant are kept up to 29th, which require their assistance. And as an impact of this initiative, we can see that around around 1,200 babies have been benefited, and around 10 to 15% reduction in neonatal infant mortality rate has already been achieved in the district. Third initiative is the Dhanbad. So Dhanbad, as we understand that the Damodar river flows there, and there are contamination in the water. The river has got contaminated, and the safe, clean drinking potable water is an issue. So there this scheme was implemented through the DMFT, and some water treatment plants were having a capacity of 5.5 million liters per day was set up. And as of now, around 1 million residents in over 76,000 households in the entire Dhanbad, they are being provided clean and safe drinking water from this project. Then there is a Doctors on Wheels.
In the drinking water, you handed over the project to the Public Health Department or the
Public Health Department.
You handed over.
Public Health.
So they have enough money to run the project.
Yes, sir.
Or do you give every year?
No. We are not giving any recurring expenses. So we have given only capital expenditure. So now this is another initiative in one of the district called Chaibasa. Chaibasa is one of the highly Naxal affected district, and it is this district, in fact, one of the most predominantly tribal district where people lack basic health facilities and basic amenities also. So this initiative was taken as a Doctors on Wheels, so the mobile vehicle with having around 47 different type of medicines and 8 different type of medical tests, including blood tests, hemoglobin, urine, malaria, etc., ECG, what are being conducted at the venue itself, at the village level itself, and this mobile vehicle goes on, roams in the entire district. So as a impact of this initiative, around 200 pre-identified villages were identified in which this project was implemented. 93,000 patients have already been served since 2022, October 2022, and around 2,600 patients have been referred to the higher medical facility. And there is another initiative which was undertaken in Bokaro. So there was a need of, because Bokaro has several artisans and several people who are willing to sell their products, but there was no market available for them and no facility available then. So out of DMFT, one Palash Mart was implemented, and it has supported around more than 2,000 rural women there, and around 20 different items are being sold in this Palash Mart. So these are some of the initiatives under DMFT taken by the Jharkhand. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Singh. We'll now move to Uttar Pradesh. We have with us Srimati Mala Srivastav, a 2009 batch officer, Director and Secretary Mines, Directorate of Geology and Mining, Uttar Pradesh. I'll request her for the presentation on Uttar Pradesh.
Respected Secretary, sir, all the senior officers of the state government present here, and officers from the Ministry of Mines, and everyone here. I'm here today to talk about some of the things that we are working on in Uttar Pradesh. So Uttar Pradesh, despite the size that we have and the density of population that we have, in terms of major minerals, we find ourselves confined to just these two southern districts of Uttar Pradesh, Lalitpur and Sonbhadra. So that is where we have whatever major minerals we have. and taking a closer look at this region. So in Lalitpur, this is how we are placed. It's mostly phosphorite and a little bit of iron ore and gold. In Sonbhadra also, we have some iron ore gold glauconite blocks. And of course, the functional coal and limestone blocks are also in this region of Uttar Pradesh. So this is how a quick snapshot at how we are. We had 23 blocks from GSI. We've recently entered the scene for auctioning in 2020, post-2020. And we've done these 10 successful. Some of them have been done by Government of India. These are some of the blocks which GSI gave us, but this particular mineral, andalusite and sillimanite, this is, the grade is much lesser than what the industry requirement is. So therefore, some of these blocks are not feasible. So we've been auctioning them, but not successful. And these are some of the blocks which are lined up for auction. So I'm also taking this opportunity to just flag that the Ninga limestone block and the Bharari iron ore block, plus the one that we got yesterday, will be up for auction very soon. And of course, the Government of India has also launched the tranche yesterday, sir. So this snapshot we are just putting here to indicate that the call under PM Pragati to operationalize more and more major mineral blocks. So in order to do that, we've developed this kind of MIS system, and to track everything very closely, every activity about the drilling, the chemical analysis progress, any issues that these stakeholders may have, we are in regular dialogue with them, and this is how we are trying to monitor them on a weekly basis, and we meet them on a fortnightly basis. So this has been done now, but we are in the early stages, and we would like to strengthen this monitoring portal. So for operationalization, as we mentioned, this online portal in a nascent stage, which we are working on strengthening further, plus these forest and environment clearances and consent to operate, which has been flagged by some of the stakeholders, because very soon we will be able to operationalize at least one block. So these are the issues that we are working on in advance, even before we get to that milestone. And because the matter came up in PM Pragati also, so now Chief Secretary Sir is also monitoring at his level with all the stakeholders. And I'm also taking this opportunity to just put before you that under the guidance of Secretary Sir, we have the opportunity to host a stakeholders conference in March, first week of March, with funding support from NMET and also guidance and leadership from MECL. So I would really like all the exploration agencies and industry partners. We'll also be reaching out to them separately. But even here, I'm inviting everyone here in the first week of March to Lucknow. Talking of the best practices, Mine Mitra, as I got to interact with some of the officers here, it seemed like a familiar word. We have been working on this for about 3 years now. One of the things that we did, UP government has a very strong emphasis on barrier-free checking of vehicles. So our leadership is very particular about the fact that no vehicle should be stopped on road, because the road traffic is also very high density. It can cause accidents. Therefore, in order to keep road safety as the priority, we do not allow stopping of any vehicle. So any sort of checking cannot be done on roads. It has to be done only at the source point or through such barrier-free artificial intelligence check gates. So this works 24/7. We have solar power backups also, and power connections as well. So it has really got us a lot of revenue in the state. Almost 200 crore annually is what we get through these check gates. So it is helping us curb illegal mining in a big way, and also without forgetting the road safety issue. One of the things that we've also done is we have this as a mobile app also, which we have given over to all our officers. So they also can do the checkings whenever they go, but of course without stopping any vehicles on the road. This is our mineral management system, which some of the other states also have, the MM11 transit pass and the Form C from the storage points. But what we also want to mention is this interstate transit pass. So any mineral which is coming from outside UP, we charge a particular regulating fee and that ISTP generation. So all of this is online, end-to-end integrated. and we track the source of the mineral to the destination of the mineral through these transit passes. Also, again, this is an end-to-end platform, start of the mineral potential reserve being identified to its inclusion in the DSR, execution of the deed, the operation of the mine, is it happening to its full potential? What is the quantity of the mineral mined? What is the quantity of mineral that is being transported through the transit pass? All of this is being monitored through an end-to-end portal and various kind of dashboards. We have a CM dashboard that ranks districts on a monthly basis. So this portal is integrated with the CM dashboard, also the Nivesh Mitra portal for ease of doing business, and of course the Bhulek portal. So this is where we are. The entire process end-to-end is online and can be accessed by anyone. Mines on Map is also one of the versions of the monitoring tools that we use. So this end-to-end portal can also be seen in terms of the chart, the geographical map. So all the features are also placed here. We just click a geographical location and we can drill down to the minutest detail regarding every mine, and in that particular mine, the minutest details of the quantity mined or the quantity transported. So district-wise mineral atlas also is available on the portal for everyone to see. Nearly 200 geological reports we have found again from the olden years and handed over to GSI for uploading on the NGDR portal. I think, I'm sorry for the font problem here, must be some Hindi problem. But what we are trying to show here is the use of remote sensing data, again the satellite imagery analysis to identify any illegal mining. So we have these geo-referenced mining areas, and any mining activity outside that geo-fenced area would be suspicious, which we check on the ground. Almost 25 to 30% of this has been found to be true. The rest of it have been false alerts. This is what we show. This is where we have found new areas for mining. So we are also using this for finding any new mining areas, new potential reserves. Both of these cases can be, remote sensing can be used for both these purposes. So here, like we found new areas for mining, and then we ground truth them to see if they can be translated into further lease areas. Some of the things that we are working on, we took it as a takeaway from the last conference held in Bhopal, the VTS system. So now this is in the pilot phase of implementation. We've learned from a lot of states that are present here. We sent our teams, and we've tried to take the best from several states and put it here. So this should be operational very soon. And one of the big things that we're looking for in this is the fifth point here, the generation of the next transit pass only after the expiry of the earlier transit pass and the trip closure. So that is going to be very important for checking illegal mining. Also, we are bringing in this drone survey technology. So we've had, this is also in the pilot phase of testing, where we are going to, the major emphasis here is to do a volumetric analysis, because we feel the entire story of illegal mining is uncovered if we are able to understand how much quantity is actually mined from any particular area in a given frame of time. So that is the sort of exercise we are undertaking. We have had our study groups sent to Karnataka and very soon to Telangana and also to the IBM. But we're getting the best of all of these practices to do this. So drone for submerged areas also, we have many. For almost 3-4 months of the year, we do not have access to these areas for any mining activity. So we're using this technology to understand the replenishment also. As part of the DMF initiatives, I would just mention two things. Some of these regions, as the Honorable Minister was also talking about, house very poor people. So from Mirzapur, sir, Konark pottery used to be very famous. So to support that, we have some of the funding being given to this pottery industry and artisans in that region. And also in the health sector, medical facilities are not as great, the reach is not very nice. So we are supporting those through digital X-ray and other equipment in those regions. So this is all I had to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srimati Srivastav. We'll now move to Telangana. We have with us Shri N. Sridhar, Principal Secretary, Mines and Geology, Industries and Commerce Department, Telangana, a 1997 batch officer. I'll now request him for the presentation on his state.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Secretary Mines and all the senior officers from the respective states and people from the industry. Good afternoon. So I took charge actually 1 week back in Telangana state. So it was a great experience, sir. I would like to thank the ministry because in the 2 days we could get a lot of exposure to not only the best practices but all the initiative taken from the Ministry of Mines. So I will briefly present some of the initiatives and reforms taken up in Telangana state. So this is our mineral revenue. In the last 10 years, our revenue has gone up from 2,000 crores to 5,500 crores. Almost 2.5 times our revenue has grown up. And mainly we also get 15% of our revenue from sand. And sand we have a unique policy. And we get a sizable revenue of around 700 to 800 crores from sand. Compared to the many of the states, actually, Telangana state has recently joined the auction kind of thing. Actually, this year only they have started 3 limestone blocks. We have already started this auction process, and 2 we have successfully completed, and the response was very good. And now, sir, we'll assure you, sir, next 1-2 years, basically because we were lagging behind. Now we have worked out both in the major minerals and the minor minerals to fast track this auction. So next we have identified almost 32 major blocks, sir, particularly limestone and manganese. And we would like to complete these 32 blocks in the next 2 years, sir, 25 and 26. So that we'll be on the radar, sir, and particularly I think by the next year Mining Ministers Conference, sir, I think Telangana should be doing a lot of blocks for auction. Sir, regarding minerals also, the state government has taken a decision to go for auctions with embedded clearances. That means the state government will be taking up all the clearances and then we'll be doing auctions, sir. So in the first tranche, almost 28 minor mineral blocks, we have already taken the clearances. So these 28 also will be taking up for the auction, sir. So total under major minerals 32, under minor minerals 28. Almost 60 blocks are ready, sir. So these 60 will be our target, sir, to fast track. So next 1-2 years, I think we should be able to do this 60. Sir, department has also taken up the ETS survey of all our existing quarry leases. Around 1,500 working leases are there. We have already completed more than 764 quarry leases. And the balance also, I think, next 2-3 months we will be completing. And some of the initiative taken up, sir, IT applications in the last 8 to 10 years. For all the quarry things, we have been implementing the e-permit system for the last 10 years. And all the transit passes also will do through the IT applications, sir. And particularly for the last 1 year, we are also generating the zero permit for the minerals, particularly road metals, which is used by the PWD department, sir. And also appeal applications also online filing, processing, disposal, this also we have started from last year. The state government also introduced the mining mobile app, sir, which will assist all the field officers in checking the mineral transportation vehicles. all the officers are having this app, sir, and they can check it up at any check post or on the roads. And all the quarry leases also, they have started installing the CCTV cameras, and all the mineral transporting vehicles also, this registration of vehicle tracking devices and all those things has been under process. So these are the CCTV cameras which we are setting. And we have used deposits of sand, sir. As I said, before formation of Telangana, our revenue from sand was only 20 crores. But due to the now entire sand is excavated through the State Mineral Development Corporation, sir. And we have a set procedure. And in the last few years, sir, our revenue has grown up from 20 crores to almost 800 crores. So we have a set pattern, and almost 15% of our revenue now we are getting from the sand. Sir, in the sand also, these are the best practices we are following, right from identification of the sand reaches through the multidisciplinary team at the district level, including irrigation and mining and revenue. And all the clearances will be taken up by the Mineral Development Corporation. And for all sand reaches, there is a fixed price, sir, per metric ton 375 rupees. That is the thing. And anybody, all the customers or citizens, they can apply through online sand booking. And TGMDC is doing it for the last 10 years, this system. And some of the best practices, sir, particularly DMFT, we have got almost 5,500 crores in these things. Sir, this year we have taken up, we are having around 20,000 schools, government schools in the state. And most of the government schools, you know, there are lack of some basic amenities like drinking water, sanitation, toilets, and laboratories, library. So last year we have done the survey of all 20,000 schools. And whatever the infrastructure gaps we have identified, and we have sanctioned almost 650 crores. And all these works have been taken up before the start of this season. And most of the works have been completed in all the government schools. And also, most of the schools, we have also set up this at the district level, district science laboratories we have set up. And within the district also, the mobile vans will be going to the various schools for promotion of the science-based education. And we have also done a lot of infrastructure, sir, connecting the roads and all those things in the remote villages. And this is one more, sir, for particularly Bharosa centers in the districts where the women affected by violence and other atrocities, they have been given the medical, legal, and psychological services under this project Bharosa, sir. This we are implementing in many of the districts under DMFT, sir. And also, sir, wherever the mineral, mining things are done, a lot of project displaced families will be there. We have identified all the educated unemployed youth, and we have been giving training under DMFT funds to participate in the army recruitment, police constables. These things we are doing in all the mineral districts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We'll move to the next state, which is Bihar. We have with us Shri Vinod Duhan, Director Mines. He's from the 2018 batch. And I'll request him now to give the presentation on his state.
Good afternoon to Secretary Sir, respected seniors, and the august presence in the House. Well, in Bihar, the adjacent portion to the Jharkhand state, in the southwest part, we have the extension of Vindhyan Highlands reaching up to the districts of Kaimur and Rohtas, where we find gluconite and limestone. And in Gaya region, Gaya and Jahanabad region, we find nickel, chromium, platinum group of elements and magnetite. In Jamui also we have found magnetite, sir. So these are the 12 blocks that we have, be able to locate. Out of these 12 blocks, 3 have already been auctioned by the Government of India, 2 in Rohtas and 1 in Gaya. Out of 3 allocated to Government of Bihar, we have auctioned 1 block successfully, and rest 2 for magnetite that are in Jamui. Sir, we assure you we'll be able to complete the auction process very soon. We have already conducted the technical evaluation committee and technical tender approval committee meetings. Apart from it, there are 6 blocks that have to be auctioned by the Government of India in the next tranche. If we talk about the best practices adopted by Government of Bihar, we have really focused on the illegal sand mining that was much propagated in the state. We have introduced stricter penal provision for violation of regulations. For instance, if we find any vehicle engaged in the illegal mining, we imposed fines like 1 lakh, 2.5 lakh, 4 lakh, 8 lakh, up to 10 lakh. So this has really created a deterrence, the huge amount of penalty involved in illegal mining. Apart from it, this, if on the Setli Ghats, where the mining blocks, if there is any type of violation, again we have been pretty strict on the penalty side. And the same for the transportation. So if we talk about illegal mining, these the heavy penalty involved, as well as yesterday the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar was saying that the overloading in Bihar has almost vanished. Because on overloading trucks, we do not take the royalty of the overloaded mineral. If the royalty for the overloaded mineral is X, we take 25X. So that has really created a deterrence. And in a state like Bihar, there is overloading for the mineral vehicles has almost vanished. Deterrence of such high fines has demotivated the illegal miners, and but to some extent, some people really have thick skin. So we have come up with Bihari Khanan Yodha Samman Yojana, where any person who gives information for the illegal mining happening anywhere in the state to the control room or to any official in the department, and based on his information, if actionable output is generated and we are able to catch illegal miners, then he is, they are, sir, given rewards of 5,000 to 10,000 rupees for per vehicle that we are able to seize. And we implemented these rules in October 2024 only, and in the last 3 months we have seen the results. The percentage in the number of vehicle seized, that has decreased, sir, by around 31%, and overloading has decreased almost by around 72%, and the percentage decrease in the fine collection is 47%. That means we are going towards from illegal mine to the legal mining, and the government of revenue, if we compare for the same period in the last year, has increased by about 36%, and there is 29% decrease in the FIR lodged.
योद्धा कितने पैदा हुए हैं?
Sorry, sir?
योद्धा कितने पैदा हुए हैं?
Sir, abhi 54 in the last 3 months. We have rewarded 54. Around 150 more are in the pipeline, which will be rewarded very soon, sir. Sir, we have introduced a 24/7 integrated command and control center, not only at headquarters, but also in every district of the state, sir. Every sand ghat or every mine block of that is present in Bihar has to have a CCTV camera whose live feed comes in the headquarters command and control center, as well as the command and control center of the respective district. Sir, almost many points, that many best practices that I was about to discuss has already been covered by many states, like integrating challan generation with NIC and Vahan portal of Ministry of Road and Highways, geofencing, real-time monitoring through vehicle location tracking system. Sir, as ma'am just said, road gantries and the transit system, ma'am, we are copying it from you, ma'am. Balu Mitra, sir, we are doing Balu Mitra, an online Balu trading platform, just like Andhra Pradesh is doing, sir. Apart from it, sir, we have created a color coding system for mineral transporting vehicles. The red line on the lower side of the picture, sir, where the number of the vehicle is also written, so it can't be changed. So this has also created a deterrence in locating the illegal miners, sir. Sir, that was it from the state of Bihar. Thank you, sir. Just one request, sir. Sir, if we can get real-time data of the satellite picture, sir, from ISRO or some institute like that, sir, it will be able to track the illegal miners on the real-time basis, sir. Otherwise, once
it is available, in fact, IBM is making use of it.
Sir.
You talk to IBM, we'll also connect you with the ISRO agency.
Sir.
It is available. I think the cycle is maybe 24 hours or something like that, but you can get that data. है ना? थोड़ा सा आप समझाइए. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next state, ladies and gentlemen, Assam. We have with us Shri Ajay Tiwari, a 1993 batch officer, the Additional Chief Secretary, Directorate of Geology and Mining, Assam. I'll request him for the presentation on Assam.
Respected Secretary Mines and all my colleagues from other states here. I will be presenting actually 2 case studies which will be useful to all the states and where we can go wrong and we can set ourselves right. So first is basically on the auction of mineral blocks in Assam. We hit a legal blockade because of the cross purposes. 2 departments working at cross purposes. One is Mines and Minerals Department, other is Forest Department. So how we try to overcome it, that is the first case study. And second is, of course, Honorable Minister was mentioning in the morning and yesterday also in his speech about the illegal coal mining, rat hole coal mining. So how do we stop it and what was the incident that happened? Sir, in Assam, we identified 7 blocks and they were put to auction. These are all limestone blocks in a district which is the 6th schedule area under the Constitution. And there are autonomous council which actually looks after the revenue as well as forests. These were put to auctions, all the limestone blocks. This is the location in Assam, which is the hill district we call it. Very close to Meghalaya border, where all these 7 blocks are located. An IT was issued in December 2023. Bids were opened in June 2024. Now we are in 2025. But in the meantime, what happened that one of the interested bidders, Mrs. Dalmia Cement, he went to centrally empowered committee, which is empowered by Supreme Court of India, and filed a petition that when we were allotted a block in the adjacent area, we were asked to deposit 56 crores of NPV because it was a forest area. But now when you are going for auction, you have not declared it as a forest area. Of course, it is not. That is what we are actually trying to prove. But in the meanwhile, CEC gave a stay order on the entire NIT process of 7 blocks. Although it was not linked anywhere with the auction process or bidding process. So we had to go back to the books. The land was government khas land, we call it. And it was in the name of the council. There was no forest. It was not a notified reserve forest. It was not even a deemed forest.
Slide miss ho gaya.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah. So now we checked the records. Since these were loosely administered areas of autonomous council in the northeast, so you can understand the records were not very proper. But as far as the records are available, it was never declared a forest. It was also a council government land, which was not even a community land. So that is what has been clarified to CEC now, but they have gone ahead and asked us to go for tree counting. So that is what actually we have done. I will just show you. I will also say that these were very highly valuable areas, and 51 bids from all the biggest cement companies of the country, they have bid for it. And first stage was also completed. And we were almost in the second stage and were about to open it. But this status quo has to be still lifted by CEC. So this I have already explained as far as the land records and notifications are concerned. But this was our own forest department which actually said this is a deemed forest. But now we have gone as per the drone survey, we have done the drone survey of the entire area. There was a lot of public resistance, as I will come in the second part, but we overcame by sending our drone from across the river from Meghalaya side and covered the entire area. And I'll show you some of the pictures. These are the vegetation pictures. This is one of the blocks of 7 blocks. This is called South Boro Hongdong block. So this is the grid of 1 hectare where you can see the drone picture of the trees. You can see 2 of them more densely populated with the tree count, but rest of them are just vegetation, because in Assam you will see everything looks green. It's very high rainfall area. So we are counting, and as per the deemed forest definition, you have to have at least 10 hectare contiguous area to declare it as a deemed forest area where the trees per hectare are more than 200 number of trees. So we didn't find any of such. These are the blocks, you can see. So this is where we are. We are submitting the whole thing to CEC. And we hope that this status quo will be lifted and we'll be able to progress by 31st March, the next one. Now I'm coming to the second case study, which is about the rat hole mining. Next PPT, please. Which is very interesting because Honorable Minister, he has been mentioning about illegal mining of coal in the northeast, not only in Assam but other states also. We are having this rat hole mining in the militancy infested areas. So this place called Umrangshu, where this happened on 6th of January, very recently this month. Next. Yeah, it is incidentally the same area where we were discussing, the same district, and in fact very near to the auction blocks put on the auction. So this is hardly 1 kilometer from those areas. Now, when we met this tragedy on 6th of January, how it happened, these are rat hole mines. You can see so many number of dots we found in our drone survey. These are all dug wells vertically of 25 feet dia and 300 feet depth. And after that, after 300 feet, they go horizontally on all directions. And then, of course, left and right. So this entire area is having 222 such dug holes. And in one of the holes, this incident actually happened where 9 of the rat hole miners, they were trapped by the water gushing inside, because they went so much far that they struck another illegal mine which was having water filled with it. And then the whole network is also connected underground. So they can go through one well, they can come out through another. Every 100 meters, you can see 222 we have identified in the same area. This pink one is basically AMDC area, where we also have some illegal rat hole mines. Now you may ask, what was the government doing? It was basically a militancy infested area for 40 years. So then we started the rescue operation after 6th of January, because I'm also SES home, so we were totally involved into this. We took the help of NDRF, SDRF, Army, Navy, then from GSI, experts. Then we also had Coal India Limited, and all the experts were here on the field. So we were 13 agencies working together. You can see the helicopters landing in the nearby school, and Honorable Minister of Mines supervising the entire operation, and I was also coordinating. So these are the vertical holes we discussed about, and this is the crane with which these rat hole miners, they go inside and do the mining 300 feet below. So these are the rescue operations. This is the area. We had found out that 9 rat holes, these are actually interconnected with old water, very acidic. After that, I will also show a video, sir, if you permit, for 2.5 minutes. A very good documentary film, which you can see. After that, Cabinet has come very strongly on this, and strong decisions have been taken. 10 lakh ex gratia grant to all. 4 of them dead bodies, 5 dead bodies not found. Even those families have been given. Then we have a judicial inquiry commission headed by one of the retired High Court judge. Then we also set up, as per the Cabinet decision, one special investigation team to find out as to how this rat hole mining has happened over the years. The Disaster Management Department is now searching the old satellite imageries of previous years as to how the progression has had taken place. And of course, we are coming up with one SOP, standard operating procedure, to tackle such kind of illegal rat hole mining. Can we put the video, sir? Video, please. And that will be all from my side. If you can play the video, that will give an idea about how we went about the rescue operation and how dangerous it can be for the people and the animals falling 300 feet below. Anybody can fall. These are all open. In a small area, 222 we have counted by drone. Sound. The place is called, interestingly, it is called 3 kilo Umrangshu. 3 kilo. It's actually 3 kilometer mile. From the border, it is Meghalaya border, it is 3 kilometers. So 0, 1, 2, 3 kilometers. But we call it 3 kilo, not kilometers. Sir, we also used Navy divers from Visakhapatnam. We airlifted them. 21 the divers were there. Army divers, 10 of them. They went inside the water. But the NDRF divers, they also went, but they had a limitation of 30 feet.
SEOC, Assam State Disaster Management Authority, about 9 miners being trapped due to sudden water seepage in a coal mine at 3 kilo Umrangshu. Immediately, the Chief Executive Officer, ASDMA, instructs DC, Dima Hasao, to visit the site and verify. Instantly, ASDMA Response Section activates the Incident Response Team, mobilizes the SDRF from nearby districts, deploys the NDRF's 1st Battalion, and communicates with Indian Army for search and rescue operations.
On 6th evening, we got information about this coal mine incident. Immediately, our alert team started for this location, and the operation started.
Concurrently, DDMA Dima Hasao and ASDMA team reached the incident site and promptly set up facilities as per incident response system. Within hours, a coordinated rescue operation is launched. Teams from Indian Navy, GSI, Assam Rifles, 21 Para SF, FNES, Assam Police and other response agencies joined to tackle the daunting task.
पहले दिन से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी इस चीज़ का पूरा निगरानी कर रहे हैं, जो भी डायरेक्शन देना है दे रहे हैं, और इसलिए आप देख रहे हैं कि पहले दिन से इतना सारा एजेंसियां यहाँ पे लगे हैं, SDRF, NDRF, असम राइफल, आर्मी, नेवी से शुरू करके कोल इंडिया, ONGC, स्टेट का पूरा मशीनरी यहाँ पे लगा हुआ है ताकि इस चीज़ को हमें सफलता मिल पाए और जो लोग फंसे उनका जो भी है उनको हम लोग निकाल पाए.
Now, the Herculean task of dewatering the mine becomes the top priority.
Everybody have to understand about the geology of the area. It can be clearly understood that these mines are not connected with any surface water. Therefore, dewatering can definitely be completed.
15 powerful dewatering pumps are deployed, supported by 6 additional pumps in the adjacent 3 wells. Indian Air Force airlifted specialized equipment for this support. High-resolution maps of the incident area by ASDMA's drone team and Indian Navy's underwater remote operating vehicles and sonar equipment guided the operations.
8 तारीख का फर्स्ट ड्राइव जो 8 बजे हमने स्टार्ट किया था, बॉटम में जाने के बाद एक डेड बॉडी हमको मिली.
4 bodies have been recovered as of today, while the search for remaining 5 miners continues. to act upon through Assam Cabinet, the Minister, Mines and Minerals, Assam, assessed the situation at the on-site incident command post and gathered inputs from the stakeholders. Immediately, on the 16th of January 2025, the Morigaon Assam Cabinet announces an ex gratia of Rs 10 lakhs for the families of the 4 deceased miners and the 5 still missing. A judicial inquiry led by retired Justice Onima Hazarika is commissioned to curb illegal mining. The government of Assam also plans to employ satellite imagery to probe 222 illegal coal mines.
A special team from the Directorate of Surveys and ASDMA is also carrying out a temporal geospatial analysis of these 222 rat mining locations and plug these mines with technical support from Central Mine Planning and Design Institute.
Thank you, sir. Dewatering is still going on the site. And we have contacted CMPDI, Central Mine Designing and Planning Institute, to give us a scientific study as to how to close all the mines, as the cabinet has already decided. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Much. Now we'll move to Tamil Nadu. We have with us Shri E. Sarvana Vilraj, Commissioner of Geology and Mines, 2007 batch officer. I'll request him to give the presentation on Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much.
Respected Secretary to Mines, senior officials from all states, good afternoon, sirs, madam. Sir, Geological Survey of India and MECL, they have given 12 reports, sir. 20 reports, 14 on for recommending grant of mining lease and 6 for composite license. So totally we have received 20 reports from these two organizations. And next one. For 10 mining leases, sir, are located in 2 districts, that is in Arilur and Kadalur, is known for bearing limestones. And we have issued notice inviting tender in March 24, sir. But these out of these 9.61 square kilometers, around 90% of the land is owned by the cement companies. And there we have a problem in going in for further auctioning of these blocks.
Is there at least one block which is not owned by them?
No, sir. All 90% are owned by them, sir. Because before 2015, sir, we insisted on.
Out of these 10 blocks, is there any one block where the ownership is very low and it can go through?
No, sir. That possibility is ruled out, sir.
Then let them talk to each other and come up with some kind. You have to come with some formula of bidding.
Yes,
Right of first refusal, we don't know whether it will happen, not happen, we don't know.
Sir, we are speaking to them, sir. We will resolve this issue, sir. And we'll put those blocks to auction by end of February, sir. That I will assure, sir. And regarding 2 mining leases, sir, in 2 districts, that is in Karur and Arilur district, the technical committee is evaluating this proposal, and once that is done, we will take it further forward, sir. This regarding 1 mining lease for rare earth elements block. But as per the new guidelines of Ministry of Mines, this has to be granted only to public sector undertakings. So it is decided to grant the mining lease in favor of TAMIN, sir, which is a state public sector undertakings.
No, is it decided or suggested?
It is decided, sir. In the last meeting, technical committee meeting, decided, sir.
No,
but,
is it under the power of state government to give it to TAMIN?
Pardon, sir. No, we have to give it, first we decided in the technical committee, sir. Then we are sending the proposal to the high-level committee chaired by the Chief Secretary. Their decision will be taken, sir. And this is regarding 1 mining lease, sir, that is in Namakkal district. Here The mineral is a minor mineral. It is a dunite, sir, because the investigation was taken up some 10 years back. After that, it was converted into a, at that time it was a major mineral, then it was converted into a minor mineral. We have decided to grant the mining lease in favor of Tamac, sir. It is also a government undertaking, sir. And this regarding recommendation for grant of composite license, 5 licenses in spread in 3 districts. And the technical committee is evaluating it, then we will take it further forward, sir. And there's one composite license for gold in Krishnagiri district. And since the price estimation, there is no guidelines, sir. So we have last, in November, we have taken up this proposal, and the technical committee had decided to defer this proposal till we arrive a methodology for price of the mineral, sir.
Why don't we put it in that EL auction?
Pardon, sir?
EL. Is the exploration done or not?
Exploration done, sir. Done, and it is suggested for a grant of composite license, sir.
Sir, I'll put it like this. There is no need for arrival of the value of estimated resource. Gold blocks in other parts of the country are being auctioned as composite license. Till now, 15 to 20 gold blocks have been auctioned. And it's very difficult to estimate the total value of estimated resource. So this is, gold is not required, okay? Because detailed exploration, only the miner, when they get their license, they will do it, okay?
Again, okay, sir, we discussed...
what I will request you is, you collect a list of various blocks auctioned by various states from our ministry, and what is the level of exploration, value of estimated resource, you will understand everything. Initially, when you go for auction, we have various conceptions. We need value of estimated resources. We are Karnataka, Rajasthan. Rajasthan has done 2, Karnataka has done many, Andhra has done. They are not taking value of estimated resources in all the gold blocks. Okay.
Yes, sir. We will take his suggestions, sir. Take it forward.
इनका DDG GSA कौन है? उनको लगाइए.
ठीक.
GSA का आदमी इनका टेक्निकल कमेटी में जो GSA IBM वालों.
GSA is there and IBM is also there, sir. And MEC also there. They are the 3 representatives.
No, they can tell you on what has happened in the rest of the country, so that you can copy that.
Yes, sir. And this is apart from the 20, sir. 11 applications the cement companies have filed under these rules, sir. Mineral Evidence, Mineral Content Rules 2015. And a committee is there chaired by the Secretary to Mines. So we have recommended it, and now we are examining the proposals through the technical committee, sir. And these 11 applications will take it forward, sir.
This is what, for exploration?
This is for grant of composite license, sir, preferred by them under the said rules, sir.
What is this rule? क्यों भाई? ये क्या rule है जिसमें private वाले?
Yes, sir. इसमें हमारा rule है. Anybody can suggest any area for auction as a composite license or a mining lease, and there is a committee in the state government which will decide on that. So now they are saying they will decide.
इसमें exploration हुआ कि नहीं हुआ?
वो होगा सर, पुराना कुछ exploration होगा. ये GSI का data होगा, उसी के basis पे.
Exploration then followed by grant of lease, sir. They will do the exploration. They will prove the reserves.
So you allowed to do an auction, no?
Yes, sir. We are going. Yes, sir. It is only auction process, sir.
No, sir. Based on any data which is available on NGDR from nearby mines or some 1 or 2 G4 exploration which has been done by GSI, some people can request for.
No, where there is lot of exploration data available, like in that gold block, you are not going for auction. Here you are saying some private fellow is saying, I want to do auction. You have so many blocks where you can do auction.
Actually, sir, here these, what he is suggesting of these 11 applications, that land may not have been already bought by the company, so it may be easier to auction those.
It is brought by the companies, sir. Now they are coming forward for auctioning it.
It is already bought.
Pardon, sir?
Already bought by the company.
Yes.
These
11
are
coming forward through these rules.
No, these 11 also.
Yes, sir.
Then you'll have the same problem we're currently having with 10 blocks.
Pardon, sir. That is 2 different companies, sir. These 2 are different companies, sir. That is the problem.
Anyway, you break the deadlock
Yes, sir.
before February in the current auction.
Sure.
Then
sure,
all future auctions you will have no problem.
Sure, sir. Best practices, sir, differential global positioning system. So we have empaneled 23 agencies, and we have the boundaries of the leasehold areas for 113 mines, and 1,756 quarries are fixed, sir. Next is drone technology, sir. So again, we have empaneled 13 agencies, and from December 23 to June 24, we have completed 203 quarries. We found excess quarrying in 160 quarries, and follow-up action is being taken up, sir. And in January 2025, we have taken up 116 quarries, sir. And this is under e-initiative, sir. We are doing e-auctioning of minor minerals. And in December 24, we have conducted auction of through e-platform in 6 districts. And bulk permit is live since July 24. And e-app and e-permit on under development, sir, we will go live by end of January, sir, January 25, sir. And this is M-sand or crushed sand policy introduced in 2022 with these following features, sir. And under Tamil Nadu Prevention of Illegal Mining, Transportation, Storage of Minerals and Mineral Dealer Rules, 777 M-sand units are registered and monitored, sir.
What is the royalty difference if
Pardon,
it is
sir?
M-sand and if it is natural sand?
But,
What is the royalty differential?
Seniorage fee, there is no difference.
If there is no difference, why will people be attracted to M-sand?
Pardon, sir?
If there is no difference in royalty,
Because presently, sir, the river sand is banned by government of Tamil Nadu, sir. So we are taking a rough stone, crushing it and using it as an alternative for M-sand, sir, river sand. And this is sustainable mining policies, sir, introduced in the year 21-22 with these focus areas, 4 focus areas. And this apportionment of seniorage fee and lease amount to village panchayat, sir. So whatever we levy the seniorage fee on minor minerals and lease amount on these 4 products, that is rough stone, pebbles, gravel. So we will give it to 100% collection. We will give it to the village panchayat, sir. So on average, we are giving 290 crore per annum to all the village panchayats. Through the funds, the village panchayats using for taking up welfare projects in the villages. And this is farmers welfare scheme, removal of silt and clay from the tanks, sir. So this was launched in July 24. See, the permission is given to farmers and potters for removal of silt and clay from the tanks, PWD tanks and these panchayat tanks, sir. So they can apply through e-seva centers for getting the permission. It is free of cost. The outcome is increasing the storage capacity of the water bodies, and the farmers can use the materials for enriching their agricultural land, sir. As of now, we are given 67.59 lakh cubic meters of silt and clay, and with beneficiaries of around 54,000. These are the photos of the desilted tank in a district, sir, and transport of clay and silt. And the next best practice is management of abandoned quarries, sir. Totally, we have identified 354 abandoned quarries in the government lands in 2021. And now these quarries have been converted into water reservoirs. And for meeting out the fund, we have created a fund called Green Fund in 2021 and 22. So as of December 24, 180 crores has been collected, sir. And success story is this I will show, sir. This is abandoned quarries, a cluster of quarries in a village in Chengalpattu district, where we have handed over the quarries to the TWAD department, and using the water floating centrifugal pump, they are drawing the water and supplying it to the residents in Chennai Corporation, sir. And this is another area, sir, where the abandoned quarries are converted into a water reservoir, sir. And the best practices under this preservation of geo-heritage, sir. So we identified a wood fossil at Thiruvakkarai village in Vilupuram district, and we have converted into a geo-heritage using government fund of rupees 5 crores, sir. This is another preservation of geoheritage. This is in Arilur district. And this is in Perambalur district, sir. Around 411 hectares of land is preserved for geoheritage, sir. And under District Mineral Foundation Trust, totally in 37 districts, the trust has been established. And since 2017 up to December 2024, we have collected 1,632 crore. And under high priority sectors, 2,180 projects have been taken under these 8 sectors for a total cost of 565 crores, sir. And this is a photo of drinking water project taken up in Theni district. And this is science park developed in Thiruvannamalai district, sir. This is a smart classroom established in a government higher secondary school in Kanyakumari district. And this is a health project, purchased 2 number of dialysis machine. And these districts have a large number of limestone quarries, sir. And this is in Virudhunagar district project. Kanmani special diet is given to improve the nutritional status of underweight children. The skill development being imparted to students in government service home. And in other sectors, we have taken up 1,051 projects at a cost of 467 crores, sir, under these 4 areas. And this is an irrigation project developed in Kallakurchi district.
Okay, go to the thank you slide.
Pardon, sir?
Thank you slide.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So we have followed the instructions of Ministry of Mines, sir. And the last one we have to do is the baseline survey and perspective plan and PM KKK guidelines issued in 2024 that we have drafted, and it has been sent to government and exemption of the government, sir. So we will soon release these drafts, sir, on these revised guidelines, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I find 3 good practices from your presentation. First is the empanelment of these drone agencies and technological agencies. I think it's a very important step. Many states actually struggle with this. I will request you to share that in the group. And secondly, the green fund of minor minerals is something I wish my minister was here. He would have been very happy to hear about the green fund. A certain portion, like one of the states, Chhattisgarh, created a mineral development fund out of 5% of the royalty. Maybe states can think of creating green fund out of 2-3% of the royalty,
sir,
so that can be used for mine closure and such activities. Good initiative.
Sir.
And your work on geoheritage sites is a very important item that you have touched upon. GSI is doing a lot of work on geoheritage sites. There are about 100 geoheritage sites that we have identified across the country. We are planning to bring a new legislation to protect and preserve, conserve the geoheritage sites. And also we are hoping that we will bring in a scheme to do some development of those sites. And very soon we are going to launch some kind of an app or a website where people can actually see what are the geoheritage sites, and then it can help tourism and all that. So it is a good initiative of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And for the last state, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Punjab. We have Shri Gurkirat Kirpal Singh, Secretary, Mines and Geology Department, a 2001 batch officer. So I'll request him for his presentation on the state.
Good afternoon, sir. It's always tough to be the last one because there are expectations of completing it very quickly, which I will try to do, sir. Sir, in Punjab, as I mentioned earlier, we are dealing with minor minerals, basically sand and gravel. And this has traditionally been a very politically sensitive matter in the state, simply because the increase in sand prices create a lot of hue and cry, which ultimately leads to political turmoil, the opposition charging the government, and then lots of allegations flying left, right, and center. So a couple of years back, in 2022, we faced a very serious situation where the sand prices had skyrocketed. Most of the legal mines had also come to a halt because there were pressure groups among the miners who had completely stalled these projects by going to the courts and obtaining stay orders. So we decided to do a little bit of a study to see what is the underlying problem and what do we need to tackle. And we found out that, of course, pressure groups will always be there no matter which policy you bring about. There will always be pressure groups which will encourage illegal mining, which will encourage illegal practices. The second is, sir, there were 3 distinct mafias operating, which I'm sure are there in the other states also. There is, of course, the illegal sand mafia. Then you have the contractor mafia, who ultimately tries to monopolize the sand market. And then there is the transport mafia. And surprisingly, all 3 work in amazing harmony with each other. If you crack down on illegal miners, the contractors take over the market. If you crack down on the contractors, the illegal people take over the market. And if you crack down on both illegal and legal miners, the transport mafia comes into the picture, because these contractors will then only load their produce, the sand and gravel, into the transport mafia, who gives them a kickback. So rather than earning money through illegal means, they start earning through the transport mafia. The next point which we studied was the conviction rate under the MMDR Act. I was very surprised to see that wherever FIRs had been registered, and I would also request the ministry to probably do a little bit of a sample study across the country. Sir, we had a lot of FIRs registered under sections of IPC and MMDR Act, but not a single conviction had happened under the MMDR Act in the state. The convictions happened under IPC. The MMDR is very stringent. It has provisions of up to 5 years imprisonment and 5 lakh fine. Most of the illegal miners were being let off, whether they were truckers, whether they were other people, with fines of 3,000 to 5,000 rupees under the provisions of IPC. There was, of course, an official nexus. We were also grappling with whether we should go for high revenue or low rates of sand, because both of these do not coexist. Either you go for low rates or you go for high revenue. Sir, we did a study of what is the domestic demand and what is the commercial demand in the state. So we arrived at a figure that roughly 30% of the sand which is required is used by domestic consumers, people like you, me, everybody who are making houses, who are doing some renovations, whereas 70% was going into commercial projects like roads, railways, malls, real estate projects. So these 70% people were least concerned with whether the sand rates were going high or low. They would just simply buy and pass on the per square feet charge to the consumer, whether it was a real estate project or otherwise. The problem was with the domestic consumer, who used to create a lot of hue and cry. So given these constraints, sir, we brought out a new policy, which I would like to present. We created something called public mining sites. The public mining sites, sir, tried to take away all of these problems which were existing and create a model which was people-centric, which was supported by the people, and we achieved a lot of success in this. Sir, a public mining site is basically any sandbar where only manual excavation is allowed. We do not allow any JCB to operate there. We do not allow poke lanes to operate over there. No mechanized machinery is allowed. We've gone back to the Stone Ages, and we tell people to get their shovels and excavate the sand and fill up the vehicles. The flip side of this is that with shovels, one, it is environmentally very friendly. You cannot go beyond 4 or 5 feet when you dig the mine. The second thing is you cannot fill these big tippers simply because they are too high. You require mechanized machinery to do that. So ultimately you end up filling only the tractor trolleys. The tractor trolley ultimately caters only to the domestic demand. This is also something we had factored in because these tippers are typically required in large numbers by commercial projects. They cannot wait for slow manual excavation and slow movement of tractors to meet their demand. So whenever we have any tractor trolley moving on the roads, it is ultimately going for a domestic consumer. Sir, there is a complete ban on excavation of this sand to be used in commercial projects, and there is only one government official with one security guard sitting with a table on these sites. That is all the manpower we have employed. He has a EPOS machine with him. Anyone can come with his trolley, with his labor, dig the sand, fill up his trolley and take it away. By paying 5 rupees 50 paisa per cubic feet, which translates roughly to about 125 rupees per ton. That is the pit head price which we are charging. It's a very nominal rate. Sir, what it has typically done is that the local communities, the local villagers, they have started coming onto the site offering their labor because you and I will not have our own trolley, we will not have our own labor. So the local villagers, the unemployed youth have come onto the sites. They are providing the labor services. We already have a large number of tractor trolleys which are used for harvest operations, for transporting the wheat and paddy to the mandis, and in non-harvest times, these are all lying idle. So a lot of rural youth who own these tractor trolleys have started coming onto these sites and filling up these and ferrying it. The revenue, in fact, which we are gaining from these sites is 3 times what we are gaining from a commercial site. Now, this is what is very interesting, sir. We took a particular time frame after we introduced the policy. While the government earned about 15 crores in royalty during that time period, the villagers had earned 13 crores out of this money simply through their labor and transportation activities. There are certain villages where labor is earning as much as 28,000 rupees per month, one single laborer, where you have larger sand mines. The flip factor now which has happened is that rather than having a pressure group demanding illegal mining, now the pressure group is emerging from the villagers who are demanding more and more such mines to become operational, thereby depriving the contractors of additional mines. So they actually want more of these mines to come up. We've already launched about 70 such mines in the state, and we are in the process of launching around 5 more mines, and these will continue to become operational in the times to come. The best part about this has been that within 2 weeks of launch of this project, the sand prices crashed to 50% of what they were. We were grappling with prices which were ranging at about 60 rupees per cubic feet at the pit head, which was a pit head sale price, which meant about 1,500 rupees per ton. This crashed to straight away 600 to 700 rupees per metric ton within a period of 2 weeks. And sir, I will be happy to tell you, they continue to be in that range till date, which is 2 years from now.
भाई हम तो सुबह से ऑक्शन बोल रहे, तुमने तो ऑक्शन ही खत्म कर दिया है.
So as I mentioned, there is a lot of socio-economic benefit in this, and the environmental impact is minimal because if you don't have mechanized machines, you cannot do deep mining. So the land degradation does not happen. Sir, I've already explained these points, sir. Sir, there is one more point, one more success story which I will take just 2 minutes to explain. Sir, this is, sorry, where is this? Yes, so we partnered with IIT Ropar to sort of get scientific data on all our sandbars. They have over a period of 1 year given us some very excellent inputs, very scientific inputs. We are of course paying them for this activity. Sir, the environmental clearances which were issued to Punjab, we had a condition which provided for pre-monsoon, post-monsoon surveys to be done, especially for replenishment of sand. Because again, degradation of soil is minimized if there is replenishment, and therefore SIA in our state was very, very particular that this should be done. So we partnered with IIT Ropar, but this pre-monsoon, post-monsoon is now, this technology is now available throughout the year, so we can actually check these things for any time period during the year. I'll just come straight to the, so sir, if you see, there is a pre-monsoon survey and a post-monsoon survey. The pre-monsoon sand deposits, which is the lower picture which came about, it hardly shows the sand deposit, which is the yellow line going around. But the post-monsoon shows that a lot of sand silt has come in, and this gives us a very good idea about where the sand is now available for us. Sir, what IIT has done basically is they have combined 3 technologies. They do ground truthing, which even Secretary from UP was mentioning. They deploy drones and they deploy satellites. And then they combine all these 3 together to give us the final data. They do not rely on only one of them, sir. When it comes to ground truthing, sir, they are looking at elevation studies, they are looking at sediment analysis, and sometimes they also do deep boring in certain sites to see what is the density and what is the level. So if you see, in addition to this, sir, there is also bathymetric analysis which is specially for the river bodies and where desilting is required to be done, our dam sites and other rivers. There, sir, we have sonars which are deployed on boats, and we are actually able to see the depth of the sand underneath the water and how much of desilting is required to be done. I will come to those slides subsequently and show you those. There is a detailed elevation model, and ultimately we combine all of these together, these different pictures, and bring a orthomosaic. It's a mosaic of different pictures which come about. And if you see the pre-mining mosaic and the post-mining mosaic, you will see on the right-hand side there is a lot of mining which has happened, which gives us an idea where mining is happening. It has also helped us in looking for flood control measures, because now we know which side of the bank is vulnerable and which side is not. Now, this is, now these are, where we actually get to see the elevations now of the entire area. If you see, the green part is the lowest part, sir, the lowest, which we say the depth is the lowest, and red was the high depth. So obviously high part is where the land is, and green is where the water is, because the bed would be much lower. But pre-mining and post-mining, if we see, the entire red part has got converted into green, and we actually know the depth up to which the person has mined. This data is available for all our river stretches, and obviously we are also taking action accordingly. Again, the orthomosaic, sir, it will show you how the water has spread over a certain area. Initially, the water channel was narrow, it has subsequently spread out. Again, for another mine, Chandpur mine, this is the data which came about for elevation studies, where it actually shows that a large amount of mining has happened around the area. Part of it is actually illegal also, which was not allowed. So action has been taken against the contractors also in these cases. Sir, surprisingly, the contractor response has been positive in these cases, because we found that there was a lot of official harassment also, which used to happen on trivial issues. They now know that there is going to be scientific data, and there is scientific data on the basis of which they can submit their fines or whatever royalty is there. They will not be unduly harassed. And of course, there is transparency in the decision making. So that's about it. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, that brings us to the end of all the state presentations. We will have a quick lunch break because we still have 4 more presentations from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Railways, as well as DGMS. So we'll request everybody to join us back at 3:30 post-lunch so that we can continue with the presentations, and then, of course, the concluding remarks from our Secretary, sir. So looking forward to see you all at 3:30. Now you can go and enjoy some lunch.
I have one more request.
Yes, sir.
We have very senior officials who have come from MOEF, Railways and Labour. So secretaries may be interested in catching them during lunch also. And maybe some of the issues that you have presented, they may have more ideas on adopting best practices. So please use the lunch time also in discussing with these three ministries. Thank you.
All right, so you enjoy a sumptuous and productive lunch. Thank you so much. start again on time. Some people have their flights as well in the evening. I request everybody to start getting in, getting settled. And just an announcement, those of you who have finished your lunch, and if you missed out the kakra and monda pitha, which was at the end, which is a typical Odia cuisine, that's a big loss. So that's something that you can carry as a regret or quickly go and grab one and come back. It's entirely up to you. But that was something which is very specific to Odisha. And it's a desert that you would love to try. It's called Otta Kakara and Monda Pitha. So both of them were there in the sweet section. So just for an information for all of you.
भाई ये एसी चलाने वाला आदमी जो है वो हिमाचल से आया है क्या? उसको बोलो थोड़ा ठीक करेगा टेम्परेचर.
All right, once again, we would like to welcome Secretary Sir, Shri V.L. Kantarao-ji. Thank you so much for being on time now. We are ready for our next session, and I'll request those who are still outside, if there's somebody, we'll still request them to get settled. And the mandatory request, if you had switched on, made your mobile phone in action mode, you need to put them back in silent mode for the presentation now. And it's now time for a presentation on forest issues and the role of responsible mining practices from the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. The relationship between mining and forest ecosystem is, of course, complex. This presentation will explore the critical issues surrounding forest conservation, the impact of mining on forest ecosystem, and the steps that we must take to ensure a balance between development and environmental protection. So without further delay, please join me in welcoming Shri Anjan Kumar Mohanty, ADG Forest, an IFS officer of 92 batch. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause for the presentation.
भाई बाहर भाई विवेक शर्मा उधर जाके लोगों को बुलाइए, वो लंच का काउंटर सारे बंद कराइए.
Hello. Namaskar, sir, and namaskar to all of you. The very title, I could say, missing Ban Sanrakshan. Actually, Ban word is missing. It is there's a key word missing here. I am talking about forest clearance now. So somehow, sir, my apology. The streamlining of different approval processes in the Forest Conservation Act. Now it has been named as Ban Samrakshan and Abang Sambardhan Adhiniyam 1980. So, and a lot of rules and guidelines have been changed in between, and just certain things related to mine sector I will be touching upon. It is a few sentences about the act actually. It is about de-reservation. Whenever a forest land is de-reserved or a forest land is intended for non-forestry purposes, those have been defined in the act and subsequent rules also. So for that you need prior approval of Government of India. Basically it is the state government which will give you approval, which will allow you. So since 1980, a small act has come. It is just 2-page act, that before you are doing this, Government of India will give you prior approval, so that it will be seen that because it is an environmental act, environmental related act, and so that it is cross-border areas, across the states, the areas are not affected. Accordingly, this has been taken, this decision is taken by Government of India holistically, and also the mitigation measures that will be proposed or that will be suggested. So accordingly, it has been handled by Government of India, particularly the prior approval part. In 1988, we had some more amendments. Then, of course, new section also came that time, that is regarding penalty part. And subsequently, it was 12/12/96. All of us know whosoever is into this, the stakeholders, that is famously known as Godavarman judgment of Supreme Court. It's somehow it told which are the forest areas actually. Earlier, it was somehow we were using for only notified forest, most of the states, except places like Odisha. Odisha was by that time also was using revenue forest. It was also news for us. And Supreme Court defined and Supreme Court clarified that forest means it is forest. It doesn't require any ownership criteria. So it has to be, and this act has to be applied there. And additionally, it also put a deemed forest. Deemed forest word they didn't tell. It is which we slowly coined the word. They told it is the dictionary meaning of the forest. So Hindi में जो बोलते हैं हम लोग वन सदृश, which looks like forest. So there it will be applicable. So there are a lot of controversy because still there are criteria and the definitions have not been cleared, and every state has got its own criteria. So these kind of issues are still there. So then we came to this Forest Conservation Amendment Act 2023. In fact, I'll just quote it. This process had started in 2020, and many stakeholders have contributed to this evolution of this this Amendment Act we got in 2023. And one of your officers also somehow has contributed, knowingly or unknowingly, our Sanjay Lohiaji. He has also contributed when he was Joint Secretary and that time I was IG also. So these are the important features
If you,
which are there. Also, straightway I should go to.
every time you make some new rule, if you ask us, we will contribute a lot.
So we always welcome, sir.
नहीं पूछते नहीं है, पिछले बार बिना पूछे दिसंबर में निकाल दिया वो.
सर 6 तारीख को मीटिंग हुआ, 17 तारीख को सब निकल गया.
So we go straight away to those recent clarifications.
So we will straight go to that?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So these are there, but okay, anytime we can get it from net and other places. We will straight go to the issues which concern all of us now. These are silent features. This is about the key issue, that is compensatory afforestation, which is also close to heart of ministry, because Forest Conservation Act means in return we get, this is the heart and soul we call it, compensatory afforestation, where it should be. So, decades back it was actually non-forest land, because forest land is going, some land should come, it should be declared as forest. And slowly there was difficulties which was expressed by particularly PSUs, central PSUs. So it started with Ministry of Coal PSUs in 2000, sometime around 2000, 2001, that degraded forest land will be given, and 2 times in lieu of non-forest land, which are to be given by others and which were given by all that time. So that was somehow, it was taken away for some time. Again we, sir, we have already allowed this, from ministry point of view I am telling. So now all central agencies, that is Government of India projects, irrespective of agencies, including CPSUs, and also the captive coal blocks of the state government are eligible for plantation in DFL, that is degraded forest land. Twice the area it is getting diverted, it can be given. So that is a big relief, because identifying, then registering, mutation, then PF declaration takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. So this government projects, considering that they are physical welfare of the larger mass, so they have been excluded from this process, and they have been exempted from this. So that we have already allowed in the under the rules. Then there are subordinate legislations. So these are, sir, defense issues we will not take up here. Survey there we will take up in a separate slide. Yeah. As I told, the new system has allowed state PSCs to raise compensatory appreciation over degraded forest land only for those who are using that for captive coal blocks. Allowing regional offices, ministry has got a network of regional offices, that is almost every state. So the linear projects, earlier if the mining project and the road leading to, or any linear project which are not part of the comprehensive project, in the name of mining, it used to come to Government of India, headquarter. So that has been delinked. Now regional office, concerned regional office can give you approval. We have also inter-ministerial coordination and monitoring committee, which started in 2000. That is regularly going on under the chairmanship of Director General of Forest. We keep meeting, and invariably senior officers from Ministry of Mines keep coming, and we settle many issues there. And also at the regional level, FRCM, that is fortnight review and coordination meetings are held under the chairmanship of regional officer. That also goes on every fortnight. Earlier it was planned for monthly, but we decided that it should be fortnight, and it is also going on since 2020-21. Lot of issues. It is not, they don't take care of policy issues, it is only proposals. So proposals are being taken care of there, and it is sorted out. Sometimes inter-departmental issues also. Creation of land bank, one of our friend was talking about land bank. So for compensatory appreciation, that rule is there, provision is there. Somehow it is not progressing much, this land bank. It has to be identified in the forest areas, particularly degraded forest land. So regional officer level and PCCF level, there are committees. So they have to identify, and accordingly quickly it can be handed over to the, or it can be assigned to the concerned the user agency. Somehow this part we are still lagging. I must accept this. But sir, we are also in the process of mapping those areas with the help of Forest Survey of India. So in separate process we are doing, and we will be sharing the map. If things go well, within 6 months, many district maps will be sharing with states. So that is one thing there. And then Constitutional Committee, as I told, regional office level, we have already committees. Then comes this wildlife management plan. So many times what happens, because of that your stage 2 approval gets delayed. So what happened a few years back, just to fast track the process, so a lump sum amount was assigned and was mentioned that 2% of the project cost you can give, and it will take care of wildlife management plan whenever it will be prepared in the future, and stage 2 process will be completed. And of course same thing for soil and moisture conservation work. For that 0.5% of the total project cost. Somehow it was not very scientific, because the requirement of Wildlife Act, Wildlife Management Plan or Soil Moisture Conservation Plan totally different than anywhere related to the project. It may be more than 5% or 2% or less than that. So it is now we are telling it is indicative. In case you don't have time to wait, then you can pay and go. So that is the intention now. But if states actually help, our state offices are not there, I wanted to make an appeal. So they should talk to their counterparts in state governments, that is forest department, the forest minister, forest secretary and all. So these are to be taken care of at their level, actually they are state issues. Then doing away with practice of processing proposals in offline mode, that has been long already dispensed with. Another one is accredited compensatory afforestation in the new rule, which was launched in 2022. Again, revised was in 2023. So this provision has come that will take care of a lot if again state governments actually pursue this. It is basically, it has to be done in non-forest land only. If a particular land bears 0.4 density or more, and it is for last 4-5 years it is there, so that can get a credit, you can sell it to the user agency. So public, it basically we are encouraging market forces to come here. So any private farmer or big industry, they can also raise this kind of land, which can be traded with the user agency, who is actually in search of land. So many states and many, somehow this is also not coming up, even though this is a good idea. I personally feel it is a very good proposition. And it is Paribesh 2, it is constantly, our portal constantly under upgradation, under reform. So I will not talk much about Paribesh 2, except not last one, the reduction in processing time. So that's what there was a time before 2017-16, it was more than 500 days. 500 days for stage 1 average. Slowly it has come down after active persuasion by department, by ministry. Now it has reached 126 days.
अब ये latest clarifications में जाइए.
Sir, latest?
Latest जो clarifications issue हुए हैं, the one, please go to that.
हाँ सर, उसके लिए जरा बोलूँगा सर, 126 के बाद भी there is a demand that
नहीं, Paribesh 2.0, if you open, there are hundreds of stories that will come out.
No, I'm telling sir, that's why I'm telling it is a process, we will not talk about that. I'm only touching that reduction in processing time. That is 126 पहुंच चुके हैं और difficult हो रहा है, and what we will think that if we reduce more, may be reduced, but will definitely dilute maybe some critical processes. So we are very careful on that. But 126 is a quietly acceptable. It should be acceptable to all. Sir, इसी पे आगे फिर जो survey, it was a major area which required some clarification.
सर मैं एक चीज़ बोलूँगा, ये 126 जो आप बोलते हैं ना,
अच्छा हाँ,
because most of the powers in all infrastructure projects have been given to regional officers, but for mining everything goes to ministry.
Yeah.
So if you take only mining, it will be at least 526 days.
No.
आप mining का अलग calculate करिए.
Right now I don't have the data and information. I will get back.
Settled at regional office, and especially these road and railway projects and the school, college and all for rural areas travel, that's much faster. Road and infrastructure is much faster. But for us, everything comes to ministry and that takes a lot of time.
Yeah, mining everything comes to ministry, but
and so there are so many ETS and state government level everything.
I will get exact figure I don't have, but it is not, it cannot be more than 150 as far as I know, because everything has been reduced. And our main focus is roads and mining. It is always because of the focus of the government also, and we are also pursuing that, sir. So, in November we issued these guidelines, and separately in December also. So now there are certain exempted categories which have been brought under the fold of amended act and the new rules. So those amended categories or amended proposal, I mean the proposals which are exempted, like survey, this 25 boreholes, let us say 25 boreholes in 10 square kilometer can be given at the state level. Now it has been clarified that not even it will go to the higher up, DFO can issue the clarification, sir. And sir, with your active persuasion, these have been already done. And there won't be any NPV for that unless you are making any felling of tree. In case of felling of tree, it is at the rate of 0.1 times of the NPV per hectare. So that is there. And sample collection, there is no restriction. And also, with the meeting with our Sanjay Lohiaji, once this critical minerals category has to be created, we have created that. So there is nothing there in conservation issue or law issue. Only thing, it will easy to segregate the proposal he wanted, and he pressed this, and it was immediately done. Then coming to non-applicability of compensatory afforestation, NPB in case of pitting and trenching, that is not there. Form C has been already modified to suit. Continuing with survey and exploration, as you told, there is no cost other than NPV is to be charged from the user agency, and that too in case there is a felling of tree. Permission for survey and exploration in respect of already broken up forest area, it will not be there. That has been dispensed with. Only thing you have to make an application, because after all land is a state matter. In offline application you make it and state government will allow you. The number of boreholes exempted under the Adhiniyam will be assessed by processing authority in the state on pro rata basis. That has been also dispensed with. Earlier, I think, sir, there was a complaint that 25 boreholes in 10 square kilometer. So some DFOs were in a pro rata basis, okay, every square kilometer has to be have 2.5. So that has been 25 boreholes has to be in whole of 10 square kilometer. It can be more or less in any square kilometer. That has been clarified. Then the nodal officers under Forest Conservation Act in every state, they have been authorized to forward the survey applications which are not exempted directly to regional office for their disposal. So ideally they should not go, but state should take a call, sir. Then maintenance of safety zone in the mining areas. In 2015, there was a general approval ministry had issued that if CA and NPV has been already given, then under 2.3, that time it was 2.3, in the new amended act it is 2.2.3, that if you have already given approval, I mean lease approval, that is enough. So diversion it is not required. If it is not there, then you have to take. That is there in the second. The time period has been extended now, sir, another 2 years. So that is there. And safety zone is not required in case of underground mining. Open cast, of course, it is there. In case of it is a composite mining, only open cast area you require the safety zone. I have already told about this degraded forest land will be provided to all the central government agencies, including CPSUs, and of course, in the state level, the coal blocks used for captive coal blocks. Then change in land use in forest area diverted can be undertaken by the user agency as per approved mining plan. So that was not earlier there. Now that is allowed actually. If at all it is as per the approved mining plan, you need not come again, which was there few months back. About wildlife management plan and soil and moisture conservation plan, I have already told that these are all indicative. So they have nothing to do with that. It has to be that amount only. What is something?
ये जो आप बता रहे हैं ना, that day we went to, sir and I, we went to MOEF. They said there is a rule 13(4), which if the state has more than 33% forested area, then even for private companies, double degraded land can be given. This is the new interpretation they told us.
That is there. It was there also earlier. If the state has got more than 33% of forest cover, and the state, earlier it was chief secretary, but now we have relaxed it. Anybody, state authorizes, can write that and can give that to certificate that state has, actually there is a lack of suitable forest, non-forest land. Then it can be taken up in degraded forest land. That is already there.
So that is one.
That is
and in the earlier slide you showed about that this thing, safety zone. There the circular says who have paid before 39/2024. So now our companies are saying that if you had not paid, then I am not eligible. So you allow me to pay now.
You pay and take the diversion.
No, वो अभी लेकिन अभी वो है
Earlier
नहीं.
they have already paid. They should have some advantage. So that is there. But we will examine that part also. So we will discuss in our next meeting, and that is doable. So cost of plan also I told, and sir, one thing this last week we issued that if the diversion is there in the linear project, in the ROW, if another linear structure is, it can be taken up, it is allowed, subject to if there is a felling, then 10 times number of trees felled, you have to take up. So that is there. Then coming to again the core of the Forest Conservation Act, that is compensatory afforestation. Always there is a complaint that even if land is there, land we are getting, very long process actually. First of all, identification, and identification part is most of the cases it is already over. Once you have applied for stage 1 application, but once stage 1 is there, then you have to go for registration, then mutation, then declaration of PF. Sir, that has also been now relaxed. Now, to get stage 2 clearance, you don't require PF declaration, but before handing over, you have to do that. See, this was actually inserted in the rule 4 or 5 years back because there are a lot of areas which were requiring declaration. After stage 2, state also forgets, even though land is under possession, sir. So as a result, what happens? Forest Act, different forest acts cannot be applied on them. So thinking about that, sir, actually it was our R.P. Gupta sir was there. So he noted it. So again, it is just for a sake of repetition has been written, but under the section of compensatory afforestation. So as I told, submission of stage 1 compliance along with CA over DFL. Now all this public sector, central public sector and the state level, the captive coal blocks are allowed now. Many times what happens, they have already placed non-forest land. Stage 1 मिल गया है, land identified है. Now, before they are coming for stage 2, these guidelines have come. So now we have made a provision that if at all you have not made mutation, no need to go for that, you will be provided with DFL. Once mutation is done, it is difficult actually to reverse the process. In that case, you have to, in the next project, you can go for DFL. So that, up to that facilitation has been done actually. Only thing, a change of conditions will be made in the stage 1 condition. Then submission for request of modification has to be done as I told. So then they can provide DFL land. Then certain additional issues also have been taken up in this 17 January. There are 4 guidelines or 4 clarifications we have issued in last week. PCCFs now can do this. I should congratulate the state of Telangana. Anybody, any officer from Telangana? So they have this provision that, sir, PCCF level they can declare. Within a month they are doing it. And there are states like Karnataka, it can go beyond 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, not, I mean, it can go to any extent. Odisha, I don't know exactly. So this is the major problem, sir, declaration. So if they allow, concerned state governments, they allow the PCCF to declare, 90% problem will be solved actually. One is identification, one is the process. Process part will be taken care of. So my request is, sir, we have to impress upon the state governments. It is their role, and they should, and also the concerned ministries, they should also pursue with the state governments. And states having 33% forest cover in their total geographical area can authorize a suitable officer, not necessarily now Chief Secretary. What Lohiaji was telling, that it was there earlier, but Chief Secretary, which was very difficult to get actually, file will be processed and Chief Secretary will issue. Now, state government can authorize any officer, any level, he can issue. Then it will be, DFL can be provided to the concerned state. Again, there is a provision, if one state doesn't have enough land for CA, even DFL, they can tell the user agency, you can find out in any other state, so we have no problem. So in that case, both the states should agree. The state which wants to give, because it's a big money which will go away along with land, I mean not land, I mean the opportunity to restore their degraded land, that will go away. And the state which is accepting, they should actually have degraded land. Ministry has no problem because we have issued guidelines. Here also, same thing was happening, sir. Who should authorize and who should tell that, okay, my state doesn't require. So we have told that, okay, state nodal officer can do this. In fact, sir, Arunachal Pradesh ke liye, they have already contacted Karnataka, government of Karnataka, for their all hydel projects, which are in hundreds of hectares. So they have already approached. So with the intervention of ministry, so now they are talking to, so ministry has no problem. So this is the way forward. Somebody wanted, I wanted to highlight this, sir. But there are a lot of mined out areas, particularly in Ministry of Coal. We were in touch with them since 2017-18. So they have come out with a list of areas which are already decoaled. And we wanted that you have done that part, then restore them. You can use them as CA land for your future projects, which Mr. Mustaq was also telling that whether it is possible, it is already there. So, but very less progress, sir. And in the non-coal sector, it is not there. We are not getting any response. We have not tried actually, but coal sector, we are regularly in touch with them, regularly in discussion with them. Sir, another area, particularly again with the Ministry of Coal or coal mining areas, this Coal India Limited and their subsidiaries, about 61 proposals are there, which have got stage 1 approval, and many are above 5-year-old, and they are still not coming for stage 2. And some other, I mean, merchant mines, I mean, non-CIL mines, about 25, they are above 5 years old. They are not. We don't know what is their status and all. So that we wanted always, I mean, they should talk to each other, and if there is problem, we can do something, or at least, or return that.
Stage 1 has a lapsing time, is it?
Sir?
Stage 1 approval, does it have a lapsing time?
There is, earlier it was 5 years, now it is 2 years.
Okay.
So what happens then, once they come back, again it has to be condoned, and again there will be field checkup.
Condone कर देना.
Sir?
Condone कर देना.
Annual.
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि please condone and move ahead.
Okay, sir. So this is all about what I wanted to say.
Okay, very good. माइक दीजिए
So
मैडम।
most of things happened because sir has taken pursued very.
नहीं अभी हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, और कुछ करना है।
नहीं आगे बोल रहा हूँ इसलिए encourage कर रहा हूँ sir.
Sir, can I ask a question? Sir, we have requested for some sort of an interface with the Parivesh portal. हमारा जो end-to-end mines का portal है sir, monitoring का, हमें उसमें EC का status track करने के लिए we find it very difficult because what we have to do is Parivesh पे जाके we only have the public domain में जो viewing rights है वही हमारे पास है. So we get to see the minutes of some meetings held and we have to go into each meeting, each minutes and understand what it means for every mine clearance for us. So if we can have an API integration, internally we will just get our updated system and data to just track our mining clearances and operationalization, sir. We have requested in the last 8 months, sir, आपके यहाँ से director साहब has been in touch with us, but वो हो नहीं, मतलब it's not like going smooth. बात नहीं हो पाता है जल्दी, coordination मुश्किल होता है, sir. So if you could just tell us.
We'll note it. But that is there. It is about environmental clearance you are telling.
Yes, sir. We want for environment clearances related to our mines.
My colleague is there. He will take up, but he will take up more of policy issues. But we are noting it.
Sir.
If he can answer, it is well and good. Otherwise,
Right,
we are
sir.
noting it also.
Right, sir. And sir, one more thing that I wanted to understand, I have heard that in some states, because like in UP also, some of the areas are forest notified areas. They do not have any tree cover as of date. And we have mineral reserves there, such as pyrophyllite and other reserves. So, sir, uska natija ye hai that because we do not get forest NOCs and clearances, it being a forest area, and the mineral is anyway there, it gets illegally mined. So it is a clear loss for the state, and we do not know how to proceed. So I've heard, sir, कि कुछ states में in forest areas such clearances happen. Even if we do not undertake mining activity, at least some sort of a collection and उसका एक आंकलन करके about estimation करके कि कितना mineral reserve है, we should be able to auction it or pick it up from there, sir. ऐसे कोई system अगर किसी state में हुआ हो, या what are the future prospects for exploring that area, we wanted to understand, sir.
You are talking about the areas which have no forest cover but forest land.
Yes, sir, they are forest areas. They have mineral reserves, rich mineral reserves, and no tree cover. But हमें forest NOC नहीं मिलता है, so वो illegal ही उठता रहता है, locally वो उठता रहता है mineral. So it is a loss for us.
Just wanted to know, survey के लिए application आया है department को, they are not allowing.
हाँ सर, local मतलब local level पे ये issues रहते हैं सर, तो we don't get, मतलब we just see it happening all the time. And we have estimated those reserves also, so we know exactly how much reserve and how much royalty we are losing in front of our eyes.
The illegal mines is another thing, but department or the government is not allowing that in any. We allow also in dense forest areas. Recently it has come that if it is 0.7 and above.
Have you applied formally for exploration?
Sir, in certain, no, not for exploration, sir. We don't want to, we are not looking at exploration, we are not even looking at mining. We know that there is a reserve, sir. ऐसे पहाड़ की तरह
What
it
do
is,
you
sir. I
suppose
want
there
to
is
auction.
you want to regularize an illegal mine?
नहीं sir, yeah, I
No,
want to
forest
auction.
area में you want to do mining.
Yes, sir.
So you have to do exploration first.
But we already know the reserve, sir. It's right clear.
How do you know without doing exploration?
Sir, we've already estimated the reserves.
So then you do auction, then the fellow who wins the auction will apply on Parvesh and get the approvals, forest clearances. In all our mining areas, whether it has forest, private or whatever, we just do an exploration, do an estimation and then do auction. The bidder goes and takes all the approvals. So you go ahead with auction of that areas.
ठीक है sir. And sir, one last thing that like I think one of the other states had also mentioned, agriculture being a seasonal activity, MOEFCC के time to time guidelines, EIA notification 2006, 16, 20, so on so forth, वो amendments होते होते, we have got clearances, exemption from requirement of prior EC for removal of mineral from agricultural land by the owner of that land. This is covered under the EIA notification of 2006 as amended to date. But sir, NGT in the last 1.5 years refuses to accept that notification of MOEFCC and it has been asking MOEFCC to file its reply and response on that. So, sir, I'm just requesting this on this forum because it means a lot to our state. It's not only a lot of revenue, but agriculturally, sir, वो बहुत आम आदमी के लिए एक बड़ा issue है, sir.
So this is for the next officer to answer. आप आंसर करिए पहले.
Sir, actually, recently only these exemptions what we
आप
have
आंसर करते करते स्टेज पे आ जाइए. टाइम बच जाएगा.
these exemptions were given.
No, next speech is yours. आइए.
Formally, in fact, welcome, sir, aa jaiye aap, sir. Please welcome Shri Rajiv Ranjan, Scientist E, Additional Director, and presently Member Secretary, Expert Appraisal Committee for Environment Clearance, and he'll be giving the presentation by the Ministry on the environment issue. So,
And
I'll
also thank Mohanty.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shri Mohanty ji.
Respected Secretary Sir and other officers present here. So first I will answer ma'am's question. What happened, we had given some exemptions for these type of environmental clearances in which you don't have to take. But recently what happened in NGT, many people came and they showed the photographs कि ऐसे mining हो रहे हैं जहाँ पर 10-10 मीटर 10 meters they excavate और वो पूरी तरह से नुकसान कर रहा है environment का. Then NGT started to give this type of orders जिससे वो बोल रहा है कि अब exemption से आपको बाहर करना पड़ेगा. तो वी आर लुकिंग इनटू इट कि कैसे उसको ठीक कर सकते हैं. लेकिन सर बिहार में जो ब्रिक किलन के लिए क्ले का एग्जम्पशन किया था उसमें बिहार गवर्नमेंट में जब गया, बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने जब फाइल किया था तो पटना हाई कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया कि ये नहीं चलेगा, ये डेलीगेशन ऑफ पावर MOEF नहीं कर सकता स्टेट्स को. और वो फिर जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया बिहार गवर्नमेंट तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी उसको हेल्ड किया. तो देन नाउ द एग्जम्पशन फॉर क्ले माइनिंग इज ऑल्सो नॉट देयर. हाँ, मतलब इस टाइप के जो एग्जम्पशंस हमने दिए हुए थे अपेंडिक्स 9 में वो धीरे धीरे करके क्वैश होते जा रहे हैं. अब इसलिए हो रहे हैं क्योंकि ये हम तो कर रहे थे कि ये जो भी क्लियरेंसेस दिए जाएंगे इस तरह के वो छोटे लोगों के लिए जो छोटे छोटे माइनिंग करते हैं उनको फ़ायदा होगा. लेकिन उसका नुकसान ये हो रहा है कि कुछ माफियाज इसमें घुसकर इलीगल तरीके से ज़्यादा माइनिंग कर रहे हैं और ज़्यादा एक्सकवेशन कर रहे हैं. तो कोर्ट्स एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लेकर धीरे धीरे क्वैश करता जा रहा है. So sir, my presentation is, this presentation will cover the reforms that we have taken in our mining sector for smooth clearances. Then also we'll go to some compliances that has to be done because अगर ये compliances नहीं होते हैं तो धीरे धीरे NGT and courts ये बहुत heavily आ रहे हैं and they will फिर हमें clearances देना और मुश्किल होता जाएगा. आप लोगों को पता होगा कैसे कॉमन कॉज जजमेंट से या और दीपक कुमार जजमेंट से इस तरह से कैसे कैसे हमारा माइनिंग को वो रिस्ट्रिक्शन में आता जा रहा है. तो उस पर भी हम जाएंगे. थोड़ा हम परिवेश को कैसे स्मूथ कर रहे हैं उस पर भी जाएंगे. एंड देन वी हैव जो डिया के अप्रेजल्स जो सिया में होने थे उसमें अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डेडलाइन दे दिया है 31 मार्च का. तो वो हम यहाँ सारे स्टेट्स को बताना चाहेंगे कि वो कर लेना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इस बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट शायद नहीं बढ़ाएगा उसको. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. तो यही नोटिफिकेशन है. इसमें कैटेगरी A कैटेगरी B है. नो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. दिस आई हैव कवर्ड. Then category A, category B, we have this you all know. Now category A for mining sector we have done more than 250 hectares is in category A, and for 250 and less than is category B. This we have done in 2022 only. And minor minerals के लिए हमने पूरा delegation of power कर दिया सियास को. कोल माइंस में 500 तक सियास कर सकती है, 500 के बाद MOEF करता है. ये समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हमारा माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स में टाइम क्यों लगता है क्लियरेंसेस में बाकी प्रोजेक्ट्स के चलते. क्योंकि बहुत सारे मल्टीपल एजेंसीज इन्वॉल्व होते हैं. DGMS, IBM, स्टेट DMGs. नदी नाला होता है तो स्टेट वाटर रिसोर्सेज से NOCs लेने पड़ते हैं, सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर अथॉरिटीज से लेने पड़ते हैं क्योंकि इनवेरिएबली डिप्लीशन ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर रहता है. तो ये सब कारण से सारे NOCs और ये क्लियरेंसेस आते आते हमारे पास सारे साइंटिफिक स्टडीज़ आते टाइम लग ही जाता है प्रपोजल में. इसके बाद एक हाई इंसिडेंसेस ऑफ पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस और कोर्ट केसेस हो रहे हैं. जब भी हम कोई भी क्लियरेंस करना शुरू करते हैं बहुत सारे ग्रीवेंसेस अगल बगल के वहाँ के लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, सरपंच, मुखियाज लोग का आना ही लगता है. और फिर हम धीरे और फिर उसको धीरे से फिर उसको रीजनल ऑफिसर्स को भेजना पड़ता है कि एक्चुअल में मामला क्या है। इसके चलते भी क्लियरेंसेस में देर होते हैं। और कोर्ट्स का तो मैंने बताया ही अभी, जैसे बिकोलिम में गोवा का हमने 2024 जनवरी में क्लियरेंस किया, अभी एनजीटी में वो कोर्ट के शुरू हो गया कि इस क्लियरेंस पर हमारे क्लियरेंस को चैलेंज कर दिया गया। तो वी हैव सो मच, हमारे ऊपर भी बहुत प्रेशर हो जाता है इसके चलते, जिससे क्लियरेंसेस लेट होने लगते हैं। ये रिफॉर्म्स हमने जो परिवेश के थ्रू किया था, 2018 में स्टार्ट हुआ था परिवेश, और अब 2023 में हम परिवेश 2 लेकर आए हैं। ये कहना ठीक है कि परिवेश में अभी भी ग्लिचेस होते हैं, लेकिन हम धीरे धीरे इसको करके सुधार रहे हैं। और ये एक ऐसा सिस्टम है जिसके चलते अब ट्रांसपेरेंसी इतना ज़्यादा आ गया है, किसी को आने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है किसी ऑफिसर से मीट करने के लिए। डायरेक्ट लोग अपने परिवेश पोर्टल पर ही अपना क्लियरेंस का प्रपोजल देते हैं, एंड इंटरेक्शंस विथ ऑफिसर्स और जिसके चलते डिले होता था वो सब कम होता जा रहा है। तो दिस इज़ अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव टेकन अप बाय MOEF। इसमें हम लगातार सुधार भी कर रहे हैं। अब ये रिफॉर्म्स जो हम बता रहे थे 250 हेक्टेयर से ज़्यादा वाला, वो और क्या क्या रिफॉर्म्स है ये एक बार देखने की है। हमने 30 इयर्स पहले हमारा EC का वैलिडिटी था, उसको 50 इयर्स कर दिया। जब MMDR एक्ट में 50 इयर्स का लाइफ आ गया, तो इसमें मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस का कंटेंशन है कि हम भी उसको 50 कर दें, लेकिन उसमें 1-2 बार NGT का ये कहना था कि आप कंप्लायंसेस चेक नहीं करते हो, इसलिए ये 5 इयर्स का बीच बीच में पीरियड लगाया गया है कि हम कंप्लायंस चेक करके फिर उसको देंगे। इसमें सेक्रेटरी सर का ये भी सजेशन है कि कंप्लायंस चेक करने के बाद EC का अप्रेजल ना हो, तो इस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। वो कंप्लायंसेस अगर ओके होंगे तो डायरेक्ट क्लियरेंसेस को 5 इयर्स करके बढ़ा दिया जाएगा। टॉर का पहले 3 इयर्स था वैलिडिटी, अभी 5 इयर्स कर दिया गया है। पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन जो रिवैलिडेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स थे, जो 1994 का नोटिफिकेशन था, उसको रिवैलिडेट करना पड़ रहा है अभी 2006 में ऑर्डर्स और कोर्ट ऑर्डर्स के चलते। तो उसको भी हम लोगों ने पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन अलॉन्ग विद पब्लिक हियरिंग को अभी ओनली सजेशंस लेते हैं, रिटन सजेशंस लेते हैं पब्लिक से और उसको कर लिया जाता है। पब्लिक हियरिंग जो पहले 30 डेज़ में रिशेड्यूलिंग का था वक्त, उसको 15 डेज़ कर दिया गया है। पहले DM या ADM रैंक के ही ऑफिसर्स को प्रिसाइड कर सकते थे, अब ऑथराइज़ किया जा सकता है SDM को भी। बेसलाइन डेटा जो पहले 3 इयर्स तक का था उसको 4 इयर्स कर दिया गया है। देन जो पब्लिक हियरिंग का फॉर एक्सपेंशन प्रोजेक्ट्स जो EAC जो डिसाइड करती थी, एक्सपर्ट अप्रेजल कमेटी, अब वो डायरेक्ट ऐसा OM आ गया है कि जिसके चलते आप 40% से 50% तक एक्सपेंशन खुद ही कर सकते हैं। वो प्रोपोजल्स विदाउट पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन होगा। पहले उसमें पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन की ज़रूरत थी, EAC बोलती थी और वो बोलती ही थी कि करना है। जो CCR का वैलिडिटी थी, मतलब अगर कोई एक्सपेंशन प्रोजेक्ट है तो उसको सर्टिफाइड कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट लेना पड़ता है रीजनल ऑफिस से। उसकी वैलिडिटी पहले 6 मंथ्स थी, अब उसको हमने 12 मंथ्स कर दिया है। तो ये भी एक अच्छा OM आया है हमारा। पहले क्रिटिकली पोल्यूटेड एरियाज़ और सीवियरली पोल्यूटेड एरियाज़ में EC इन्वेरिबली बंद कर दिया गया था, अभी उसको देखकर इन्वायरमेंटल सेफगार्ड्स को लेकर उसको भी खोल दिया गया है। वायलेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए SOP हमने बनाया था, वो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अभी स्टे कर दिया है, तो वो SOP अभी क्लोज है वायलेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स का। पहले डिफाइंड नहीं था कि कैसे EC प्रपोजल सिया से सेंटर में आएगा, अभी सेंटर से सिया में आएगा, उसको भी हमने डिफाइन कर दिया है। डीम ट्रांसफ़र जो था वैलिड EC का, वो भी अभी नोटिफिकेशन से वो भी हो गया है। ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट जो पॉइंट मैं पहले बोल रहा था कि ये कर लेना होगा, क्योंकि NGT ने पहले नवंबर का डेडलाइन दिया था कि जितने भी DIA के प्रपोजल्स हैं उसको सिया वैलिडेट कर दे नवंबर तक। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसे बढ़ाकर 31 मार्च कर दिया है और हमें बहुत कम चांस है कि ये बढ़ने वाला है। तो बहुत सारे पिछली बार रिप्रेजेंटेशंस आए थे सारे स्टेट से कि इसको बढ़ाया जाए करके। इस बार तो बढ़ा दिया गया है, पता नहीं इस बार मानेगी कि नहीं। डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में एडिशनल CACs बना दिया गया है, किसी स्टेट में 3 या 4 CACs भी बना दिया गया है, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, छत्तीसगढ़, ये सब में। तो इसको कर लेना पड़ेगा अब 31 मार्च तक। अगर कुछ इसमें और एडिशनल CACs की ज़रूरत है स्टेट को, तो MOEF करने के लिए तैयार है। देन जो 2 गाइडलाइंस हमने इशू किए थे सस्टेनेबल सैंड माइनिंग के, वो 2016 और 2020 का गाइडलाइंस, इसमें हमने बहुत अच्छे से बताया है कि रिप्लेसमेंट स्टडी कैसे करना है और DSR कैसे बनाना है। इन चीज़ों को लेकर सस्टेनेबल सैंड माइनिंग हो सकता है, जिसमें इन्वायरमेंट फ्रेंडली जिसको बोलते हैं, नहीं तो हमारा जो भी रिवर है उसका बहुत बुरी तरीके से जो माइनिंग होता है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा क्षति हो रही है रिवर्स की। तो ये दोनों गाइडलाइंस को फॉलो करने की ज़रूरत है। इसमें जो 2020 का गाइडलाइन में हमने ये भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ बताया कि सीसीटीवी कैमराज, वे ब्रिजेस, RFID टैग, कैसे इन चीज़ों का इस्तेमाल करके हम इलीगल माइनिंग को रोक सकते हैं। और जैसा अभी आज मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन में देखा, काफ़ी स्टेट्स उसको फॉलो कर भी रहे हैं, तो ये बहुत एक अच्छी बात है और प्रोग्रेसिव है हमारे लिए। बट फिर भी आप देखेंगे कि 180 एफिडेविट्स हमने किया अभी ये 7-8 महीने में NGT में, सिर्फ इसमें ज़्यादातर इलीगल सैंड माइनिंग के ही एफिडेविट्स हैं। तो कोर्ट्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा संज्ञान लेने लगी है। अब तो सुओ मोटो का पावर भी NGT को आप सब जानते होंगे, तो बहुत ज़्यादा संज्ञान खुद वो पेपर में कुछ छपता है और वो NGT ले लेती है उसको संज्ञान में, और फिर एक कमेटी बनता है, फिर हम उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हैं और मामला मतलब उलझता ही जाता है। तो इन गाइडलाइंस को फॉलो करने की ज़रूरत है। अगर ये गाइडलाइंस फॉलो हो रहे हैं तो हम NGT को डायरेक्ट बता सकते हैं कि ये जितने RFID टैग्स हैं, वेब ब्रिजेस हैं, ये सब का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, तो वो भी फिर इन तरह का लिटिगेशंस को वो नहीं कॉग्निजेंस में लेंगे। एक इसमें ये भी था हमारे गाइडलाइंस में कि सैंड मैन्युफैक्चर्ड सैंड है एंड OB डंप से भी सैंड का भी एक प्रावधान है। जो बहुत सारे स्टेट्स हैं जहाँ पर कोल माइन का OB डंप बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो वहाँ आप OB डंप से भी सैंड का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। ये कुछ EC कंडीशंस हम देते हैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स में। उसमें कुछ स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस हैं जो बेस्ड अपॉन जो मैंने शुरू में भी बताया था कि फॉरेस्ट है, वाइल्ड लाइफ है, रिवर्स है, क्योंकि सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स तो बड़े होते हैं 250 हेक्टर्स एंड मोर, तो निश्चित है कि वो फॉरेस्ट वाइल्ड लाइफ कहीं ना कहीं इन्वॉल्व हो जाता है, रिवर्स, वाटर बॉडीज़, ग्राउंड वाटर रहते हैं। और फिर तो इन सब के चलते सेक्टोरल अप्रेजल कमेटी जो होती है वो उसका टॉर का कंप्लायंस भी देखती है, स्टडीज़ देखती है, और वो जो मैंने शुरू में भी बोला था कि इस तरह प्रोजेक्ट्स लेट होते हैं। अब मैं कुछ ऐसे कंडीशंस पे जाता हूँ जो फॉलो नहीं हो रहे हैं, जो हमारे रीजनल ऑफिस से रिपोर्ट आ रहे हैं कि ये सब कंडीशंस फॉलो नहीं हो रहे हैं। ये जैसे ETP STP का इन्वेरेबली आ रहा है कि किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में ETP नहीं लगा रहता है। लोग जनरली ऑयल एंड ग्रीस ट्रैप को ETP समझते हैं। अब कोर्ट्स उस पर भी बोल रही है कि ऑयल एंड ग्रीस ट्रैप इज़ डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ETP। ऑयल एंड ग्रीस ट्रैप से सिर्फ हम टैंक से ऑयल निकाल लेते हैं, वो भी मैनुअल मेथड से। ETP तो उसको निकाल के उसमें से पानी को भी अलग कर लेता है, ऑयल को अलग करता है, और वो एक पूरा मैकेनाइज सिस्टम है। तो अब जनरली अब ये कोशिश किया जाए कि ऑयल एंड ग्रीस ट्रैप से हम ETP की तरफ बढ़े। उसी तरह प्रोजेक्ट्स में STP भी लगाना ज़रूरी है, जो अभी भी बहुत कम प्रोजेक्ट्स में देखे जा रहे हैं। सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर अथॉरिटी का NOC, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए ज़रूरत जो होती है, क्योंकि ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लेशन होता है तो रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करना पड़ेगा, वरना वहाँ के जो लोकल लोगों को परेशानी हो। तो इतना बहुत ज़्यादा पुअर है, उसके चलते तो बहुत सारे नॉन कंप्लायंसेस आते हैं और प्रोजेक्ट्स लटक जाते हैं हमारे अप्रेजल कमेटी में, क्योंकि ना उसमें ग्रासिंग हो पाता है। लोग बोलते हैं कि नहीं अभी तो हम और OB डंप करेंगे, तो ग्रासिंग नहीं करते हैं, उस पर प्लांटेशन नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन ये सुनने का नहीं है, क्योंकि आपको एक सिस्टम तो बनाना पड़ेगा कि आप OB डंप्स आगे बढ़ रहा है तो पीछे से ग्रासिंग और प्लांटेशन भी होता जाए। और कैच ड्रेन, सिल्टेशन पॉन्ड, ये बहुत छोटे छोटे मेजर्स हैं, लेकिन इनका बहुत असर है, क्योंकि ये नदी नाला को और बगल के एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड को बचाते हैं। एयर पॉल्यूशन के भी कुछ मेथड्स, जैसे ये जो पिट कन्वेयर बेल्ट बोलते हैं कि अभी भी नहीं लगा पाते हैं लोग, अभी भी रोड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन चल रहा है, रोड में स्पिलेज होते हैं जिसके चलते डस्ट का प्रॉब्लम है, फिर लोकल कम्युनिटीज़ उसको रोकती हैं अपने ट्रक्स को, फिर माइनिंग और मुश्किल होता जाएगा। तो सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग धीरे धीरे करके और मुश्किल होता जाएगा इसके चलते, अगर हम ये तरपोलिन कवरिंग को ठीक से नहीं करते या उससे और आगे प्रोग्रेसिव होकर मैकेनाइज्ड कवरिंग पे नहीं जाते। 7.5 मीटर का जो ग्रीन बेल्ट कवर है वो भी नहीं कर पाते हैं लोग, बोलते हैं कि नहीं अभी लीज एरिया और सर बढ़ सकता है, घट सकता है, तो हम अभी नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो ये सब कुछ हैं कंडीशंस जिसको फॉलो करने पड़ेंगे, तो फिर क्लियरेंसेस और इजी होंगे और कोर्ट्स में लिटिगेशंस कम होंगे, लोकल कम्युनिटीज़ खुश होंगी। तो ये कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, देखिए आप, बगल बगल के जो हैबिटेशंस हैं उसके बगल में, जनरली हमारा तो पॉपुलेटेड कंट्री तो ऐसा रहेगा ही, तो निश्चित है कि हमारे पर भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ बढ़ जाती है कि हम उसको अपने कंप्लायंसेस को फॉलो करें, और फिर लोग खुश रहेंगे तो क्लियरेंसेस ईजी होंगे, लिटिगेशंस नहीं आएंगे, ये कहना है। ये हमने देखा हुआ है कि कभी लीकेज हो जाता है, जैसे ये एक प्रोजेक्ट में गया था, उसमें थिकनेर एरिया से मिनरल निकल, ये मतलब मिनरल निकल कर और बाहर निकलने लग गया, फिर धीरे धीरे वो फॉरेस्ट एरिया में अगर चला जाए रेन वाटर के साथ तो कितना नुकसान हो जाएगा लोगों को। तो अगर ये सब अगर फोटोग्राफ्स एनजीटी में जाते हैं तो कॉग्निजेंस ले ही लेता है, फिर प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी मुश्किल है और हमारे को भी मुश्किल है। ये ड्रिलिंग करते समय ऐसा है, अगर वेट ड्रिलिंग का इस्तेमाल ना हो तो इतना डस्ट का पोल्यूशन हो सकता है। ये अगर जैसा आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर ओवरबर्डन डंप बगल में कर दिया, एक नाला बगल से जा रहा है, तो कम से कम इसके बगल में एक ड्रेन या कुछ रिटेनिंग वॉल डाल देना चाहिए जिसके चलते ओवरबर्डन सिल्ट इस नाला में नहीं जाए। ये टारपोलिन कवरिंग का है। ये कभी आप देखेंगे कि मतलब केयरलेस तरीके से करते हैं जिसके चलते फिर रोड पे स्पिलेज होता है और फिर लोकल कम्युनिटीज़ ट्रक रोकेंगे, फिर माइनिंग रुकेगी। कभी कभी ऐसा हैबिटेशन एरिया में, जैसे ये नीचे वाला फोटो लेफ्ट साइड का धनबाद का है, ये पूरा एरिया इतना हैबिटेड है, अगर यहाँ पर अगर टारपोलिन कवरिंग ना हो तो फिर तो रुकेगा ही ट्रक। ये फिर जब रोड्स पर गिरते हैं मतलब मिनरल, और नीचे में फिर नदी नाला को कैसे वो प्रदूषित करते हैं ये दिखाया जा रहा है इसमें। तो इसमें एक ये सजेशन है कि माइनिंग कंपनीज जो भी कोलैबोरेट करें इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर से, ताकि ये टारपोलिन कवरिंग वाला जो हमारा टेम्पोररी मेजर चल रहा है वो धीरे धीरे मैकेनाइज्ड कवरिंग में आ जाए और स्पिलेज कम हो रोड का। ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होता जा रहा है धीरे धीरे। ये राइट साइड बॉटम का जो फोटो दिखा रहे हैं कि हम रिटेनिंग वॉल और सिल्टेशन पॉन्ड और ड्रेन्स अगर बनाते हैं तो फिर ये बाहर नहीं निकलता है सिल्ट ओवरबर्डन डंप्स का। तो ये हमारे लिए एक अच्छा मतलब बेस्ट मेजर इस टाइप का हम कर सकते हैं वहाँ पे। ये कुछ कैच मतलब ओवरबर्डन डंप्स के बगल में जो भी रिटेनिंग वॉल के बाद एक चेक डैम भी बना दिया गया कि अगर कोई सिल्ट बाहर भी निकल जाता है तो फिर चेक डैम से तो कम से कम आगे ना बढ़े। ये कुछ मॉनिटरिंग के फोटोज़ मैंने इसलिए डाले कि आप देखेंगे कि कैसे हमारा MOEF का जो रीजनल ऑफिस मॉनिटरिंग करता है तो कैसे इंप्रूवमेंट हो रहा है 17, 19, 20, 23 में। देखिए आप बगल में एक नदी जा रहा है, ओवरबर्डन डंप है, फिर पहले हमने रिटेनिंग वॉल बनवा लिया, फिर रिटेनिंग वॉल के बगल में फिर ग्रासिंग करा लिया। अब ऐसा धीरे धीरे होता जा रहा है कि सिल्ट वो नदी में नहीं जा पाएगा क्योंकि ग्रासेस आ जाएंगे तो सिल्ट का इरोजन कम हो जाएगा। उसके बाद हमारे पास रिटेनिंग वॉल और ड्रेन होंगे जिससे सिल्ट नदी में नहीं जाएगा। तो ये MOEF के ही रीजनल ऑफिस के इंस्पेक्शन से ये इंप्रूवमेंट बढ़ता जा रहा है। ये सरफेस माइनर जो काफ़ी एक अच्छा डेवलपमेंट माना गया था माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री के लिए कि ब्लास्टिंग को बचाएगा, लेकिन अगर उसमें पानी का ठीक से स्प्रेइंग का अरेंजमेंट न हो तो कैसे डस्ट बढ़ जाता है वो भी दिखाया जा रहा है। और बगल में ये भी है कि अगर उसका अरेंजमेंट ठीक हो तो डस्ट नहीं होता है। ये कुछ मेजर्स हैं, जैसे ओवरहेड एक प्रोजेक्ट में मैंने देखा ओवरहेड टैंक भी बना दिया गया कि अगर ट्रक इसके नीचे आता है और पानी दे देता है तो जब भी ट्रक अनलोडिंग करेगा तो डस्ट नहीं होता है। तो ये भी एक अच्छा है, उसके नीचे अगर ट्रक्स आ जाएँ और पानी उसको छिड़काव हो जाए तो इस तरह के भी मेजर लिए जा सकते हैं। ये कुछ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस देखे गए हैं रीजनल ऑफिसेज में इंस्पेक्शन के दौरान। ये ETP कुछ जगह शुरू हो गया है, बट आई थिंक 10-20% ही इंडिया में अभी भी ETP है, वरना ये ऑयल एंड ग्रीस ट्रैप का ही इस्तेमाल होता है टैंक्स के थ्रू। रेलवे साइडिंग्स में कैसे लोग अब फॉग कैनन लगाने लग गए हैं और पहले जो सिंपल मतलब फैब्रिक से करते थे कवरिंग, वो अब धीरे धीरे मेटल से आ रहा है, तो जिससे डस्ट का प्रोपगेशन रुक जाता है। ये कैसे डोजिंग जब हो रहा है तो साथ में अगर टैंकर चले जिसमें फॉग कैनन लगा हो तो उसमें डस्ट का प्रभाव बहुत रुक जाता है। अब ये जो फोटो डाउन वाला है उसके जस्ट बगल में हैबिटेशन भी है, तो अगर वहाँ पर ओवरबर्डन डंप में डस्ट होगा तो हैबिटेशन को नुकसान होगा। इसलिए अगर ऐसा प्रैक्टिस करें कि बगल में एक फॉग कैनन भी चलता रहे और डोजिंग हो तो डस्ट का प्रभाव कम हो सकता है। तो सर कुछ सजेशंस भी थे हमारे, ये 7 सजेशंस दिए गए थे MOEF के कि एक तो डियास अप्रेजल 31 मार्च, और दूसरा है मैन्युफैक्चर्ड सैंड या ओवरबर्डन से सैंड, स्पिलेज ऑफ ट्रक्स जो उसको भी रोकने के लिए, आर्टिफिशियल एक माइन पॉन्ड बनाने के लिए बोला जा रहा है एक्सपर्ट अप्रेजल कमेटी की तरफ से, क्योंकि जनरली पानी की कमी हो जाती है जब, तो बोल रहे हैं कि डस्ट सप्रेशन के लिए पानी ही नहीं मिलता है, तो आप आर्टिफिशियल पॉन्ड बना लीजिए क्योंकि एरिया तो बड़ा ही होता है माइनिंग का, और उससे आप एक पानी का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो ये कुछ सजेशंस थे। कभी भी सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग करना है तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस, MOEF और लोकल कम्युनिटीज़ मिला के ही हो पाएगा, इसलिए ये सारे चीज़ों को लेकर ही हमने ये स्लाइड्स बनाया था। थैंक यू।
Any issues from the states? Any points? पीछे बोलिए।
नमस्ते सर, मैं DOMG उड़ीसा से हूँ। सर हमारा एक इशू था, जैसे जो एक्सपायर्ड लीजेस हैं उसमें जो प्रीवियस क्लियरेंसेस जो वेस्टिंग होता है उसके ऊपर क्या गाइडलाइन है MOEF का। जैसे कोई अगर प्रीवियस EC वेस्टिंग मतलब जो उसका वैलिडिटी है को टर्मिनेशन विथ माइनिंग लीज, वो वेस्टिंग हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता है?
नहीं, अभी EC की वैलिडिटी बढ़ा दी गई है 30 से 50 ईयर्स वाली, जो तो आपका हो जाएगा। अगर EC लेटर में लिखा हुआ था कि को टर्मिनस माइन लीज से, तब तो EC लेटर को मानना पड़ेगा। अगर कुछ नहीं लिखा रहता जनरली तो वो वैलिडिटी 50 ईयर्स की बढ़ गई है।
को टर्मिनस विथ माइनिंग लीज अगर लिखा गया है प्रीवियस जो
लेसी कंपनी का, तब तो बढ़ाना पड़ेगा,
फ्रेश EC लेना पड़ेगा उसको,
तब तो बढ़ाना पड़ेगा।
दैट कैन नॉट बी वेस्टेड।
नहीं, तब
Sir, regarding this EC clearance, सर परिवेश पोर्टल में जब आदमी पहले अप्लाई करता है तो उसको टॉर मिलता है, उसके बाद में ही इज़ ऑन हिज ओन। बाद में वो जब करके पब्लिक हियरिंग करके फिर से अपलोड करता है, उसका नया नंबर पड़ता है और उसको बाद में एंड तक लेते हैं। सो वेन एवर वी से कि इतना टाइम पेंडेंसी है, उसमें लार्जेस्ट चंक विच इज़ गोइंग इज आफ्टर द इशुएंस ऑफ टॉर। उसने EIA-EMP किया, उसने पब्लिक हियरिंग किया, वो 2-3 साल तो आउट ऑफ द होल एम्बिट रहता है। तो जब वो पहले अप्लाई किया तो लास्ट में EC मिले, तब तक उसको कंटिन्यूअली हमको ट्रैक करना चाहिए। दैट इज़ वन एस्पेक्ट विच आई वांटेड टू ड्रॉ योर अटेंशन टू। दूसरा सर, माइनिंग में कई सारे स्टेट्स में बहुत सारे केसेस होते हैं, लेट्स से माइनर मिनरल स्पेसिफिकली, मेजर में उतने ज़्यादा ब्लॉक्स नहीं होते, तो उसमें एक सेपरेट SEAC फॉर माइनिंग के लिए प्रावधान अगर आप करें तो वो ज़्यादा हितकारी होगा, क्योंकि बड़ा टेक्निकल सा सब्जेक्ट है एंड इफ़ वी हैव सम माइनिंग स्पेसिफिक पीपल ऑन बोर्ड तो वो समझा भी पाएंगे। अभी जैसे DIA का रीअप्रेजल करने के लिए दिया, उसमें दिया था कि वर्कलोड ज़्यादा है तो स्टेट्स कैन ऑप्ट फॉर मोर SEACs। सिमिलरली ऑन अ स्टैंडिंग बेसिस माइनिंग के लिए अगर SEAC अलग से बनाने का छूट स्टेट्स को दिया जाए या फिर MOEFCC ही बनाए, इन दैट केस इट वुड एक्सपेडाइट आवर होल प्रोसेस ऑफ गेटिंग ECs। और बाकी सर रीअप्रेजल ऑफ DIA केसेस तो 31st तक विल ट्राई टू कंप्लीट। सर एक दो चीज़ें ऐसी है जिसके अभी भी ग्रे एरिया है। वन इज़ रिगार्डिंग ड्रेजिंग, क्योंकि जितना भी हम लोगों का नदी के मुहाने बंद हो जाते हैं तो वहाँ पे ड्रेज करते हैं, समुद्र या फिर पोर्ट में ड्रेज करते हैं। सो ड्रेज मटेरियल इज़ यूजुअली क्लीन्ड एंड यूज्ड फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन पर्पज, सैंड वैंड उसमें से निकाल के यूज़ करते हैं। देयर इज़ नो ओनर, क्योंकि वो ना नदी वाले लेंगे उसकी ओनरशिप, ना पोर्ट वाले लेंगे, और हर घूम फिर के जब भी आता है तो इट वुड ऑलवेज बी ऑन द माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट टू से कि ये इस रेती का क्या करना है। सो और उसमें whether we are supposed to take CRZ clearance, there is no clarity on that part whatsoever। तो बहुत डिफिकल्टी होती है, हम लोग उसका रास्ता तो निकाल लेते हैं पर उसको सिस्टमेटिकली इरिगेशन, शिपिंग एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस और पर्यावरण के सारे मिलके अगर कोई पॉलिसी सेंट्रली बना लेंगे देन इट वुड बी ईजी फॉर अस हाउ टू हैंडल दोज केसेस। क्योंकि ड्रेजिंग में हम लोग हर बार NGT में जाते हैं एंड एवरीबडी वुड से कि ये मेरा बेबी नहीं है, so ultimately somebody would have to own that baby। इतना सारा टनों में मटेरियल हम निकाल रहे हैं तो जी।
Another thing, this is rather two-way coordination I'm seeking from you.
Yes, sir.
Right now, Honorable Minister of Mines has launched the MTS. Now we have all our mining plans, their KML files, all digitized maps are available on the MTS portal. You need this as a primary document for accepting for the EC clearances.
Correct.
So we will be approaching you as well for that. So you can directly take that document.
Correct.
And similarly, we need all the environment clearances of the mining leases.
Yes.
In our database. We want that information to be shared with us.
Right.
Second thing, which is just an extension of this again, is that we are getting already all the drone images or satellite images, that is as per mandate, we are getting every year. So you also can use those images if you want to for monitoring what exactly is being done as far as your check dams are concerned, as far as your tow walls are concerned, any environmental measures, mitigation measures which has been taken by the mines.
Right.
So you can make use of that as well. This is a facility which can be extended from IBM to for your monitoring as well. This
Sir,
is
we
what
can we take मतलब individual overburden dams में कैसे कर पा रहा है, वो उतना specific दे पाएगा वो?
बिल्कुल दे पाएंगे
तब तो बहुत अच्छा
आपको हम.
And first MTS that we will
So
try to
we
do.
need a coordination
Right,
between the
sir,
two
very
agencies so that we can share the informations
Yes.
which is required by you and which is required by
We have
us.
one decision support system in Parivesh, but your system I think will be more powerful one.
That is what.
One short question or a suggestion. You were showing some kind of dust suppression measures been used by the miners for as a best practice. Now, in regional level, you have installed some kind of pollution, measurement, instrument. So at different level, you have utilized those sensors. Now, how do you measure on a daily basis what kind of pollution level are there in that mines? Why are you not able to utilize Internet of Things so that regularly you are able to monitor all the pollution level in that area so that the miners have to invariably adopt some best technology to suppress the dust?
Sir, we have come into this continuous ambient air quality monitoring station. Now the standard EC condition is there that every project should have one CQMS, but the data is not, unfortunately it is not so correct data, sir. And many times the machines are not working due to some problems. And whenever, the main problem is whenever we get 6 monthly compliance report, the data is okay, satisfactory. But whenever regional officers go to the mines and see the dust levels and all, it is not okay.
सर, और ईसी का जो उड़ीसा ने बताया, हर एक ईसी में 2 चीज़ें लिखी रहती हैं कि उसका टर्म लिखा रहता है और उसका MTPA मेट्रिक टन पर एनम जो प्रोडक्शन है वो लिखा ही रहता है. बाद में मैं सर 5 लाख से उसका जब 6 लाख माइनिंग प्लान में मैंने इम्प्रूव करवा लिया तो ही हैज़ टू गो अगेन एंड गेट दैट फ्रेश ईसी एंड वो इटर्निटी के लिए उसी में रहते हैं. सो अल्टीमेटली सम लीवे इन टर्म्स ऑफ एडिशनल जो 40% बता रहे हैं उस हिसाब से इफ आई हैव ऑब्टेन्ड ईसी फॉर द होल ऑफ माइन, माई एरिया इज नॉट गेटिंग इंक्रीज्ड. इन दैट केस ऑल्सो ये लिमिट माइनिंग प्लान के हिसाब से हो तो ठीक है सर, रादर देन एवरी टाइम एवरीबडी हैज़ टू गो टू ईसी एंड गेट इट अ फ्रेश ईसी. सर वो हर बार
फ्रेश ईसी के लिए नहीं आना पड़ता सर, वो एक्सपेंशन ईसी कहलाता है. उसके लिए आपको फिर 40% 50% तक जो हमने दिया उसके लिए पब्लिक हियरिंग नहीं करानी पड़ती है. लेकिन अगर आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि अगर उसको हम डायरेक्ट बढ़ा दें 50 मिलियन टन से 100 मिलियन टन सपोज, और उसमें कोई भी स्टडी ना हो, तो ये स्टडी ही तो इसलिए बनी थी ना कि उसका इम्पैक्ट कितना होगा. लीज एरिया तो सेम हो जा रहा है लेकिन इम्पैक्ट तो बढ़ेगा ना सर 50 से 100 मिलियन टन जाने में, तो कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा उसके लिए, कोई स्टडी तो बढ़ेगी ना.
Is it within the ceiling when you go for an extended mining plan? Is it within the overall ceiling of the EC?
सर नहीं सर, रिसोर्स तो बहुत
EC का लेवल भी बढ़ रहा है.
EC भी बढ़ाना पड़ेगा ना सर प्रोडक्शन के लिए. तो 40% इज अ कैप, तो 40% तक अगर मैं जा रहा हूँ तो मुझे पब्लिक हियरिंग नहीं करनी है, पर फिर भी पूरा प्रोसेस तो करना ही है. वो MOEFCC तक जाके मुझे उसका EC तो बढ़ाना ही है. इवन इफ आई इंक्रीज 1 MTPA पर, मतलब एक भी टन ज़्यादा करता हूँ तो करना है पूरा विधि. तो सर कुछ तो फ्रीडम 10, 15, 20% कुछ हो कि जिसके अंदर इसके हिसाब से माइनिंग प्लान
We'll examine this. Yeah.
और सर जो हम लोग किसी को वेस्ट कर रहे हैं आफ्टर द पीरियड ऑफ द माइन गेट्स लैप्स्ड, वो वेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं, इन दैट केस ऑल्सो उसका लीज का साथ ही लिखा होगा कोई ये 2027 में ये खत्म हो जाएगा तो EC में 2027 ही लिखा रहेगा. तो वो वेस्टिंग इफ वी गो बाय दिस इंटरप्रिटेशन इट वुड नॉट वर्क एट ऑल.
एक्चुअली जो उड़ीसा ने इशू रेज किया था, इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इशू. भाई अभी आप जिसको दे रहे हो वो 50 साल के लिए दे रहे हैं, जिसने पहले ले लिया और बोला कि उसका लीज पीरियड तक है उसको भी ऑटोमेटिकली 50 इयर्स मिलना चाहिए. वी नीड टू इंटरप्रेट दैट एंड से दैट फॉर ऑल सच माइंस जहाँ पर हमने पहले ऐसी भाषा लिखा है दे विल ऑल्सो गेट 50. जैसे हमने जब 2015 में अमेंडमेंट किया था, वी हैव फ्लैटली इंक्रीज्ड द पीरियड ऑफ 50 इयर्स फॉर ऑल द माइंस.
इसको सोचा जा सकता है सर.
ओके जी.
Sir, I had mentioned in my presentation, we are doing about 30% of our sand delivery through the public mining sites, but we continue to deliver 70% through the contractor sites for the commercial projects. Now, the problem which we are facing here is that when we lease out the site to the contractor, right now ECs are being taken by the government and then being transferred to the contractor. That is the policy after 23. But prior to that, there was a policy where the contractor would get the EC and start the mining operations. Now, the moment he defaulted and left, he would take the EC along with him and just go away. And there was no way we could force him to transfer the EC to the state government. We have already made a request to MOEF also and to the ministry also that since the material belongs to the government, minerals are essentially the property of the government, at least the EC, there should be an overriding provision. You've already done it for coal, I am told, that the EC automatically, the government can decide to take it over. But for minor minerals, this provision is not existing as of now. And we are facing a lot of problem.
We'll see into it, sir.
Okay, ji, anyone else? Very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shiraji Ranjanji. The next one, ladies and gentlemen, we all know the close link between railways and mines, and our next presentation would delve into that. This focuses on leveraging railway infrastructure for efficient mineral transportation, aligning it with the goals of PM Gati Shakti. I think Shri Sanjeev Kasiji had also spoken about it in the morning to ensure seamless logistic and connectivity. We have with us Mr. Manoj Kumar Gangai, Executive Director Planning in the Ministry of Railways and IRTS Officer of 99 batch. I will now request him for the presentation with a round of applause from all of you.
Thank you. Secretary sir, senior officials from state governments and other institutions, Ministry of Mines and other ministries. As you are aware that Government of India has given a lot of emphasis in infrastructure creation in the country. And in pursuant to this particular objective, if you see the total outlay, total capital outlay, that is increasing almost at the rate of 26%. So almost doubling every 3 years and almost 3 times in 4 years. This is all ministry together. Similarly, Indian Railways also, they are allocating a very sizable chunk of resource in infrastructure creation. And if you see the blue bars, this is gross budgetary support from the government. It has increased almost from 32 to 240. It's about, again, 26% growth in the last 10 years. And similarly, the total capital expenditure has also grown at the rate of almost 16%. So the average expenditure on infrastructure creation in railways and in other ministries as well has increased many-fold in the last few years. And sir, the guiding framework for doing all these activity to create infrastructure is Gati Shakti framework and Gati Shakti principle. I will go to the last column. There are 7 engines of PM Gati Shakti program. These are railway, roads, ports, waterways, mass transit systems and logistic infrastructure, airports. And there are corresponding ministries such as railways, mines, coal, etc. Those who are actually implementing the objectives of PM Gati Shakti. And these are the thematic approaches regarding Gati Shakti framework. You have a session on that. Comprehensiveness, prioritization, optimization, synchronization, and other things. Basically, the idea is in a very simple language, is that different connected ministries should sit together and then plan mega projects so that the resources can be pulled in. Whatever one ministry is doing, the efforts of one ministry such as road should align with the efforts of railways and all other allied ministries. So that is the whole guiding principle. Now, we have our own plan. I mean, we call it National Rail Plan. And the objective of the plan is to understand the entire freight ecosystem and then assess the connectivity requirement in different parts of the country, be it freight transportation or some regional connectivity or some strategic lines or from main trunk passenger trunk routes. And then also provide for first and last mile connectivity, again, be it freight transportation or in passenger transportation. And in 2021, we came up with the National Rail Plan for the first time that basically emphasizes on capacity creation, modal rail, increasing modal rail share, and there are certain other issues related to pricing and policy issues. Then a set of this particular rail plan is mission 3,000 million ton. The aim is to create infrastructure which should be able to carry 3,000 million ton. Currently, we are carrying 1.6 million ton. We are the third largest in the world. The USA is carrying about 1.7, 1.8 million ton. So maybe in 3 years or 4 years, we will overtake USA. So we will become second largest freight carrier in the world, I mean in rail transportation. China is way ahead of us. This is almost about, currently they are about more than 3.5 and 4. As I have just explained the Gati Shakti framework, so basically whatever we do, there is a guiding principle that is based on Gati Shakti framework. And very recently in the previous budget, March 2024 budget, there was a mention of 3 corridors, I think, corridor program. And these 3 corridors are energy and mineral corridors, high traffic density corridors, and rail sagar. Energy and mineral corridor basically caters to the first and last mile connectivity of different mines. High traffic density corridors basically focuses on connecting the trunk routes all across the country, like Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and others. And then the third one is the rail sagar. Since the ports are the major logistic hubs and they are about to grow further, so there is another corridors that is for rail sagar corridor. Now just some of the, I mean these were the broad plans, some of the specifics that what railway is doing. You must have heard that DFC, Dedicated Freight Corridor, is commissioned. Almost all sections are commissioned. This is almost about 2,800 kilometers of network, double line network. This is fully commissioned except this 100 kilometers near JNPT. This is likely to be commissioned in 2025, maybe this calendar year, maybe by December and so. These are dedicated for freight transport. So the average speed of freight trains, which is currently on mixed network, which is about almost 20 kilometer per hour, is likely to increase up to 3 times 60 kmph, which is possible even in normal operations. So then in addition to this, the DPR has been prepared for 3 another corridors. These are between Kharagpur to Vijayawada in the East Coast area. Then from Itarsi to Vijayawada is a central India to southern India. And then from Bombay area to Dhankuni, which is near Calcutta. So the DPR is ready and government will take decision in this regard. We are also developing freight terminals. And in this regard, a new policy initiative, we call it Gati Shakti Terminal policy, cargo policy. that has been launched in December 2021. And under this policy, already more than 90 terminals have been commissioned, and another 70 applications are pending, and there are other applications under consideration, maybe more than 200. What this policy has done is that earlier the lease rate were 6%, that has been reduced to 1.5. And the lease period earlier used to happen around 15 years, now it has been extended to 35 years. So the serious player would be able to put in their machinery and capital, so that is expected to lead to productivity and enhanced transportation in freight. In addition to that, we have about 2,000 railway goods sheds and another about 1,200 private goods sheds. So there we have a carve out a particular sum of money, 12,000 crore for development of this particular goods shed, which is under the administrative control of railways. These are the new terminals that has been commissioned in the last 3 years. Apart from railway track, wagon induction has been increased almost double. 5 years ago, our average procurement rate per year was about 15,000 wagons to 18,000 wagons. Now we are procuring 37,000 wagons every year. So almost double the number we are procuring now in terms of wagons. China used to procure the same number, 30,000 wagons per year, sometime in early 1990s. So 30 years, I mean, China's real story has started actually in early 1990s. So this is exactly, I mean, the interesting number that is matching. Now we have started procuring a similar number of wagons every year. Similarly, commensurate locomotives that we are procuring. We have about 12,000 freight locomotives, and now we are procuring every year 1,300. So almost 10% we are procuring every year. Now coming to minerals, railway is carrying about 180 million ton of iron ore, and then there are other commodities such as dolomite, gypsum, bauxite, etc. So total about 250 million ton out of total 1,600 million ton. About 300 is mineral. There are three major zones.
All this is non-coal.
Sir?
Non-coal. Non-coal minerals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Coal is completely separate. Yes, sir. It's non-coal. Coal is completely separate because we are carrying almost about 800 million ton coal, which is almost 50% our total carriage. 300 about is non-coal mineral. These are the zones that has been identified by Ministry of Mines itself. So zone A, zone B, zone C and zone D, and these zones are catering to different areas, and based on these classifications that we have basically tried to categorize railway projects in different areas. Just the next one. So this is the landscape, the total, I mean, kind of. Currently, we have about 488, projects of the total railway projects going on of different lengths all across the country, which has a length of 45,000 kilometers. Currently, the total length, railway track length is about 1.1 lakhs kilometer. So this particular number, which is under pipeline, is about almost 40% of the total existing track length. And the average time of completion is about 5 to 6 years. So by 2030, our track length or the track density would increase almost about 40%. The estimated cost is about 7.5 lakhs crore. Now, in addition to that, which is already going on, we have already listed out newly identified project under 3 corridor projects. These are 434 projects. And out of 434 projects, 100 are already sanctioned. So this 100 is common. I mean, this has been included in the left circle. So remaining is 300, almost 34 projects, which are again about 30,000 kilometers of track at the estimated cost of proportionally maybe 6 lakhs crore. Out of that newly identified, there are about 192 projects that will cater to the first and last mile connectivity of different minerals. That would, as sir has pointed out, the coal as well as non-coal. And there the outlay is expected estimate is about 4.5 lakhs crore, and total track length is about 15,000 crore, 15,000 kilometers. So out of the total 1.1 lakhs, almost 15% is dedicated to the first and last mile connectivity of minerals. Here just we are not taking the trunk routes where we have basically initiated multi-tracking such as third line and fourth line. These out of 192, the multi-tracking etc. is not included, because anyway once it is taken, picked up from the different mines and locations, it will go long distances on the regular network. And out of that 192, there are 17 projects already sanctioned. This is now just pictorially, this is East Coast Railway, which falls into Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh. The green line is new lines that is proposed to be constructed. Red is multi-tracking or doubling, and pink is specific first and last mile connectivity projects. So these all are, in East Coast, these all will cater to the faster evacuation of minerals and ores. These are the details that specifically in these 3 states, Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh, they are ongoing. There are 13 projects which are ongoing with 1800 kilometers and certain cost. There are already, 5 terminals that are under construction at different locations. These are all in Odisha. Gati Shakti terminal. Gati Shakti terminals are terminals which are being constructed in participation of private players. Where private players, they basically construct their own lines and then develop machineries and handling equipments. Similarly, in Southeast Central Railway, these are the projects. So if you see that the black lines are existing railway lines. So something or the other is happening in all the lines that is there. Either some new line are constructed, or some multi-tracking and doubling are happening, or wherever some minerals and ore are available, some of the lines are proposed or ongoing. These are again details of that specific area and sections. Just for clarity, these are the ongoing projects on the first column. In the middle, these are the Gati Shakti terminals. There are 9 terminals in this particular railway, and these are the identified projects. These projects are yet to be sanctioned, so they are in different processes of DPR, etc., and sanctioning. Similarly, this is Southeastern Railway. It caters to Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Orissa. Again, and again, you can see there are a lot of green lines, which are new line are proposed to be constructed. Then there are certain pink lines, which are specifically targeted for non-coal minerals, and there are certain multi-tracking which are shown in red line. The cyan and then blue line is a different railway. There are no lines over there. The blue. These are the specifics of the same one. Similarly, Central Railway. Central Railway has little less track density as compared to other states. So you see there are a lot of new lines that has been either ongoing or they are proposed. and there are certain pink line as well, and multi-tracking. Multi-tracking are happening from Bombay to Calcutta routes. So you can see this red line starting from Bombay and going all the way to Itarsi and Nagpur. These are the specific, I mean, though there are no distinctions. I mean, on all railway tracks, all commodities and freight and passenger moves. But many times when we justify a particular project, then we basically give a weight and say that, okay, this is mineral project, this is coal project, etc. So based on that, these are the numbers. Similarly, for Southwestern Railway, again, there are 4-5 states, and you can see lot of green lines. So these are all new railway track which are proposed and to be constructed. These are the details again. This is South Central Railway. So South Central Railway is in middle of the country and kind of. So a lot of multi-tracking are happening. Multi-tracking, when I say multi-tracking, means third and fourth line are being constructed. So it will create huge capacity of carriage all across the country in different parts, north, south, east, west. Similarly, these are the details. 5 terminals that are upcoming and 32 projects that has been identified. So now, from customer point of view, the customer has to basically go online and book their consignment. And since there are different minerals, the charging rates are different, the incentive schemes are different. So last year, the portal were revised and lot of improvement were done. I will just talk about that. In railways, all freight transportation and basically freight dealing has been made online. I mean, you can put indent online, you can get supply information online, calculation of freight online, even demurrage is charged online, you apply for waiver of demurrage online, you can appeal online, the waiver comes online and then it is deposited back to the customer accounts online. Only delivery part remains physical. Otherwise, everything as far as freight services are concerned, this has been put online. There is a specific portal which provides all the information to the customers. This is Freight Operation Information System, and then you go to the business. I think it has gone. Okay. So this is the portal. So business, then commodity, minerals, etc. And then you go to the scheme, what are the scheme and what are the calculator available. This is the portal. This is on FOIS. There are different modules and pages. You can go to, I mean, you can choose what commodity you have to transport from one point to other point. Then according to that, you will be guided about your rates, what kind of wagon would be required, what the charging would be required, is there any restrictions, or there any packaging or some special conditions. And this particular page gives overview of many information such as how many terminals are open for mineral transports, or for that matter, what type of, how many types of wagon are available in which the freight can be carried, what should be the weightage requirement, how much you can load in a particular wagon, etc. Then the last point is pending issues with the states. Since I have mentioned that there are a large number of projects going on all across the country, so there are many project related issues with the state government. So just for example, I mean the broad issues basically they relates to land acquisition or the R&R settlement related issues. Many times the permission to start the work are not happening. There are some law and order issues as well. So for example, in Orissa, Narayanganj Bhadrak third line. So relocation and eviction of encroachers on Balasur yard, that is pending. Then there are certain other restrictions by NGT. Then for the next one, I will just read few problems like Koraput, Singapore doubling, reluctant in receiving compensation leading to transfer of cases to LA and RNR delaying, etc. So broadly, it's all related to land acquisition or RNR issues, and these are basically delaying the project and its completion. Normally, when a project is sanctioned, we expect 5 years of completion time. If these permissions are not coming, there is a cost escalation, there is a problem, and lot of other problems that comes into. So similarly, like in Maharashtra, there are MUTPs related issues. These are metro projects, and there are related issues. Then Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, these are all similar. In one of the cases, normally railway projects, they do not require EC clearance. So that is one good thing. But in FC, what happens that stage 1 is granted by central government usually, but in stage 2, there is a major role of state governments. So whenever some railway projects are stuck up, then it's a railway, the state government can help a lot in various, especially stage 2 clearances. Thank you.
Any issue from any state on railway? Okay, जी सब लोग जाना चाहते हैं इसका मतलब.
Sir, yes sir.
Everyone is in a mood to leave now.
Sir.
Okay, next.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manojji. And, there's this American political leader, Jody Rell, who had once said, at the end of the day, the goals are simple: safety and security. And we are going to end the presentations with one on the safety standards across mines. And for this presentation, we have with us Director DGMS, Mr. Saifullah Ansari, who comes with wide experience as a practicing mining engineer in Longwen and Shotwell mining, with management of roof caving using induced blasting from surface. So I'll request him to take over the presentation by DGMS. Thank you so much, sir.
नमस्कार. All clearances has been received to the mine owner and lessees, and the owner want to start the mine, and he submit the notice of opening to the DGMS and the district collectors in which the mine is situated, and the safe method of mining, safety of the workplace, safety of the person employed in mines comes into picture, and the role of DGMS starts. Actually, as per the Constitution of India, the safety of person and welfare of person in mines and all fields are the concern of the central government subject, and which is regulated by the Mines Act and administered by the Director General of Mine Safety, a subordinate organization under Ministry of Labour and Employment. And this first Mines Act was enacted in 1901. Then the regulatory body DGMS started on 7 January 1902. We have the legacy of around 123 years working in safety, mine safety, and person employed in the mine safety of person employed in a mine. As we have our vision to attain the risk and hazard-free condition of workplace and person employed in a mine, and which is mission is to identify and reduce the risk of accident and occupational diseases. The two major issues, the risk of accident and occupational diseases which has been notified in the Mines Act, like silicosis, pneumoconiosis, 8 diseases are notified, which is ये fulfilled by development of the suitable rules and regulations, their compliance and the awareness programs. These are the mandate of the DGMS, the main regulation which are administered by the DGMS, Mines Act 1952, and for the coal mine, for the technical methods and technical operation, coal mines, the Coal Mines Regulation 2017 for metalliferous mines, MMR 1961, Oil Mines Regulation 2017, and for the welfare operations and welfare of the person employed in a mine, there is a Mines Rule 1955, where the health, hygiene, and welfare of person is dealt. And again, for the training of the person employed in a mine, there is a vocational training rule. For the rescue services, there is a mine rescue rules and crutch rule and coal mine pit head bath rule. And for the safety of electrical safety in mines, there is a Central Electricity Regulation 2023. The main function of the DGMS is the inspection of mines and inquiry into accident investigation, granting of permissions, approvals to different methods, permissions, and development of standard, SOPs, conduct statutory examination to fulfill the requirement of the competent person, statutory person in the field, and the safety promotional initiatives for all these things. To administer the Mines Act across the country, DGMS is in 8 zones and 38 regions. We start from the Srinagar in the north, and then these are the intervention of DGMS, like ये जितने भी जो मेथड्स से हम लोग बता रहे हैं सर, जो जितने भी रेलवेज हैं, रोड्स हैं, इन सबको कैसे सेव किया जाए, इसके लिए सुटेबल मेथड्स, सुटेबल परमिशंस देने के लिए, प्लस सुटेबल माइनिंग मेथड्स एंड सीक्वेंस ऑफ माइनिंग से, जिससे कि मिनरल का कंजर्वेशन हो और सेफली हम निकाल सकें. फिर स्टेटरी एग्जामिनेशन लेकर के कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन प्रोवाइड करने के लिए, जिससे कि वो सेफली काम कर सके. टेक्निकल गाइडलाइंस बेस्ड ऑन द डिफरेंट रिकमेंडेशंस एंड द एक्सीडेंट इंक्वायरी वी प्रोवाइड द फॉर सेफ ऑपरेशन इन द माइन. जब सर हम धरा के गर्भ से जब हम खनिज का दोहन करते हैं, तो नो डाउट जो भूगर्भ का जो एक नेचुरल बैलेंस है, उसको हम लोग डिस्टर्ब करते हैं. सो मेनी हैजार्ड्स is inbuilt by the mining operation, and we say that the mining is a hazardous industry. So these are the major principal hazards, like inundation. We have just seen the Dhima Hasau mines, the inrush of mine, and 9 miners tripped on 6th of January. And the explosion and fires, because in coal mines, there is an inbuilt that when we cut the coal, there is an inflammable gas, the methane comes into picture. And because when in a work in underground mine, the roof and side comes into picture. In underground mine, the roof and side fall, and roof and side fall in open cast mines also, because in the deep open cast mines, again the slope failure and the pit slopes come into picture, where the stability of the slope comes into picture, and again the blasting and explosion. These are the major principal hazard for these different guidelines, and we issued by the DGMS, like in for inundation is the preparation of water danger plan, monsoon preparation, and whenever there is a water body, there is a method for advanced boreholing to detect the actual position of the water. And again, a lot of geophysical method to detect the water bodies is there, and the recommendations are there. And again, for the explosion, and for there is a recommendations of ventilation standard for the underground mines, environmental monitoring system, and use of intrinsically safe and the explosion-proof apparatus in mines to arrest the sources of coal dust and fire damp ignitions, interlocking of cutting machines to prevent the source of ignitions, and use of permitted explosive, introduction of dust control measures, and installation of stone dust barriers. And again, for the roof fall, there is a roof support system for the freshly exposed. Whenever we get the freshly exposed reef and underground, there is a roof vaulting system, introduction of the modern support system like the resin capsules, and starter control management plan. Plus, we have introduced the phased out the manual loading in mostly in underground mine, but still in the some non-coal mines it's going on. So by mechanization and at the face, this danger has been reduced. Again, in the open cast mine, like for stability of side and roof, the scientific study has been introduced, and based on the scientific study, slope monitoring in open cast is being done, and lot of guidelines on this circulars regarding the slope monitoring, etc. is given. And again, for the blasting, there is a safe zone for the blasting, control blasting methods, on the precautions for the storage, transport, and handling of explosives. A lot of guidelines has been given by DGMS in this regard. The main function of the core function of the DGMS is to reduce the risk of accidents. We have data from 1901 because our director started from 1902, but we have data from 1901, and studies has been done for all fatal accident. We can see that this is the fatality rate per 1,000 per ton, per 1,000 person employed on decadal basis. So this is reduced, and this has been done by the several initiatives taken, like risk-based inspection system, amendment in regulations, operation of mines on the basis of scientific study reports, method of slope stability in open cast mine, risk assessment and safety management plans, safety alerts, standard operating procedures, technical circulars, guideline, awareness program. Still, sir, हम जितने भी रेगुलेटरी बॉडी हो, माइन ऑनर हो, माइन मैनेजमेंट हो, गवर्नमेंट हो, सभी का प्रयास है कि जो माइन में जो हो सेफ्टी हो, एक्सीडेंट नहीं हो, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली प्रत्येक वर्ष जो है हम लोग कोल माइंस में, कोल एंड मेटल बोथ माइंस में करीब 30 से 40 एक फेटलिटीज़ हो रहे हैं, और हम लोग जैसे इस साल भी 2024 में सर कोल माइंस में 40 फेटलिटीज़ हुए, जिसमें कि 51% फेटल हुए, मेटल माइंस में 31 फेटलिटी एक्सीडेंट हुए, फेटल एक्सीडेंट, जिसमें कि 38% जो इन्वॉल्व थे, एंड ऑयल माइंस में एक फेटलिटी हुआ, जिसमें 1%. स्टिल ऑल एफर्ट्स done by all the stakeholders, still we are facing this, which has to be addressed. Next intervention of DGMS in this is, sir.
आपके फैटेलिटी रेट में वो जो इलीगल माइनिंग के फैटेलिटी जोड़ते हैं, जैसे वो असम वाला एक्सीडेंट है उसमें काउंट करते हैं?
No, sir. This is for the mining accident only, not illegal mines or the road accident. This is for the mining accident, that is in the boundary, in the inside the boundary of the mine, or in and around the boundary of the mine where the mining operation is going on, connected to the mining operation. These are the, as per the digital mission of the government, we have the e-DGMS portal. Our official portal is at dgms.go.in, where all updates regarding the rule, regulations, permissions, approval policies, all is in public domain. Our citizen charter also, all information in public domain in this site. And we have the unified Shram Suvidha portal, SSP portal for transparency and accountability and scope.
State के issues बताएं.
Pardon?
State के issues बताएं.
हाँ, yes. These are the online systems, sir. And again, one is the reform in examination system for fulfilling the requirement of the industry for competent person. We are taking the examination in different under CMR and MMR for like mining sardar, overman, assistant managers, surveyor, certificate holders for safe operation of the mine. And these examination can be totally 100% in CBT mode. एंड सर ये जो एग्जामिनेशन जो जूनियर एग्जाम्स का है, पहले जो होता था इंग्लिश में होता था, तो बहुत ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट्स थे डिफरेंट जो है ना रीजन से. तो अभी जो है ना 5 रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में हो रहे हैं, जिसमें कि बंगाली, उड़िया, तमिल, तेलुगु एंड कन्नड़, बिकॉज ऑफ द मोस्टली द माइन आर सिचुएटेड इन दिस रीजन्स. एंड टोटली वेरिफिकेशन इज ऑनलाइन एट 24 रीजनल सेंटर फॉर द स्पीडी डिस्पोजल ऑफ द आवर. There is very, our major initiative is as a legislative reforms, like sir, coal mines regulation has been amended depending on the mechanization in the industry. The coal mine has been amended because earlier the coal mine regulation was in CMR 1957, which has been amended in 2017. Oil mine regulation also, because the oil mining industry has totally digitized, and the oil mine regulation has been also amended. Central Electricity Authority regulation also 2023, earlier this was the 2010. And Occupational Health Safety and Code, OHS Code 2020 has been notified. Till date it has not been enacted. And this is the major reforms for the Nari Shakti के लिए, क्योंकि जो पहले माइंस में वुमेन का जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट था वो अंडरग्राउंड में टोटली प्रोहिबिटेड था, और ओपन कास्ट में सिर्फ डे आवर में वुमेन एम्प्लॉयड हो सकते हैं फ्रॉम 6 AM to 7 PM. But by these reforms, women can be employed round the clock in open cast mine and surface operation, but in underground, only in the day hours, that is 6 AM to 7 PM, subject to the safety and security, and there is some guidelines we have to follow. And सर, इसमें बहुत खुशी की बात है कि अभी जो वुमेन्स हैं, not only this mining engineer, but we can see this pictures in very heavy HMM operations में भी. और सबसे जो टफ माना जाता है माइन में रेस्क्यू और रिकवरी, अंडरग्राउंड माइन में जो कि रेस्क्यू और रिकवरी करना, जिसमें ये फोटोग्राफ देख रहे हैं सर, रेस्क्यू और रिकवरी का है ये. इसमें तो लास्ट में 24 में फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया से ऑल वुमेन रेस्क्यू टीम पार्टिसिपेट की थी इंटरनेशनल माइन रेस्क्यू कंपटीशन कोलंबिया में, जिसमें कि फर्स्ट टाइम एक टीम गई थी, जिसमें कि टोटल 3 ऑल ओवर इंटरनेशनल लेवल में 3 टोटल जो है ना टीम थी. इसमें इंडियन टीम ने सर सेकंड जो है ना ओवरऑल सेकंड जो उनको प्राइज मिला था. ये बहुत खुशी की बात है. और इसके लिए अभी जो है हमारे पास जो है ना अंडरग्राउंड में काम करने वाले 40 रेस्क्यू 10 पर्सन है, वुमेन रेस्क्यू 10 पर्सन है, जो कि मेनली जो है जिंक में है, कुछ कोल इंडिया में है, सिंगरेनीज में है और कोल सेक्टर्स में है. तो ये मतलब बहुत ही ये है कि, और अभी ये हम लोगों का जो इनका एम्प्लॉयमेंट है लगातार हम लोग इनकरेज कर रहे हैं, बढ़ रहे हैं. नॉट वुमेन बट ट्रांसजेंडर्स भी आ रहे हैं. मेनली इन द ये सिक्योरिटी डिपार्टमेंट में ट्रांसजेंडर बहुत आए हैं. These are the, sir, notified diseases: occupational disease, the silicosis, pneumoconiosis, manganese poisoning, asbestosis, cancer of lung. And these, our intervention to reduce the risk of these diseases, because जब कोई आदमी काम कर रहा है माइंस में तो जाने अनजाने में हम डस्ट के एक्सपोजर में आते हैं. These are the mainly the lung disease, because there is a generation of dust in mines and mainly the airborne dust. So several measures has been taken, like the इसमें mainly the
स्टेट से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस उस पे आई है?
ये है सर.
ये तो आपने काफी कुछ काम खुद ही कर लिया. स्टेट से क्या चाहते हैं?
स्टेट से सर इसमें है, इसमें जो मेनली अभी जो है मुख्तार सर ने भी जो अभी एक क्वेश्चन रेज किया था, dust measurement in for the person employed in a mine, within the mine boundary. तो there is a clear cut guideline, airborne dust survey. एयरबॉर्न डस्ट सर्वे, जिसमें कि हम लोग माइन का जो पर्सन माइन में जो काम कर रहे हैं उनका डस्ट डोज जो है मेज़र करते हैं, और उनका पोर्टल टू पोर्टल माइन में 8 आवरली जो है ना बेसिस पे कि उनका टोटल कितना डस्ट कंज्यूम किया. ये टोटल गाइडलाइंस है. और रिडक्शन जो परमिसिबल लिमिट है उसको भी जो अभी रिड्यूस कर दिया गया एज पर द ILO का जो गाइडलाइंस उसके हिसाब से. पहले 3 था, उसको 2 कर दिया गया. इसमें जो स्टेट का वो है सर, अभी जैसे सभी स्टेट में मेनली जो नॉन कोल सेक्टर जहाँ पे है, जहाँ पे अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर्स है, इसमें मेनली यहाँ पे कि स्टोन माइंस है, सिल्का माइंस है, जहाँ पे कि सिल्का डस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है. खास करके राजस्थान हो गया, कर्नाटका में हो गया. तो यहाँ पे मेनली जो है सिल्कोसिस के केसेस बहुत आ रहे हैं सर. तो इसमें जो स्टेट का हम लोगों का ये अभी बहुत ज़्यादा स्टेट से अभी जो DMGs के प्रेजेंटेशन में आया था कि ये लोग सभी जगह पे सिल्कोसिस के मॉनिटरिंग के लिए कहीं पे वैन है, कहीं पे अपना एक मैकेनिज़्म है कि उनका कैसे जो है वो जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं स्टोन माइंस में, उनका कैसे मैकेनिज़्म किया है, उसको कैसे डिटेक्ट किया जाए. तो इसके लिए मतलब ये सभी लोग अपने तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं. इसमें जो मेजर इश्यूज़ है कि जो हम जो सर्वे कर रहे हैं जिसका हम जो माइन में काम करने के वाला सर्वे कर रहे हैं एज पर वो ILO गाइडलाइन होना चाहिए। तो इसमें जो स्टेट का वो था सर, इसमें नेशनल सेफ्टी कॉन्फ्रेंस का भी वो है कि एक तो पेरियोडिक मेडिकल जो एग्जामिनेशन होना है और स्पायरोमेट्री सर्वे का गाइडलाइन से कोई लंग फंक्शन टेस्ट मैंडेटरी होना चाहिए। जो भी आप जो है सर्वे कर रहे हैं, खास करके जो लाइन में काम करने वाले लोग हैं, उनका एक्चुअल जो है कैसे रिप्रेजेंटेशन कैसे आएगा, तो सभी का लंग फंक्शन टेस्ट जरूरी है। उसमें एक्सरे जो है मिनिमम 300 mA का एक्सरे होना चाहिए, लंग फंक्शन टेस्ट होना चाहिए, प्लस जो डॉक्टर कर रहा है दे मस्ट नो हाउ अबाउट द सिलिकोसिस एंड व्हाट आर द दीज। तो जो उनके लिए जो ILO क्लासिफाइड जो है ना, जो ट्रेन डॉक्टर हैं और जो OH में ट्रेन डॉक्टर हैं वो डायरेक्टर होना चाहिए। जनरली ये देखा गया कि जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में इवन जो डॉक्टर्स हैं तो वो ILO ट्रेन डॉक्टर नहीं है। तो जो एक्चुअल जो न्यूमोकोनोसिस का आइदर जो डिटेक्ट करना उसका किस स्टेज में है, उसका रिहेबिलिटेशन कैसे होगा, ट्रीटमेंट कैसे होगा, और टोटल जो कंपनसेशन का ये है, उसके लिए ज़रूरी है कि उनका डिटेक्शन जो है सर्वे जो हो वो सही तरीके से, जिसके लिए मेरा फैसिलिटीज़ जो भी लॉजिस्टिक्स है वो एज पर ILO गाइडलाइंस हो, प्लस जो डॉक्टर है वो ILO ट्रेंड OH ट्रेंड डॉक्टर हो। तो ये मतलब ज़रूरी है कि जो जितने भी डॉक्टर मेरे इन्वॉल्व हैं उनका इसमें बहुत ही ट्रेनिंग है। अभी तो ILO का जो है ना 2022 गाइडलाइंस आ गया जो कि डिजिटल है, वो कोई भी जो है ना ऑनलाइन में करके ILO से वो ट्रेनिंग होता है, वो डिजिटल एक्सरे के चेकिंग के लिए सभी लोग अपने डॉक्टर को ट्रेन कर सकते हैं। जो मेजर जो ये तो सर हम लोगों का है, जो हम लोग जो अपना स्टेप ले रहे हैं प्रमोशनल इनिशिएटिव्स में सर, ये हम लोग अभी जो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म है लोग उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं। इसमें जो भी अपडेट्स आता है, अपना जो ट्विटर है, यूट्यूब है, इंस्टाग्राम है, कोई भी स्टेक होल्डर चाहे तो इसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं। जितने भी माइनिंग में एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, जितने भी अपडेट्स आते हैं, जितने भी सेफ्टी अलर्ट्स आते हैं, सभी इस पे आते हैं, लोग इसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि DGMS ऐसा है कि बहुत लोग DGMS को जानते नहीं, इवन हम लोग को बोलते हैं आप BCCL में काम करते हैं क्या, मतलब कोल माइन में काम करते हैं क्या। तो बिकॉज हम लोग का छोटा डिपार्टमेंट है, ज़्यादा लोग हर ऑफिस में 1-2 लोग होते हैं, एंड वी आर द साइलेंट वर्कर। हम लोग अपना काम करते रहते हैं, पता नहीं चलता लोगों को। जब एक्सीडेंट होता है तब लोग ढूंढते हैं DGMS कहाँ है।
आप कम लोग हैं लेकिन बहुत पावरफुल लोग हैं।
नहीं सर, हम लोग सभी तो देश की सेवा के लिए
आगे बढ़िए।
मेनली जो इशू है, जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ जो इशू है सर, अभी जो हम लोगों का जो माइंस है, मेनली जो इशू है अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में जो माइन है, स्मॉल सेक्टर में जो माइंस है, बिकॉज द माइन आर नॉट मैप्ड। अभी जो अपना जो है 19,000 माइन मैप्ड है सर, जिसमें 18,000 नॉन कोल सेक्टर में है, कोल में 600, ऑयल में 168 वगैरह माइंस है। बट जो है ना एक्चुअल जो PM गति शक्ति वगैरह में हम लोग अभी उससे एक्सेस लिए तो देखे उसमें जो है ना कभी 60,000 70,000 माइंस है। तो जो मेनली जो है कि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर्स की जितने भी माइंस हैं, जो कि हम लोग बोलते हैं कि छोटे छोटे स्मॉल माइंस हैं, खास करके जो गिट्टी के, पत्थर के, बिल्डिंग स्टोन्स के माइंस हैं, तो उनका जो है वो मेन स्ट्रीम में है ही नहीं। ये उनको बहुत सारे मालूम नहीं है, वो मैप नहीं है, तो माइंड सेट के रेजिम में वो आए नहीं है। तो जितने भी बेनिफिट्स मिलते हैं काम करने वाले को, वहाँ के जितने भी जो पर्सन एम्प्लॉयड है वहाँ पे उनका जो बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए। इवन जो माइन ऑनर हैं, दे आर नॉट नॉन टू द रूल्स रेगुलेशन कि कैसे माइन को चलाया जाए। तो इससे क्या नुकसान है कि वो सिस्टमेटिक माइनिंग नहीं होता है। उससे क्या होता है कि वो किसी भी वजह से बोले वो माइन को कहीं पे भी स्टार्ट कर दिए, और वो होता है कि एक सीक्वेंस ऑफ माइनिंग नहीं होने से वो कुछ दिन के बाद वो माइन चलाने लायक नहीं होता, वो डेंजर हो जाता है। हम देखेंगे राजस्थान वगैरह में जो पुराने जो ग्रेनाइट चले, बहुत सारे कुएं टाइप के बन गए हैं सर, जिसको कि बिकॉज अगर वो सिस्टमेटिकली प्लान करते, एक स्लोप लेकर के, अपना जो हर एक जो पिट स्लोप होता है, बॉक्स कट करते, कहाँ से माइन में घुसना है, कैसे टोटल रिजर्व को लेना है, एक सीक्वेंसली काम करते हैं साइंटिफिक वे में, तो माइन वो ज़्यादा दिन तक चलता। तो ये माइन का रजिस्ट्रेशन बहुत है, इसमें हम लोग सर अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। नो डाउट इस सभी जो DMGs के साथ में और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो DMO है, माइनिंग ऑफिसर है, इसके साथ मिल करके हम लोग अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, ड्राइव चला रहे हैं मैपिंग के लिए। तो हालांकि रोड बहुत स्लो रेट है सर, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोग लगे हुए हैं कि प्लस PM गति शक्ति से भी हम लोग उसका डेटा को एक्सेस किए हैं। बट जो हम लोग उसको डिफरेंट अपने रीजन वाइज उसको डेटा को ये स्टैगर करके और उसको हम लोग जो उससे भी लेना चाह रहे हैं। दीज आर द मेन जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ जो इश्यूज है सर, अब हम लोगों का एक तो मैपिंग ऑफ माइंस है कि मैपिंग जो माइन जो होना चाहिए वो मैप्ड होना चाहिए, जिससे कि वो जो भी लॉ ऑफ लैंड हो उसके दायरे में आ जाए, जो भी माइनिंग करें उसका एक रिकॉर्ड हो। तो इसके लिए अभी जैसा कि कोड में ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी कोड में भी आया है कि एक यूनिफाइड जो पोर्टल है एसएसपी में, जो कि लीन जनरेशन होगा, जितने भी यूनिफाइड रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा, सिंगल रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर ऑल द इस्टेब्लिशमेंट। तो उसके लिए है कि जो है
इस वाले स्लाइड में आई है, इस वाले स्लाइड में,
हाँ ये उसके लिए है कि सभी का रजिस्ट्रेशन होना चाहिए। दूसरा सर जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ जो मेनली था, हम लोग चाहते भी है कि जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ में इसमें काम भी कर रहे हैं और चाहते हैं कि हम लोग का एक हैंड होल्डिंग हो जाए और हम लोग साथ में बैठ के एक वर्कशॉप भी करना चाह रहे हैं। बहुत जगह पे हम लोग अभी किए हैं कि जो इश्यूज है उसको एड्रेस करें। जैसे सबसे मेजर इशू है ऑल दी इशूज, ये नेशनल सेफ्टी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है 2020 में हुआ था, उसमें ये बताया भी गया था कि जो लीज एरिया है, खास करके जो स्मॉल और अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के माइंस है, जैसे हम जो 1 हेक्टर 2 हेक्टर का लीज देते हैं और बहुत छोटे टाइम के लिए देते हैं, लीज एरिया एंड लीज पीरियड, जिससे कि वो साइंटिफिकली माइनिंग कर सके। जैसे वो क्या कि आप कम से कम 10 हेक्टर का माइन दीजिए, जिससे कि वो माइन को प्लान कर सकें कि कैसे हम माइन करेंगे, और लंबे टाइम के लिए दीजिए, सो दैट टेक्निकली एंड फाइनेंशियली और दोनों वाइबल हो माइन को, वो जिससे कि वो चला सके। तो इसमें स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का खास करके जितने भी माइनर मिनरल्स हैं जो कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट देती है, जो डीएमजी के थ्रू होता है, अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में खास करके वो सभी माइंस आते हैं। जो माइंस जो है ना मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइंस हो रहा है, उसका इसमें इशू ज़्यादा नहीं है, क्योंकि वो एक मिनरल जो है मेजर मिनरल का सर इशू नहीं है। लेकिन जो खास करके जो माइनर मिल रहे हैं जो कि स्टेट के थ्रू इशू होता है, इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा इशू है। तो ये एक लीज एरिया और उसके पीरियड दोनों का एक जो है टेक्निकल जो भी जो है ना टेक्निकल इवेल्युएशन हो, प्लस एज पर द लॉ हो कि जो मेटलिफेरस माइंस रेगुलेशन में बेंचिंग कैसा होना चाहिए, टोटल पिट स्लोप क्या होगा, मॉनिटरिंग कैसे होगा, तो उसका एक एरिया रहना चाहिए, तभी वो प्रॉपरली माइन कर सके। दूसरा क्या है कि सब अभी छोटे छोटे हिलॉक्स में जो है ना लीज देते हैं, जैसे स्टोन का लीज देखा मैं नागपुर में था तो बालाघाट एरिया में कभी कभी होता है कि एक हिलॉक में क्या किए 4 लोग को लीज दे दिए, ऊपर वाला कोई है, नीचे में कुछ और कोई है, तो अगर नीचे वाला माइनिंग पहले कर दिया तो ऊपर वाला लटक जाएगा। तो मतलब ये बहुत ज़्यादा इश्यूज है सर, कहीं पे ओवर हैंग हो गया, कहीं अंडर हैंग हो गया है ऊपर वाले के। तो होना चाहिए कि जो कोई भी स्मॉल माइंस आप देते हैं, अगर छोटे छोटे हिलॉक्स हैं तो सिंगल लेजी को दीजिए, जिससे कि वो साइंटिफिकली प्लान करेंगे, ऊपर जाएंगे, ऊपर से टॉप डाउनवर्ड जो है ना ऊपर को रीच करेंगे, बना के जाएंगे अपना एक रास्ता, ऊपर से फिर टॉप डाउनवर्ड जो है ना काम करते हुए सेफली नीचे आएंगे। तो ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है कि जो हिलॉक में दिया जा रहा है उसको एक सिंगल आदमी को दिया, प्लस जो है ना जितने भी स्मॉल लीजेस दिए जा रहे हैं, हमारे जो रेलवे एक्वायर्ड लैंड के बहुत नज़दीक में आप दे दिए, नेशनल हाईवे के या क्लोज जो रेजिडेंशियल एरिया एसटी लाइन इस सब के नज़दीक में दे दिए। तो एक मतलब पहले स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अगर ये जोनेशन कर ले कि मेरा ये हाईली पॉपुलेटेड एरिया कहाँ पे है या इम्पोर्टेंट जो स्ट्रक्चर्स है कहाँ पे, उसके हिसाब से उसको ध्यान में रख करके लीज दिया जाए, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली फिर जो है वो माइन को लीज होने के बाद में देर इज़ प्रोविज़न के रेलवे एक्वायर्ड लैंड है या कोई अगर इंपॉर्टेंट स्ट्रक्चर है तो उससे आपको सेफ्टी जोन छोड़ना है, ब्लास्टिंग करने के लिए 300 मीटर जोन छोड़ना है। तो लॉट ऑफ जो है ना फिर ये वायलेशंस हो जाते हैं और माइन या तो वायलेशन में चलते हैं या तो बंद हो जाते हैं। और उसमें बहुत बार तो अब तो अभी जैसा मैं देखा इन्वायरमेंटल एक्सपर्ट जो इसमें क्लियरेंस में थे उसमें भी था, सेफ्टी जोन की बात की है, तो ये सारे बहुत सारे इश्यूज हो जाते हैं। तो ये लुका छिपी वाला खेल चलता रहता है, लोग माइन जो है ना सीजनल बेसिस पे चलाते हैं, माइन को चलाते हैं, कोई रेगुलेटरी बॉडी आता है तो भाग जाते हैं। तो इस तरह का मतलब इश्यूज है। तो उसको अगर इसको एड्रेस किया जाए कि सिस्टमेटिक वे में कि उनको, जिससे कि वो माइन को सही तरीके से चला सके, सभी इसमें फ़ायदा होगा। दूसरा है सर ये जो हम लोग जो चालान इशू करते हैं, इशू ऑफ मिनरल ट्रांसपोर्ट डिस्पैच चालान, इसमें चूँकि उनको एक जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल के दायरे में आ जाए, जब उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन हो जाए, माइन में सिंपल चीज़ है, जब भी कोई जो है ऑनर नोटिस ऑफ माइनिंग देता है तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि उनका एक बाउंड्री डिमार्क करता है कि आपका बाउंड्री क्या है जिसमें आप माइन करेंगे। हो सकता है उसका लीज बहुत बड़ा हो, लेकिन वो अभी 5 साल 10 साल के लिए एक छोटा एरिया में, बिकॉज द लैंड एक्विजिशन प्रॉब्लम है, छोटे एरिया में काम करना चाहता हो तो उसको वहाँ से वो बॉक्स कट शुरू करेगा, उसको सेफली चलाएगा। तो वो देखना है कि वो जो आपका जब भी वो डिस्पैच करेगा तो वो पे काम करने के लिए नोटिस ऑफ ओपनिंग देना है, प्लस जो स्टेटरी सुपरविजन जो है कैसे सेफ को माइन को चलाएगा। मिनिमम माइन कोई भी चलाने के लिए मिनिमम एक जो है ना मैनेजर होना चाहिए, प्लस ब्लास्टिंग करने के लिए उसमें एक ब्लास्टर होना चाहिए जो कि है, तो अगर ब्लास्टिंग हो रहा है तो प्लस अदर जो HMM चल रहे हैं तो उसके देखने के लिए कुछ सुपरवाइजर्स होने चाहिए। मिनिमम बेयर मिनिमम जो है सुपरविजन हो, तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि ये जो छोटे छोटे नॉन माइनिंग लोग या मुंशी को रखते हैं लोग, तो हम लोग बहुत बार समझाए भी उनको एजुकेट किए कि आप मुंशी को अगर 15,000 रुपया देते हैं, अगर आपको कोई मेट मिल जाता है 15,000 20,000 में, जिससे कि वो आपको सेफ्टी प्रोविज़न को बताएगा, सेफली माइन को चला पाएगा, आपको इससे ज़्यादा फायदा होगा। एजुकेट करने की ज़रूरत है। हम लोग इसको अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम भी चला रहे हैं सर, कि लोगों को बताएं कि आप जो पैसा जो अनलॉफुल में ये माइन को चला रहे हैं, पैसा इधर दे रहे हैं, आप एक जो है ना सुपरवाइजर रखिए जो कि जो है कॉम्पिटेंट हो, आपके माइन को देख सके, चला सके, आपका जो कंप्लायंस भी हो। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी था। इसमें अगर वहाँ पे माइन मैनेजर नहीं है, जब तक एम्प्लॉय नहीं होता माइन को बंद करवा दीजिए, लिख दिया माइन को बंद कर दिए, ऑर्डर नोटिस लगा दिए, व्हाटएवर जो है ना सेफ्टी जो है लॉ है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली काम किए, तो अल्टीमेटली माइन बंद हो जाता है। अगर ऐसा हो कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है, अगर जैसे सभी लोग यहाँ पे हैं, अगर जो 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 रवन्ना इशू करते हैं या जो चालान इशू करते हैं, उसी वक्त अगर वो देखें कि वो कंप्लायंस माइन का है नहीं, वो नोटिस ऑफ ओपनिंग उसमें है कि नहीं, मैनेजर अपॉइंटेड है कि नहीं, बेयर मिनिमम जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, तभी उसको जो है वो चालान ट्रांजिट जो है ना पास इशू किया जाए, तो उससे एक मतलब ये बहुत बड़ा जो ये कंप्लायंस हो जाएगा। प्लस जो है जो कि अभी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में खास करके, बिकॉज द छोटे छोटे ऑनर हैं वो जो ट्रेनिंग का सेंटर्स खोल नहीं सकते, तो एक जो है ना कम्युनिटी बेसिस में हो, अभी DMF का फंड है, उस कहीं से भी ला करके एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर खोला जाए क्लस्टर में, डिफरेंट एक क्लस्टर में, जिससे कि जो उनको जो बेसिक जो है माइनिंग और बेसिक जो है उनको ट्रेनिंग दिया जाए। प्लस जो इसमें सर वो जो ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ के का जो इश्यूज था वो भी उसमें है कि आप जो है अपना एक मैकेनिज्म बनाइए कि कैसे जो है जो सिल्कोसिस हो या जो भी ऑक्यूपेशनल न्यूमोकोनोसिस हो, जो भी डिजीजेज हो, उसको कैसे डिटेक्ट करेंगे एज पर द ILO गाइडलाइन। जो भी लॉजिस्टिक्स देना है, जो भी डॉक्टर्स देना है, वो कॉम्पिटेंट होना चाहिए, एटलीस्ट वो देख सकें, क्योंकि अगर वो जो ILO का गाइडलाइन है वो 3 डॉक्टर होने चाहिए, ILO ट्रेन डॉक्टर होने चाहिए, वो अगर डिटेक्ट करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं, अगर कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ में जाएगा तो फिर एडमिसिबल नहीं होगा। तो ये एक भी इशू है कि वो जो कॉम्पिटेंट होने चाहिए एज पर जो गाइडलाइन है। हम लोग ये भी चाह रहे हैं सर कि ये सब इश्यूज़ के लिए ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम जो है, अगर जो नए नए डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्टेट हैं जहाँ के अभी नए नए माइंस आ रहे हैं, ये राजस्थान में, कर्नाटक में और जो सदर्न जो रीजन में इसमें हो भी रहा है, ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम करते हैं अपने जो DMGs के जितने भी ऑफिसर्स से, खास करके जो इंस्पेक्टर जो है ना डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में काम करते हैं, या माइनिंग इंस्पेक्टर या डिस्ट्रिक्ट माइनिंग ऑफिसर, उनके लिए जो भी माइनिंग से रिलेटेड माइनिंग लॉज है उसका एक ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम कराए। हम लोग कई जगह नागपुर में अपने ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट के साथ मिल करके किए भी थे। तो ये एक अगर जिससे कि बेसिक जो है जो भी रूल्स रेगुलेशन है उनके बारे में उनके एक्वेंटेड हो जाए, तो ये किया जाए तो ये बहुत अच्छा होगा। अंत में सुरक्षा जो हम लोगों का सभी का ध्येय है, हम लोग चाहते हैं कि जो जब ये जो विकसित भारत है जो उसका मिशन है 2047 तक, अभी माइन में जो एक्सीडेंट इतने हो रहे हैं, तो जो मेरा जब सैनिटरी ईयर्स जब मनाएं देश का, तो माइन जो है मेरा 0 हार्म माइन में हो, किसी को कोई भी कहीं पे भी माइन में कोई भी किसी का एक्सीडेंट नहीं हो, किसी को कोई क्षति नहीं हो। अंत में मैं यही कामना करता हूँ, सभी के लिए मेरी शुभकामना है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, माँ कश्चित् दुःख भाग भवेत्। सभी सुखी हों, सभी निरामयी हों, सभी मंगल कार्य के साक्षी बने, किसी को कोई दुख न हो। धन्यवाद।
Any comments from states? चलो जी, बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन।
Thank you.
Much. Well, after 2 days of deliberations on critical topics, emerging topics that are defining the mining sector in the country, we are here towards the end of the conference, and I'll now request Secretary Sir Shri V.L. Kantarao-ji to give the concluding remarks. I would want all of you to give a big round of applause for him, because he's been there every step of the way, guiding all the stakeholders and encouraging them. So it'll be apt to hear the concluding remarks from you, sir.
तालियां तो ये क्लैप्स तो स्पीच के बाद बजाना चाहिए, ये तो पहले बजा दिया। Yeah, first of all, I want to say that Minister has already covered a lot of points which were part of the concluding remarks. When he gave his speech at 1 o'clock, he made some 10-12 points which I noted, and I am sure those will be the guiding factors for all the states and central state agencies that have come here. I want to summarize by saying that we had a first session on day 1 where the state ministers made a lot of demands on exploration, on R&D, and on the use of AI in their states. So this is a lot of work for us, for the Ministry of Mines. And the second half of the first day, the Ministry of Mines made a lot of demands on the states. We talked about auctions, we talked about operationalization. So there are a lot of state-specific issues that our presentations by the director and the PMU raised. And they would have distributed these state-specific issues like where LO is pending, where some operationalization is to be done this year, where some auction is to be done this year. All these state-specific demands and requests, the ministry officers would have already circulated to the states. So that is for states to act on. And today in the morning, we had a very good session on the best practices by states. In fact, we allotted only 5 minutes for each state, but I found that there is so much work being done in the states that every state spoke for more than 15 minutes. And I made a lot of notes on what states have done. And I'm sure states have also made notes on what other states have done. And I'm sure there is a lot of interlearning that is going to happen. Today in the last session, we had 3 ministries presenting, which is Environment, Forest, Railway and DGMS, which are highly regulatory, and they have tried to present as to what kind of ease of doing business and facilitation and rule relaxation that they have done for states and the central agencies which are involved in both coal and non-coal mineral mining. So I think these 2 days we have overshot as per our schedule. We have overshot yesterday by 1 hour and today by another 1 hour. But I think it's good to see everyone sitting and listening to all the presentations and making notes. I want you to, think about some of the ideas that have come up. We will ensure that we will engage more in the future. We will review more in the future. There is a lot of work to be done. In fact, there were 2 meetings by the Prime Minister, and whatever instructions he gave are part of the presentations that we made for you. One instruction on early operationalization, which were given by Pragati. Most of you were present in that Pragati meeting, and also a lot of other instructions which we tried to incorporate in our presentation and showed them to you. So there is a lot of reporting back required. My minister said every 3 months there will be a review. So that 3-month review target actually came from the Prime Minister, and this is going to be a standard format now. Every 3 months we'll probably have a thorough review, either in a physical meeting of all secretaries or maybe by VC. But we will be engaging more, we will be engaging deeper. In the end, the only request I have for all the state secretaries and directors is that when you travel back, maybe you will take half a day to go back to your headquarters. On the way, think of 5 actions, 5 action points which you will do on the basis of this 2-day conference. I heard one of the secretaries saying that कि भोपाल में मैंने ये सुना था और इस 1 साल में मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किया था. So I want you to look at 5 such points that you want to implement from this conference till the next conference, maybe within the year. But in the meanwhile, we will ensure that all the agencies of central government will handhold the state DMGs and the state secretaries. We know that there is a constant churning and transfer of state secretaries and DMGs. Even during this 2-day conference, one state secretary has been transferred. But we will ensure that whoever comes in is quickly given induction material, is quickly inducted into the family, and then hand-holded to take the work of auction and operationalization forward. So with this, thank you very much for patiently being part of this conference. I look forward to meeting you more often during 2025. Thank you very much.
Sir, बोलना भी नहीं पड़ा, दोबारा भी ताली हो गई. But then would like to thank each one of you for being a part of the 3rd National Mining Ministers Conference. It has been extremely engaging and interesting conference that has happened over the last 2 days. And like in Odisha, you know, I'm a proud Odia, so I had said in the beginning that we had started the conference with the name of Jai Jagannath, and we would want to end it because हमारे लिए तो शुरुआत भी जगन्नाथ और अंत भी जगन्नाथ. तो एक बार अगर आप सब जोर से इकट्ठे बोले हमारे साथ जय जगन्नाथ 3, 2, 1 पे, लेकिन 3, 2, 1 Jai Jagannath. Thank you so much. I hope you also enjoyed the hospitality at Odisha and the warmth of the people here in Odisha. And we would now request for a group photograph. So after that, of course, we'll request everyone to join us for chai and pakode. So yes, a group photograph, please. आगे पीछे करो ना, कुछ सामने खड़े हो जाएंगे. जल्दी से बोलो. फोटोग्राफ फॉर द फोटोग्राफ थोड़ा सा कुछ लोग जो हमारे सीनियर्स हैं वो लोग ऊपर आ जाएं और द अदर ऑफिसर्स वो लोग नीचे खड़े हो जाएं, तो बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल तो थोड़ा अरेंजमेंट अच्छे से हो जाएगा. सो विल रिक्वेस्ट सीनियर ऑफिसर्स टू कम एंड जॉइन on the stage, and then the other dignitaries and guests can join here at the end of the स्टेज के नीचे आप लोग खड़े हो सकते हैं. हाँ जी. एक और जानकारी आप सभी के लिए, जितने प्रेजेंटेशंस आप लोगों ने आज देखे हैं, all of them will be available on the Minds website, so you can always go back and take a look at those presentations. Thank you once again, everyone, and you can join for tea and some hot pakoras. Thank you. Good night and God bless everyone.